A road stretched between the rocks and the forest. A carriage was driving along it accompanied by guards. A man sitting in a cage said that he did not want to be the main character of this manhwa. The prisoner was saddened by his fate, but still he introduced himself. His name was Chin Jun. It was a young guy with long hair. Raising his head and looking forward, Chin Jun thought that he was the most unlucky time traveler in the entire history of mankind. He was jealous of other travelers who reached the top of the world and received fame and fortune unlike him. Chin Jun explained that initially the owner of his new body embezzled money from the state treasury and was exiled by the emperor to the border for forced labor. Next, the guy thought that if this was normal time, he would have a chance to survive. At that moment, he squeezed his crippled hands, which were handcuffed. Chin Jun's experiences were understandable because this was not a simple time but an era of demons in which people had to coexist with various creatures and phenomena. The self-improvement system of this time consisted of chi training. This training consisted of several stages, namely laying the foundations chi training, creating a golden core, and reincarnation. The final stage was the birth of Hua. This entire journey required almost half of one's life. But Chin Jun was too far from that because he was only at the second level of chi cultivation, while even the guards who captured him were already at the fourth level. Suddenly, the cage with the prisoner stopped abruptly among the rocks. Chin Jun became nervous. The cage opened and several unfriendly guards appeared in front of the guy. One of them said that this place was already far from the capital and they could start carrying out the owner's orders. The guard's hand reached out to Chin Jun and within a moment grabbed the guy's clothes. The guard abruptly threw the guy out of the cage, causing him to fall to the ground. He didn't understand what they were going to do with him. The guards around whom there was an ominous aura did not explain anything and only looked down on the guy with grins. Chin Jun tried to threaten his offenders and said that killing the prince was a serious crime, and if the emperor found out about it, they would not be spared. One of the guards laughed at the guy and asked if he really still thought that he was still a prince, after which he punched Chin Jun very hard in the face. The guards continued to laugh at the guy, saying that his chi level was lower even than that of the palace guards. One of the guards stepped on Chin's chest and told him to know his place because he was just a criminal, and by killing him he would be doing the world a great service. After which he spat in the face of the exhausted guy. The guard turned to his brothers and said that they had come a long way with this bastard and therefore invited them to let off steam. The guards readily agreed with this proposal and added that the owner had ordered not to let the guy die easily. They also said that they did not like Chin Jun from the very beginning. After this discussion, the guards began to beat the prisoner. The guy was not able to fight back and therefore he could only come to terms with it. Suddenly a voice sounded inside the guy announcing that the mythical system had been activated and that the first connection was successful. The voice said that the owner was awarded the chance to summon a random demon. Chin Jun did not understand what was happening to him and who this voice belonged to. The system asked whether its owner wanted to activate the call right now. Having no other choice and in order not to be killed by these guards, the guy agreed to activate the call. The voice reported that the activation of the summoning of a random demon had begun. The system asked to pay attention to the fact that this process had a random outcome. Therefore, which demon the owner would summon depended on luck. The chief guard ordered to stop and asked his comrades if they felt better, to which he received an affirmative answer. Chin Jun kept thinking that it didn't matter which demon would appear as long as he could help. The hand of the main guard again reached out to the wounded guy. He said that he would finally fulfill the owner's instructions and deal with him. The guard grabbed Chin Jun by the neck and ordered his subordinates to hold him tightly. The guy demanded to let him go, but the guard only squeezed his neck harder, causing incredible pain that instantly silenced him. The guards laughed at this and said that he didn't expect anything else from the guy because he was so weak that even with a blow from a baby he was stronger. Being already on the verge of losing consciousness, Chin Jun silently asked where the demon was and why nothing happened. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the quiet laughter of some mysterious girl was heard. This instantly distracted the guards from the guy. They did not understand what was happening. One of them drew the attention of his comrades to the sky. The girl, with the help of unprecedented strength, threw the main guard aside and wounded him, after which she grabbed Chin Jun. Everything happened so quickly that some guards could not understand what they were faced with and what needed to be done. Chin Jun was finally saved. He rejoiced at this while the demon girl held his hand. Having caught his breath and calmed down, the guy finally looked at his savior, who was standing very close to him and smiling. The system again raised its voice and congratulated its master on his victory, and said that this girl was a nine-tailed werewolf fox named Daji. This demon was an unusually beautiful girl. Qin Jun could not take his eyes off her, and even the presence of large ears and several fluffy tails at once did not bother the guy. Even the guards were amazed by the beauty of the girl, although she was their enemy and had just wounded their commander. Qin Jun rushed into the arms of the girl, who did not object. She asked her master not to be afraid because she was already here and therefore no one dared to harm him. Qin Jun thought that from Sudaji, also known as the nationwide disaster, he did not expect anything else. Of course, he was talking about her beauty and figure. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the beaten head of the royal guard appeared and angrily asked the girl who she was and how she dared to attack them. The werewolf fox covered her master with her hand and, calling the guards worthless insects, said that they were unworthy to know her name. Qin Jun paid attention to the characteristics of Sudaji. She was a nine-tailed werewolf fox of the Hua origin rank of the 5th level and possessed the abilities of nine-tailed heavenly fox and seductive love spell. Qin Jun was amazed that the girl already had the 5th level of Hua generation. He did not understand how this was possible. Meanwhile, Daji turned to the guards and threatened them with terrible punishment. The chief guard did not tolerate the threat and ordered his subordinates to fight the werfox. Everyone immediately began to carry out the order, but their zeal was not enough even to get closer to their opponent. Daji, using her strength, was able to instantly defeat the guards. Qin Jun looked at his savior with burning eyes, not believing that this was real. When all the opponents were defeated, the girl turned to her master and said that she was late and made him suffer, for which she asked for forgiveness. The guy replied that everything was fine with him and the girl shouldn't worry. Along the way, he thought that he liked the fact that she was so cruel to her enemies. In the next moment, with just a touch of her finger, Sudaji was able to break Qin Jun's metal shackles. The guy was happy that now he was free and nothing threatened him anymore. Suddenly, Qin Jun noticed that one of the royal guards wanted to run away. Daji took these words as an order and prepared to attack the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the werfox caught up with him and killed the guard with one precise blow to the back. Qin Jun turned to the girl and asked to give him the opportunity to end his life. The guy grabbed the head of the guard by the clothes and remembered the words he said, namely that his blows were weaker than those of the child. Finally deciding, Qin Jun hit his offender with all his might. Immediately, a notification came that the first blood had been shed. The system reported that for killing a level 5 soldier, Qin Jun received 50 experience points, after which it congratulated the owner on activating the personal model. The guy was shocked and began to be very worried that he had managed to kill a man and did not understand how it was possible to do this with just one blow. The system explained that it was a cruel world where only the strong were respected and asked the owner to calm down. Jun agreed and believed that he should adapt to the new rules as quickly as possible. After that, the guy looked at his characteristics. He was a person of the 2nd level of Qi refining and did not have any superpowers, and in terms of combat abilities he had an average level of Qi. Qin Jun asked why it looked like a computer game and began to doubt the reality of the world. The system explained that it used earthly digitization because the owner was from the 21st century. Jun thought that the summoning of the demon and the online game interface was for his own good, but he understood that nothing happened for nothing. The guy directly asked what the goal of this mythical system was in the end, but for now she remained silent without answering anything. Finally, the mythical system reported that its master was too weak, and at present it was impossible for him to know the ultimate goal of the system. This information puzzled Qin Jun. The guy came to terms with this and thought that since it was impossible to resist something, he just had to accept it as a fact, and it was impossible to be soft-hearted in this world. The guy turned to Sudaji and asked to bring the wounded guards to an incapacitated state so that he could deal with them. The werewolf immediately began to carry out the order while Jun was preparing the weapon. He was determined. With burning eyes and a crazy smile, the guy began to pursue soldiers of the 5th level, for which he received experience points. Finally, the system notified and congratulated its owner on moving to the 4th level. The guy was happy and began to say that his idea was brilliant because he was able to immediately climb 2 steps, and at such a speed he would become a superhero of this era. The system reported that the guy had a secondary mission available, which was to kill the 5th prince of Qin. Jun considered that the time had come to deal with his ill-wishers. But this was a side task, and the main one concerned the management of the kingdom of Chenhua. For this, there was a reward of 500,000 experience points, the ability to summon a god or demon, and a chance for a random lottery. Qin Jun thought that this reward was very tempting, but he was interested in the question of what would happen if this main mission failed. The mythical system warned that if the main task was not completed, the owner would be deprived of identification, and there were no fines for failure of the secondary task. This warning scared Qin Jun. But still the guy came to terms with it and thought that just like in the game, there was also a game over in this world. However, Qin did not forget that he had Daji and therefore he could not die so easily. This inspired the guy and gave him hope for the successful completion of the main task. The guy also remembered that in the future it was possible to summon some gods and demons, for example the great sage, the deity Erlin, or the third prince Nesh. While studying the system interface, Qin noticed that he had a chance for random draws. The mythical system asked its owner whether it was necessary to launch a lottery, to which it received an affirmative answer. The very next moment the system congratulated the guy on winning the Desert Eagle pistol. Qin did not understand what could be done with a pistol in this world. The system explained that the Desert of the Needles had transformed and now, in order to shoot, it was necessary to pour energy into the pistol. The guy thought that this was a dubious idea, but still, without much enthusiasm, he tried to take aim and concentrate the energy in his new weapon. The next moment a shot rang out, followed by a huge explosion, and a bright flame shone all around. The consequences of the shot were impressive. A deep crater was formed in the rock. This could not be compared with a shot from a regular pistol. Qin was amazed at such a cool result. He thought that this weapon was equivalent to some kind of cannon, and moreover it had no recoil at all. After that, the guy instantly hid the gun in his belt. Daji was also amazed by the power of this weapon. The girl looked at the pistol in fascination and asked the gentleman what kind of tools it was. She compared its power with the highest level of Huangping. The guy replied that it was a Desert Eagle pistol. The werewolf fox couldn't believe that this weapon was so short. Confused, June replied that this gun and what the girl imagined were not the same. A moment later, the guy realized that he had thought about the wrong thing and remembered that Daji had seen such a weapon for the first time. He also remembered that it was necessary to confirm the original memory of summoning demons. June asked the girl if she knew a monarch named Zhouan. Daji replied that she did not know him. The guy replied that he was calm and thought that there was only him in the girl's heart. The nine-tailed leaf asked his master where they would go now. June drew attention to his careless appearance and replied that first they needed to find a place with water so that he could wash himself. As he was leaving, the guy stole clean clothes from one of his defeated opponents. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. Only the moonlight illuminated the path for our heroes, who were still wandering through the forest in search of a source of water. Qin couldn't stop thinking about the demon girl, trying to look at her as often and discreetly as possible. The embarrassed guy thought that in these wild mountains on a dark night with a strong wind, it was unknown what could happen to a lonely man and woman. Just thinking about this excited Qin's mind and made blood flow from his nose. The guy's fantasies were interrupted by the voice of Daji, who told the gentleman that she heard the murmur of water ahead. Hearing this, the guy asked her to hurry up because he could no longer tolerate the dirt on his body. The girl turned to Qin again and asked for forgiveness, but for now it was unknown for what exactly. The next moment, the werfox grabbed the guy and flew up with him above the clouds. Qin was frightened by surprise, but the guy also saw his advantages in this. He thought about how soft the girl's touch was and could not believe that he had the opportunity to experience this completely free of charge. Daji was not afraid of his master because she was nearby, but the guy could not admit to the girl that he was scared and therefore began to deny it. The demon did not believe it and asked why the guy had such a fast heartbeat and assumed that he was embarrassed. Qin tried to justify himself but could not say anything. Finally, they arrived. In the middle of the forest, there was a shallow river with crystal clear water. Qin was glad that he could finally put himself in order and did not waste time getting into the water while Daji watched her master. These girls' gazes did not give the guys the opportunity to relax. He thought that even though it was from someone else's body, he didn't want to show others how much he loved. Qin asked the girl if she will continue to stand here. Daji assumed that her master needed help with bathing, which she immediately asked him about. The guy instantly became inflamed by this proposal and replied that of course he needed the girl's help. The werewolf fox obediently accepted his master's order and headed towards the guy. The girl's graceful and soft steps did not allow Qin to take his eyes off her for a moment. Once again, he was mesmerized by the girl's beauty, which made the guy's eyes sparkle and his cheeks turn red. Suddenly, Daji informed her master that someone was approaching them. The guy did not expect to hear these words at such a moment. A young guy and a girl were running through the dark forest. They were frightened by something and seemed to be running away from someone. The girl was the daughter of the head of the Shenling sect named Chang Qianqian. She turned to her brother and said that she could no longer run because she no longer had the strength. The senior disciple of the Shenling sect, whose name was Chong Hao, answered his sister that they needed to endure a little more in order to be saved. Qin Jun was very angry that his plans were ruined. His eyes burned with rage and malice. Daji looked at the couple of fugitives and said that she couldn't even think that in the dark forest it was possible to meet cultivators with a golden core. Jun was stunned and thought that the Chenhua kingdom had only a few people with a powerful golden core. Qianqian warned the strangers to run away quickly because now General Xiao Haoan will come here. The girl's brother thought that it would be better for them if the strangers stayed here and detained the general. Qin Jun thought that he had already heard the name Xiao Haoan. It was a rebellious general. Xiao Haoan used to be Chenhua's general, but because of his lustful nature, he entered into an illicit relationship with one of the emperor's concubines. The Lord sent his general to deal with Xiao Haoan. In the end, the general escaped and rebelled. People suffered greatly because Haoan was invincible. Qin Jun suggested that if he personally dealt with the rebel, he could drop the charges. Suddenly Chong Hao froze in place and was embarrassed because he saw Daji in front of him. The guy thought about the beauty of the girl and could not say a word. This was not surprising because the girl had a magical appearance in the eyes of other people who could not see her bestial appearance. Qin Jun did not like the close attention of a stranger to Daji. He asked the guy what he was looking at and invited him to run further. Chong Qianqian was dissatisfied with these rude words and said that she and her brother kindly warned the strangers and they treated them that way. Chong Hao suggested that Jun was looking for death. Qin Jun asked who needed warnings from strangers anyway. After all, it was just Xiao Haoan. The strangers could not believe that this guy was not afraid of the rebellious general. Hao for a moment assumed that this guy was a master, but he abandoned this idea and said that these were just big words because the general was the strongest of all with a golden core. Chong Hao added that he had never heard of a man with a golden core who was under 20 years old and said that Jun was only pretending to be omniscient. Then the guy suggested leaving quickly without waiting for death. Suddenly a scream was heard. A man with long hair and a weapon in his hand flew out of nowhere. He asked where the strangers were going to go. The next moment the man jumped to the ground with a roar which from a strong blow split into pieces and scattered to the sides. The rebellious general of the Chenhua kingdom Xiao Haoan appeared in front of our heroes. His body was shrouded in powerful energy that resembled flames and hatred was seething in his eyes. The moon illuminated the rebellious general who was shrouded in energy and expressed confidence and danger with his whole appearance. An insidious smile only emphasized Xiao Haoan's disdainful attitude towards those present. But Qin Jun was not impressed by the unexpected appearance and menacing appearance of the general. The guy was thinking about how many points he would receive for killing him. Chong Hao, although he didn't show it, was very worried and was sure that the end had come for them. A moment later, he could not stand it and fainted. Yogo, scared, jumped up and asked Qin Jun to save her. Chong Qianqian was very afraid and did not let the guy go, although he demanded that the girl get off him. The rebel general Xiao Haoan looked at all this from the side and assessed his opponents. Suddenly something caught his attention. He saw Daji and thought about how beautiful a woman she was. The man felt that such a beauty had to be taken with him. The werewolf fox noticed the general's gaze and, calling him ignorant, said that if he looked at her like that again, she would gouge out his eyes. Licking his lips, the man said that most of all he liked such hot beauties and asked her not to worry because tonight he intended to make her the happiest. Hearing this, Daji asked her master if she could sort it out with him herself, to which she received an affirmative answer from the guy. The next moment, the girl sharply headed towards the rebellious general using chi energy. Along the way, without the slightest doubt, she concentrated energy in her left hand. It was like small lightning or electrical discharges. Finally, Daji closed in on her opponent and attacked Xiao Haoan. A powerful blow easily knocked the stocky man off his feet and the air around him shook. The rebel general instantly felt severe pain that it seemed he had never felt before in his life. The blow was so powerful that General Xiao Haoan's body was thrown far back, breaking thick large trees along the way. But still the man could hardly get to his feet. He was angry and threatened to kill the girl. The rebel general concentrated the chi in his weapon, causing it to seem to catch fire, and tried to attack Daji. Seeing this, Qin Jun began to worry and warned the werewolf to be careful. In a matter of seconds, the furious General Xiao Haoan approached Daji, and his sharp blade was already above the girl's head. It seemed that injuries were inevitable, but Daji quite calmly directed the energy into her hand, and with just her fingers she was able to stop Xiao Haoan's most powerful attack. Chong Qianqian and Chong Hao were amazed by the strength of the girl. They did not know and watched in fascination how this battle would end. The next moment Daji easily threw the rebellious general straight off the rock, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Next, the girl silently grabbed the defeated opponent by the hair with one hand and dragged him somewhere. The nine-tailed werfox threw the rebel general Xiao Haowen in front of his master and reported on the job done. Xiao Haowen, with the last of his strength and trembling in pain, looked at Qin Jun and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself, saying that his name was Qin Jun, and asked to accept his gratitude for the fact that the general himself came to them, after which he laughed. Daji asked what they should do with the general. Xiao Haowen thought that if he waited until the guy came closer to him, he could take Jun hostage and escape. The general also suggested that perhaps he would be able to subjugate the girl, and then his revenge would not be long in coming. Qin Jun took out his pistol and turned to Daji, so that she would allow him to finish what he started. He thought that his opponent had a strong limit of the golden core and did not even know how much experience point would be required. The main character approached Xiao Haowen. He immediately realized that this was his chance. He extended his hand and began to concentrate energy in it, thinking that the guy would now come to an end. Chang Qianqian and Daji noticed this and were very excited. The girls unanimously asked Jun to be careful, but the guy was calm as never before. He calmly pulled the trigger. The fired bullet passed right through the head of the rebel general. Xiao Haowen only had the last of his strength to ask how this was possible. A moment later, the rebel general fell dead to the ground and showed no more signs of life. Qin Jun breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that he reacted quickly. Meanwhile, the mythical system announced that for killing the owner of the 9th level golden core, the guy received 10,000 experience points. Instantly, a real vortex of chi energy began to form around the guy, which also sparkled with lightning. Qin Jun looked at his hand as if he felt his strength increasing. The system congratulated the owner on breaking through to the 4th level of foundation and added that the guy had a chance to summon gods or demons. Chang Qianqian admired Jun and talked about how cool he was. Chang Hao was puzzled. He didn't understand how the guy could move to the next level in this way. While Qin Jun was accepting the praise, he also asked the system how experience points were awarded. The system explained that if a guy killed an enemy who was hostile to him, then he received points. The guy thought that right now it was worth using the chance to summon the gods or a demon. He thought that it would be best if he could summon the great sage. Qin Jun accepted the offer to the system and began to wait. Finally, she congratulated the owner on the call, but it was unknown who exactly was called. The guy began to be indignant, asking to tell who he got. The system explained that the demon would appear before the owner within 24 hours. Qin Jun accepted this and asked her to check his characteristics. He was pleased with the increase in his level. Next, the guy decided to finally find out what it was like to beautifully approach a corpse. He approached the lifeless body of General Xiao Haowen. Suddenly, he found some kind of gold ring and asked what it was. Daji suggested that it was the general's storage room for spare equipment. Jun examined the ring and suggested that a little blood could probably be dropped on it to recognize the new owner. The nine-tailed fox confirmed this guess. Daji offered her help to the gentleman and took his hand. The guy was a little embarrassed and blushed, not understanding what kind of help he was talking about. The next moment, the girl bit Qin Jun's finger and blood immediately flowed out from different ones. The guy was still embarrassed and timidly thanked the girl for her help, but the goal was achieved. His blood fell on the golden ring cache, which was successfully opened. Seeing that there was an improved suit of palace guards in the cache, Qin Jun thought about where else he could find something like this if not in the world of gods and demons. The main character was worried that he urgently needed to take a bath, because if he didn't wash again he would start to go rotten. He asked the strangers to move on and not disturb him. Qianqian said that her leg was sprained and asked permission to stay here for the night. Hao added that a group of Xiao Haowen soldiers were rushing here to take revenge, and they could help fight them back. The werewolf fox confirmed this and said that a group of soldiers was already heading here. The girl asked the master for permission to deal with them, but Qin Jun rejected this offer. Suddenly someone's voice was heard asking if the body lying nearby belonged to the general. These were the soldiers who arrived in time. They were chic that their general was dead and were determined to avenge him. Daji immediately stood in front of them in order to protect her master and was ready to fight. Suddenly Qin Jun took the girl by the shoulder and asked her to let him figure it out himself this time. One of the soldiers ordered the others to attack, after which everyone rushed into battle overnight. Without thinking twice, Qin Jun began to shoot at his opponents with a pistol. Already a moment later, the system began to notify that soldiers from the 3rd to the 5th level began to die. After some time, all the opponents were defeated. None of them managed to get close to Qin Jun's. Silence reigned in the forest again. Chang Hao, looking at this, thought about what a terrible spiritual weapon it was which wiped out the entire squad of the rebel general. Chang Qianqian, on the contrary, was delighted with such power and had already begun to plan something with Jun's participation. Everything was finished. Qin Jun pathetically blew out the smoke coming out of the barrel of the gun and looked at the strangers and said that everything was ready. Then he asked if they could leave now. Chang Qianqian again asked the guy to wait and began to beg to take them to Shenlin. Chang Hao liked this. The girl continued to insist. She took Qin Jun's hand and said that after returning to the sect her father would definitely reward the guy generously. But Qin Jun was unshakable. Although he was nervous, he still told the girl that it was useless to beg him. Suddenly, the system notified that accompanying Chang Qianqian back to the Shenling sect would be rewarded with 10,000 experience points. After this, the guy's opinion changed. Jun said that he would escort them back to the sect. Chang Qianqian was very happy with what she heard and rushed to hug the guy at the same time thanks to him. Qin Jun was a little embarrassed from surprise. Chang Qianqian was very happy but could not believe that Qin Jun decided to help them without any self-interest. The guy replied that it was exactly like that. The guy thought for a moment why the additional mission was launched. The system explained that his help was needed, and since this was the first additional mission, it was activated by another person. The Mythic system added that according to the subplot, after completing this task, the inheritance of mastery modes will be triggered. This mode contained martial arts spells and spiritual vision. The system reported that in this way its owner would be able to extract random magical skills and receive inheritance of mastery. Qin Jun was very pleased and was already looking forward to the fact that at this rate he would definitely have a continuous attack technique. Daji distracted her master and offered to arrange a halt in order to have a good rest. The guy agreed with this but ordered the werfox to keep his eyes on his new acquaintances while he went to wash himself. After a while, our heroes comfortably settled under a large tree and began to wait for Qin Jun. After some time, the protagonist's steps were heard in the darkness. He was already returning to his comrades. Chang Qianqian, seeing him, thought that she did not expect that after taking a bath this poor guy would become such a handsome man. In addition to the fact that Qin Jun now looked clean and tidy, he also wore an improved suit of palace guards which he acquired in a recent battle with a rebel general. The guy settled down under a tree to have a good rest, but suddenly Chang Qianqian turned to him. The embarrassed girl asked if she could go to bed next to the guy because she was very scared. Jun did not object to this. A moment later, the guy fell asleep surrounded by two girls. The night passed quite quickly. The vultures that lived in the lifeless desert had already managed to find food for themselves and were gnawing the bones of their victims. Qin Jun, walking through these unfriendly places, noted that the wasteland was truly abandoned. Suddenly, he noticed something and asked if it was evil spirits. Daji confirmed the master's guess and said that the evil spirits had 10 stages, each of which had 9 levels. The self-improvement system in this world consisted of 5 stages. Each stage corresponded to the degree of human development, and upon reaching the 5th level, one could turn into evil spirits. Qianqian was surprised that it was possible to advance above the birth of Hua, and said that the Shenling sect did not have information about this. Hao replied that it was, but ordinary disciples did not understand it. The girl was unhappy that even she, the daughter of the sect leader, was also not able to understand her. Suddenly, Qin Jun and Daji heard something and began to carefully peer into the distance. On the horizon, there was a huge cloud of dust that seemed to be moving straight towards our heroes. The guy didn't understand what it was. It turned out that the dust rose because several men were running away in horror from something. This was not surprising because they were being chased by various angry animals. Qin Jun suggested that this phenomenon was called the tide of animals. The werewolf fox instantly grabbed Chang Qianqian and Qin Jun and then flew into the sky to save her master and her new acquaintance. Na Chang Hao did not have enough space in the girl's hands. Daji asked the gentleman for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused, and Chang Hao ran away in a panic, asking his comrades to wait for him. Suddenly, the guy noticed that lightning seemed to flash in the clear sky. This surprised Chang Hao. Lightning struck the ground nearby, which scared the guy. A black dog with glowing eyes immediately appeared out of nowhere, and the system informed Jun that the summoned demon had finally appeared. Jun immediately looked at the characteristics of the new demon. It was a snarling dog that had the 9th level of Hua origin, and among its combat abilities were sun absorption and a pursuit technique with a divine scent. The growling dog turned to his master and asked him not to run away. Jun immediately realized that it really was his demon. He turned to Daji and told her to let him go down. The The girl warned the guy that when they land they will immediately be surrounded by evil and it will be difficult to escape. Qin Jun reassured the girl by saying that he would be by her side and asked her not to be afraid. The nine-tailed fox carried out the order of his master and descended to the ground. The growling dog sat quietly nearby. Exhausted Chang Hao was glad that his comrades finally stopped flying and waited for him. Qin Jun approached the growling dog, who was glad that he had finally found his master. The guy praised the demon for his loyalty and rewarded him by patting him on the head. But Daji had a different opinion. She was scared and believed that this dog was very dangerous. People continued to run away from the evil spirits, not paying attention to our heroes. They shouted that the animals longed for death and told each other to run faster. The men were scared and were already sure that the end had come for them. They looked at the approaching clouds of dust and said that they didn't want to die like that in some wasteland. People blamed everything on the damned werewolf king who attracted so much evil spirits. Qin Jun decided to deal with this and therefore turned to the growling dog so that he would stop the animals. The dog listened to his master. He raised his head up and with the help of Qi roared with all his might. A loud roar echoed throughout the wasteland. The men who were running away from the animals even had to cover their ears. They assumed that this black dog was the king of the werewolves and did not understand how it could obey this worthless man. Hearing the growl of the dog, the angry animals immediately stopped and began to wait for what the black dog would tell them. The roaring dog turned to wickedness and said that he was the king of werewolves and was now subordinate to Jun and therefore asked to be treated the same way as animals would treat a king. Hearing this, the animals respectfully bowed to Qin Jun, and the men seeing this did not understand what had to be done so that the werewolf king himself would follow the guy. Qin Jun thanked the roaring dog and asked him to disperse the animals quickly because they already had to set off. Hearing this, the evil spirit immediately obediently rushed off beyond the horizon and no longer bothered people. Daji asked the gentleman how he knew the black dog. The guy did not answer this and suggested moving on. The dog said that the gentleman was a gift from heaven and it was a great honor to follow him. 5 days have passed since these events. Our heroes arrived in the city of Qingtan. Jun said that after so many days of walking they finally saw the human city and he would like to take a walk. Chang Qianqian immediately invited Daji to go to the inn together because they had not washed for so many days and they urgently needed to take a bath. Qin Jun agreed with this and suggested that everyone go their separate ways and then meet right at the inn. Before the guy had time to finish this, someone suddenly ran past him, almost knocking him off his feet. Qin Jun was dissatisfied with this and looked at his offender. It was a young girl who was in a hurry somewhere. She understood that she had done the wrong thing, so she turned to Qin Jun and apologized for the inconvenience. The girl's pretty face seemed to be bruised and her clothes looked shabby. Qin Jun was walking through the city market. Offers to buy and sell various things were heard from everywhere. Sellers were actively inviting buyers to look at their goods. Suddenly Qin Jun heard someone scream. Someone asked Chun Shirley why he stopped and didn't continue running. Someone's voice rudely said that the guy did not want to apologize to the workers. All evidence of the conflict, the townspeople crowded around the scene. People expressed condolences to the guy because he planned to get an academic degree and a government post, but unfortunately the Chen family was angry with him. Qin Jun became interested in this event. He decided to come up and see what was happening there. Jun barely pushed his way through the crowd of onlookers. He saw some guy kneeling in front of another influential guy and his retinue. The guy who was kneeling was called Chun Shuli. His face was covered in bruises and abrasions. Chun Jie, who was the son of the Chun family, looked at him from above. The next moment Chun Jie kicked Chun Shuli with all his might, causing the guy to fly back. Jun, seeing this, already wanted to intervene but changed his mind. He thought that his identity was too recognizable, and if the Chun family would have noticed him and identified him as the third fugitive prince. While Jun was thinking about whether to help the guy or not, a girl intervened in the fight. She shielded Chun Shula with herself and demanded that Chun Jie not go too far. Qin Jun wondered if this was the girl he bumped into today. Seeing the girl, Chun Jie immediately recognized her. It was the eldest daughter of the city chief named Chun Miaoyin. The guy shielded the girl with himself and asked her to move away because it had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, the mythical system announced that an innate hidden talent had been discovered. This interested Qin Jun. While the guy was thinking about this, there was first the sound of a blow and then a scream, after which Chun Miaoyin fell straight into his hands. The girl had tears in her eyes. She immediately recognized Qin Jun and embarrassed asked if he could help her. While the guy was thinking about how to respond to the girl's request, Qin Jie ordered his subordinates to bring that girl to him so that he could teach her a lesson. He also noticed a growling dog and ordered him to be tied up and brought to him. The crazy guy said that tonight he would have dog meat in a pot for dinner. Qin Jun and the black dog were dissatisfied with such impudence, but did not have time to do anything because Chen Shuli obscured them and asked his opponent to stop the quarrel. But Chen Jie was not going to do this. He ordered the guy to shut up and asked who he thought he was because he didn't dare talk to him. At this moment, Qin Jun could not stand it and coming forward along with an angry black dog threateningly asked who Chen Jie was. Chen Miaoyin was amazed by the stranger's action and his strong aura. She was glad because she was not mistaken and had previously asked him for help. Chen Jie was angry but paying attention to his opponent's clothes. He asked whether he was from the Imperial Guard. Qin Jun, without fear of anything, asked what the guy would do to him if this was the case. Chen Jie thought about where the Imperial Guards came from in Qingtan and decided that they should not have found out about what the Qin family was doing in this city. The guy's mood changed sharply. He began to make excuses by saying that he had not noticed his people and asked for forgiveness from the gentleman for having behaved inappropriately. Finally, Chen Jie bowed respectfully and hoped that the Imperial Guard would forgive him this time. Qin Jun noted that the guy was, however, tactful. Chen Jie was like this just for show. He said that today, in front of the master, he would not make life difficult for his brothers and sister and added that he would go to notify his father so that he could arrange a warm welcome. The insolent guy left with his subordinates. Along the way, he thought that he had to inform his father as soon as possible about the arrival of the Imperial Guard in Qingtan. When the conflict subsided, Qin Jun turned to the system and asked what it had previously said about innate hidden talent. She explained that Chen Shuli had a noble and honest spirit as well as a rare innate talent. The guy thought it was cool and couldn't understand how the system was able to find such a person. The mythical system reported that it could feel the abilities of other people only in a certain range. Chen Shuli and the girl bowed respectfully before Qin Jun. The guy said that he thanked the gentleman for his help and promised to definitely find an opportunity to repay. Hearing this, Jun asked if the guy would like to become his assistant. Jun thought that it would be a pity if he did not get such a talented young man. Chen Shuli asked his savior what he meant by inviting him to become his assistant. Qin Jun said that if the guy accepted his proposal, he would give him a solemn ceremony. After which he made an incomprehensible grimace and pointed his finger at the shape of his lips. Whatever this gesture meant, it caused surprise and double emotions in Chen Shuli. At this time, in some rich house, there was swearing and someone was called a fool. The head of the Qin family named Chen Zhang was angry and said that the Imperial Guard could not leave the capital and asked how she could end up in Qingtan. Chen Jie was lying on the floor and holding his cheek. The guy could not believe that he had been deceived. The father continued to count down his son and asked how he was going to inherit the title of head of the Qin family in the future. Chen Jie pulled himself together and bowed to his father, saying that he was not careful enough and promised that next time this would definitely not happen again. Next, the guy nervously asked who that guy was because he was wearing the clothes of the Imperial Guard. After thinking a little, Qin Zhang said that the last time the guards left the capital was when the third prince was expelled. The man assumed that the man his son met in the market was this prince. Chen Jie was noticeably nervous when he heard about the third prince. What made him especially angry was that he might have recently taken offense with him but let him go. Adjusting my mustache, Qin Zhang thought that the prince was sent to the border for forced labor and his presence in Qingtan was simply impossible unless he escaped. Suddenly, the head of the Qin family realized all the prospects that the opportunity to personally deliver the fugitive to the capital provided. Chen Zhang asked the guy to take people with him and catch that person so that they could then take him to the capital and exchange him for the prosperity of their family. The next day came. Jun was sitting in the spacious room of the inn and drinking tea. A growling dog turned to him and asked whether his master really wanted to destroy the Qin family. Chang Chanqian heard this and immediately asked why it was necessary to do this. Jun rudely answered the girl that it was not her business and asked her to eavesdrop less. Such a disrespectful attitude instantly angered the girl, and she decided to teach the insolent a lesson. The next moment, Chang Chanqian decided to attack the guy, simultaneously saying that she was the daughter of the head of the Shenling sect and no one dared to treat her so rudely. Qin Jun, without particularly straining, was able to repel the attack of the angry girl. But suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, the guy felt something. It instantly made him spit out the tea he had recently drunk. Qin Jun timidly looked at the girl. Turned out that his hand was not where it was needed. Both the guy and the girl were embarrassed by what was happening. Chang Chanqian was dumbfounded and could not say anything. Qin Jun thought about how soft it was. The girl was able to come to her senses and said that it was too much. Qin Jun, as if nothing had happened, asked Chanqian not to be outrageous. He thought about how impressive the girl was. Hearing the screams, Daji came down the stairs and asked what happened here. Qin Jun saw the werfox and immediately rushed towards her, without even noticing a man with a strange aura who had entered the room. Joyful Jun ran to the girl and asked if she slept well last night. Meanwhile, the stranger was getting closer and closer. It seemed that they were about to collide. Daji was able to warn her master in time so that he would be careful. Qin Jun did not understand what happened. The girl explained that there was evil spirits in the stranger's body. The guy looked at the trail of the man with the aura and remembered that light and darkness were at enmity with each other, and the kingdom of Chenyue belonged to the camp of the former, and therefore the monks of the dark path rarely came here. Jun continued to think about the stranger, and it seemed to him that this man was no mistake because the guy could not see his level. Jun believed that it was necessary to find out why the man came to Chenyue. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Chang Chanqian, who was indignant and asked when they would set off. Then she asked whether Qin Jun and Daji were going to accompany her to Shenling at all. Qin Jun only remained meaningfully silent and nodded his head as if hinting that he did not obey anyone and was pursuing only personal motives. The dialogue between the comrades was interrupted by sudden loud sounds. Someone smashed the wooden entrance door to smithereens. The visitors immediately recognized the brawler. It was Chun Zhen along with his people. The guests did not know who provoked the Qin family, but they believed that the one who did it was very unlucky. Chun Jie immediately looked around the room and found Chang Chanqian. The guy was glad that this asshole had not left yet. Chanqian asked Qin Jun what kind of person this was. The guy, smiling slightly and without taking his eyes off his opponent, replied that he was the one who was looking for trouble on his own head. Chun Jie drew attention to Chang Chanqian and Daji and said that from today they belonged to him. Such wording and the guy's impudence angered the girls. Next, Chun Jie, with burning eyes, ordered his subordinates to seize the third Prince Qin Jun and then take him to the capital. The guy also ordered not to touch the girls because he wanted to personally catch them. Sticking out his tongue and blushing with excitement, Chun Jie walked towards the girls and asked the handsome girls not to be afraid of him. But Daji did not appreciate the guy's manners, and without a moment's hesitation concentrated the chi energy in her hand. It looked like a blue flame was burning around a sharp crystal. The next moment, the girl attacked the scoundrel and his subordinates, who were thrown back, and said that the guy had no right to cause trouble to her master. While the guards were trying to help Chun Zhang get to his feet, the guy began to threaten Daji with the fact that he was the eldest son of Seven Chen and wanted to be polite with the girl, but now this will not happen. The high position of the enemy did not frighten Qin Jun and Daji. Suddenly, the mythical system notified the launch of an additional mission, which was to eradicate the fresh weed. For the destruction of the Chun family, the reward was 3,000 experience. There was also a chance to inherit skill. Jun thought that this mission was exactly what he needed. Without waiting for any reaction, Qin Jie believed that his opponent was scared and therefore demanded that Jun kneel before him and wanted to tell the guy to admit his guilt, but did not have time to do so. The next moment, a shot rang out and Chun Jie fell to the floor dead. Thanks to a well-aimed shot, the system notified Qin Jun that he had successfully completed the additional mission eradicating fresh weed by killing Chun Zhen. The guards could not believe that their young master had died. Once again, pathetically blowing out the smoke that came out of the barrel of the gun after the shot, Qin Jun calmly said that the room was very noisy. Everything that was happening was observed by the same man who had dishonesty in his body. Having seen the pistol, he was very surprised by its power and believed that he definitely had to get this weapon. Qin Jun, with a serious face, said that he had changed his mind and today they would not go anywhere. Daji immediately understood what the gentleman had planned and supported him. Chanqian and Hao were very surprised at this decision. Then the guy asked the growling dog and Daji to take Qin Ji's corpse with them and explained that they were going to destroy the Qin family. Qin Jun turned to his comrades and asked the growling dog and Daji to take Qin Ji's corpse with them and explained that they were going to destroy the Qin family. The nine-tailed fox, with the help of his abilities, lifted the corpse of the scoundrel into the air and said that since the very morning he had disliked the Chun clan. Everyone present was frightened by what they saw. Our heroes set off. One of the visitors could not believe that the eldest son of the Qin family had died. The second visitor suggested that this time this family had crossed the path of the wrong people. Sometime later, after our heroes, someone came out of the guest yard and rushed at them. The Chun family estate was located in the very center of the city and was truly magnificent. The main house was surrounded by a large wall. The territory contained many buildings for various purposes. A group of soldiers lined up at the main gate. Seeing all this, Qin Jun concluded that the possessions of this clan were impressive, and at first glance it was clear that they had taken a lot from the common people. Next, Qin Jun turned to Daji and laughingly said that they needed to deliver a gift to the Qin family and suggested that they would like it. Suddenly someone called out to him. The soldier ordered the strangers to quickly leave here, otherwise they would be in trouble. Then one of them saw the corpse and assumed that it belonged to the eldest of the young gentlemen. Hearing this, all the soldiers drew their swords. June turned to the werfox and made it clear that it was time to give the gift. The girl told the soldiers that it was a gift for the Qin family. After that, she waved her fingers that were shrouded in qi. Instantly, the corpse of the eldest of the sons, with the help of qi energy, flew at the soldiers with great speed, knocking them down. All the soldiers were shocked and scared when they saw their young master dead. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man with incredible strength jumped out and his body was shrouded in qi energy. He asked who dared to create problems in his house. He was a mustachioed man with his hair tied in a ponytail. He was the elder of the Qin family. The man was angry that there was a mess created by strangers around him. One of the soldiers turned to the elder and said that the strangers who killed the eldest of the young gentlemen were to blame for everything. The man was shocked when he saw the corpse of the family heir. Qin Jun, stay as calm as ever, asked Daji what this elder's cultivation level was. The girl replied that he only had the 10th foundation level. The angry elder turned to our heroes, called them scoundrels, and threatened that they would pay for the death of his nephew. Thanks to his mastery of qi energy, the man's left hand seemed to be covered in fire. The next moment, the elder rushed at his enemies with all his fury, intending to take revenge. The nine-tailed fox was already preparing for a fight, but suddenly Qin Jun blocked Daji's path and asked him to let him figure it out on his own this time. His hand was also covered in qi energy, and he was ready to fight without using his gun. In his other hand, the guy began to form a fiery sphere, simultaneously thinking that he could not hide behind the backs of others all his life, and therefore he needed to quickly find out his true strength. Two opponents collided in battle. Their fists did not even have time to touch each other, but the qi energy was already soaring everywhere. It seemed that this fight was equal and the first was not inferior to the second. But still, this was an erroneous opinion. The elder's skill, although not by much, exceeded the strength of Qin Jun. The guy was pushed back, which is why he almost lost his balance. Jun looked at his hand. It was covered in burns and trembling in pain. The guy did not expect anything less from the 10th stage of laying the foundation. He felt that it was a very powerful force. Unexpectedly, the elder dealt the next blow. The guy flew back, breaking through a stone wall. The elder was perplexed why his opponent with the 4th level decided to compete with him in skill. Seeing this, Daji and Chang Qianqian were very scared because they had never seen their master lose to anyone in battle before. No matter how powerful and unexpected the elder's blow, Qin Jun was still able to stand on his feet. The guy intended to continue the fight, and it seemed that nothing terrible had happened. He asked his comrades not to interfere along the way. He thought that it was in vain to waste the increased cultivation base that the system offered. While Qin Jun was thinking about all this, the elder attacked the guy again. The man threw many punches in a short period of time, but it seemed that Qin Jun could handle it, but the guy himself could not hit his opponent. Unexpectedly, during one of the main characters' attacks, the more experienced elder grabbed his opponent's leg. A moment later, the man threw Qin Jun to the ground, causing a crash and breaking the stone-paved road into pieces. While wiping the blood, the guy thought that, without using the Desert Eagle, he could not defeat his opponent. However, the effect of the grindstone was achieved and his cultivation was significantly strengthened. The elder was still very angry. His hands were burning with fire. He began to threaten his opponent that today he would sacrifice his blood to save his soul and his nephew. Suddenly, the elder, using qi energy, created a huge fire golem that attacked Qin Jun with an equally large fiery battle axe. It was not clear whether the main character was able to dodge this attack. Daji, seeing this, began to worry about the master and asked him to quickly evade. The girl was already ready to violate his order and enter into battle, as evidenced by the qi energy that formed in her hand. But the girl didn't need help. Suddenly, a shot rang out from which the elder sat up and began to lean back. His eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. The mythical system reported that for killing a foundation-laying level 10 cultivator, Qin Jun received 1,000 experience points. The elder fell dead in front of the soldiers and his fire golem began to dissipate. Daji approached the master and asked if everything was okay with him. Jun hummed briefly. He thought that after he calmed down, he needed to find a way to learn more techniques and increase his strength. The soldiers were scared that the elder had been killed. They had no choice but to run because they were no match for our heroes. The soldiers believed that they needed to quickly inform the head of the family about everything. The street near the Chen family estate was empty. All that was left was the corpse of the elder and the destruction from the recent battle. Qin Jun told his comrades to go forward and suggested entering the Qin family estate. But not all the soldiers ran away. 2 of them were watching our heroes all this time. One of them suggested that they hurry up and inform the head of today's incident. There was swearing in the inner palace of the chief of the city of Qingtan. The chief of the city, named Chun Zhangjian, had already been informed about the attack on the Chun family, which made him furious. Someone entered the room and carefully picked up a glass that the city chief had dropped not so long ago in a fit of anger. It was Chun Shuli who turned to his father and said that these people who attacked the Chen family yesterday saved his life. Chun Zhangjian was very surprised to hear this. The guy continued talking and asked his father to make public the materials that they had collected about the crimes of the Chen family. Still surprised, the city chief did not rise up why this had to be done. Chun Shuli explained quite simply. The whole point was that the person who saved him was the 3rd principal of the Qinjun dynasty, and it was he who attacked the Chen family. Suddenly, a servant ran into the room in which the head of the Chen family was, and informed the owner that trouble had happened. He explained that strangers had come and killed the young master and the elder. Chun Zhang was shocked by what he heard. He became seriously angry and asked his frightened subordinate where the strangers were now. The servant fell at the master's feet and, trembling with fear, pointed into the courtyard and said that strangers had come with the intention of killing. An atmosphere of anger and hatred hovered around the head of the family. The man clenched his flaming hand into a fist and could not believe that strangers dared to come to his estate and kill his people. Chun Zhang directed the accumulated aggression into the stone wall. The powerful blow left a dent on it. The head of the Qin family hurriedly left the room and threatened that strangers would pay with their blood for such insolence. Meanwhile, our heroes, without any resistance on their way, entered the territory of the Qin family estates. Seeing the strangers, all the servants ran away in horror because they had already heard about their strength. Qin Jun demanded that they call their master. Despite this, there were several guards who were true to their commitment and therefore attacked our heroes. But their zeal was nothing compared to Qin Jun's terrible weapon. Killing the guards, the guy smiled, and the mythical system reported a reward for each killed. The guy was pleased with himself. He thought that experience points were growing quickly and hoped that there would be more such additional missions in the future. Suddenly, the head of the Chun family jumped out of nowhere. As expected, because of the qi energy that enveloped Chun Zhang, the stone road cracked under him. The man was furious and asked who killed his son. He quickly assessed the current situation. His eyes burned with hatred. Chun Zhang saw 2 strangers smiling at him, and behind him lay the phone of his eldest son and main heir. Seeing this picture, the head of the Chen family literally went mad with anger. A fire was burning in his left hand, which seemed to be fueled by the man's hatred for his enemies. The next moment, Chun Zhang decided to attack the intruders without any regret. It was as if he intended to kill our heroes with one blow. But Daji could not allow him to do this. To do this, the 9-tailed fox decided to use his tails, which were strengthened by qi energy. The werewolf fox assumed that the man wanted to join his dead son. The next moment, the girl attacked the enemy or hit him with her tails. This stopped Qin Zhang. The head of the Qin family had to step back for a while to think about the situation and come up with a plan of attack. But Daji was not going to let her opponent go so easily. Using qi energy, she attacked Chun Zhang with small fire spheres. The head of the Qin family had a hard time. He could hardly dodge these attacks. He did not expect such resistance from strangers. Chun Zhang thought that the woman was very strong and he definitely would not be able to defeat her, but the man noticed that whoever was leading the girl only had a foundation level. Qin Jun was amazed that the man was able to avoid Daji's attack. The girl laughed at this and said that it was her omission and promised to finish him off completely next time. Chun Zhang thought that only by killing Qin Jun could he avenge his family. After this, a fabric doll appeared in his hand, which was shrouded in qi energy. The head of the Qin family again tried to attack the girl. The man fearlessly rushed towards her because he had already prepared his plan. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox, using his qi energy, was able to easily cut his opponent in half. But it turned out that it was not the head of the Qin family but a ragdoll that was somehow able to take on the appearance of Chunjang. Daji realized that she had been deceived and trouble had happened. The girl in a panic quickly turned to her master in order to warn him to be careful. But it was too late. Zhang was already next to Jun. With the help of his skills, he multiplied his right hand and was ready to finish off his opponent with one blow. The fist created with the help of chi energy was moving closer and closer to the guy, and it seemed that a collision was inevitable. But suddenly a gun was heard lining up again. It was already clear that this battle did not end in favor of the head of the Qin family. Chun Zhang's plans were not destined to come true. The man fell dead to the ground. The system notified that for killing Chun Zhang, Jun received 499 experience, and for killing Chun Zhang another 2,000 experience. The system turned to its owner and reported that he had enough points to be promoted to the 5th level of laying the foundation. The guy was immediately enveloped in chi energy. Daji asked the master for forgiveness for underestimating the enemy and putting him in danger. Jun replied that everything was fine in the world of cultivation and he would still have encountered something similar. Hearing this, the girl looked at the guy with admiration and thought about how understanding her master was. However, Daji regretted that the small cultivator managed to deceive her and the gentleman was almost injured. The girl felt that from today on she needed to be more vigilant. When all the work was done, Qin Jun turned to the servants of the Qin family and said that now he was giving them time to escape and promised that he would not kill those who managed to escape. Hearing this, the servants immediately ran away and the townspeople laughed and said that they deserved it because everyone knew how much wealth they had made for themselves by forcibly charging a fee for leaving and entering the city. Finally, our heroes decided to burn down the estate of the Qin family. The nine-tailed fox did this, and Qin Jun and the rest of his comrades, as expected, did not look at the explosions behind them. When it was all over, Daji happily informed her master that the Chun family had been completely exterminated. The system also notified the completion of the additional mission and awarded our main character awards. The guy turned to the werfox and, praising her for her excellent work, wanted to say that now they could continue to complete the rest of the task, but he was interrupted. Someone loudly announced that the head of the city had arrived. Chun Zhanjian, accompanied by his children Qin Miaoyin and Chun Shuli, came to meet our hero. They were followed by other officials along with the townspeople. The city leader suddenly knelt respectfully before Qin Jun. The guy seemed to be expecting this and was pleased with what he saw. He was already anticipating what would happen next. Chun Zhanjian loudly congratulated the third prince for successfully eliminating the source of Qingtan City's troubles. Everyone present followed the example of the city leader and also bowed and congratulated Qin Jun. Chong Hao and Chong Qianqian were shocked when they heard that the chief of the city of Qingtan called their comrade the third prince. Suddenly, Chun Shuli rose to his feet and, holding some kind of sign in his hands, addressed the townspeople. The guy began to read out that in March of this year Chen Jie liked one girl, but because of the possibility of her parents, the scoundrel ordered them to be beaten to death. Chun Shuli continued to read that in January of this year, the Chun family captured the mines of the Li family. They attacked the Li clan at night and exterminated every single one of them. Hearing the details of these crimes, the townspeople began to cry. Judging by the collected materials, similar cases occurred in December and August last year. The townspeople continued to cry, feeling sadness but also relief because the Chun family could no longer harm anyone. After hearing all these details, Jun was a little disappointed that he allowed the head of the Qin family to die so easily. Next, the guy turned to the townspeople and asked them not to worry because this family was completely destroyed. The third prince gave his last order, namely that he left everything else to the discretion of the city chief because the guy needed to immediately continue his journey. Chun Zhanjian obeyed this order. Our heroes went into the distance to the joyful cries of the townspeople who thanked the third prince for saving their city. When leaving, Jun thought that if hyenas seize power, then the state will rot, and therefore he had to increase his strength as soon as possible and ascend to the throne in order to lead the kingdom to a peaceful era. 2 days later, our heroes finally reached the Shenling sect. It was high in the mountains and hidden among rocks and forests. The path to it led along a long staircase. Seeing this scenery, Qin Jun thought that nothing else should have been expected from the cultivation world. Chong Qianqian was very happy that they had finally reached Shenling. Taking the last steps, the system suddenly announced that its owner had completed an additional mission for accompanying him to the sect and received 5,000 experience as a reward for this and a chance to inherit a skill. The system added that now the owner had enough points to upgrade to the 6th level of foundation generation. After this, Qin Jun was again enveloped in flames from chi energy, which symbolized the transition to a new level. Feeling a surge of strength, the guy thought that this time the reward was quite generous. Qin Jun thought that he had not wasted his time and effort in escorting his new acquaintances here. Receive a reward, the main characters hastily said goodbye to their new acquaintances and said that they were already at home. Then he thought that they needed to quickly find a secluded place and start inheriting skills. Suddenly Chang Qianqian grabbed our main character's hand, not wanting to say goodbye to him so quickly. The girl really asked Qin Jun not to rush to leave so quickly and invited him to stay in Shenling today. She also promised to talk to her father so that he would generously thank the guy. Qin Jun was very interested in the prospect of receiving another reward for completing an escort mission. Chang Qianqian looked fascinated at the guy's thoughtful face and thought that apparently Qin Jun was a man of a warm soul, and therefore he did not need rich gifts. The next moment the girl assumed that the main character fell in love with her and wanted to be with her. From this thought, Chang Qianqian rejoiced in her heart. Daji turned to the gentleman and advised him to agree to this proposal because it was better than spending the night in the wild. After the girl asked for this, Jun agreed. The guy and the girls cheerfully headed to the Chang Hao sect. He was angry and was already anticipating that as soon as they arrived in Shenling, Qin Jun would get everything from him. Jun turned to Qianqian and asked her not to reveal his identity to anyone. The girl was surprised because he really turned out to be the third prince and asked if he had not been removed from this position. Qin Jun said that he really was the third prince and there was nothing wrong with the fact that he was demoted because in the near future all charges would be dropped. Next, Qin Jun thought that if his father tried to interfere with him, he would blame himself because after all the guy was no longer that powerless third prince. Suddenly Chang Qianqian kicked out the gate that led to the sect's territory and loudly greeted her brothers and sisters, announcing that she had returned home. This surprised our heroes. The girl walked quickly and confidently through the Shenling courtyard because she was not the last person here. Next, Chang Qianqian approached the table where a timid guy stood. The girl confidently announced that it was necessary to open a yard for temporary residence for her friends. The guy immediately obeyed. Suddenly, one of the managers of the Shenling sect noticed Qin Jun and looked at him with disbelief. Most likely, the man was attracted by the clothes of the Imperial Guard that the main character was wearing. The man turned to Jun and asked what family he was from. The guy replied that he couldn't say that. Chang Hao explained to the man that he and his sister faced danger, but our heroes saved them. Hearing this, the man calmed down and taking out a key from nowhere using chi energy ordered his subordinate to escort the guests. The guy obeyed the order. Chang Qianqian kindly said goodbye to Qin Jun and said that she would come to him tomorrow morning. Qin Jun nodded his head approvingly. After a short walk around the sect's courtyard, Qin Jun asked Daji if she could sleep with him today because he was scared alone. The girl replied that her master had a growling dog for this purpose. Then she said that the road was hard and he needed a good rest. After that, Daji, laughing, went into her room and the growling dog happily attacked his owner, saying that he could lie down next to him. Next, the guy closed the door in front of the black dog and wished it a good rest and good night. The dog was a little upset. Finally, Qin Jun was able to be alone. He sat comfortably on a soft futon. The guy told the system that he wanted to open the inheritance of skills. The system reported that now was the first chance. You could inherit one of 7 skills that were divided into low, medium, and high. Qin Jun confidently pressed the yes button, although he still did not fully understand what would happen and began to expect the result. Suddenly, a turquoise-colored energy sphere appeared in front of him, emitting light and spinning in the air. Qin Jun smiled widely and looked forward to receiving 72 transformations of evil spirits, finding the entire body, and 3 purifications with 1 chi. Finally, the mythical system congratulated its master for extracting martial Tianping superpowers and obtaining 36 changes. Tiangang. Qin Jun was not very happy when he saw this notification. The system proposed to start inheriting skills 36. The main character was angry and began to shout that these were the abilities of the second Shixiang pig and he wanted to get 72 transformations of Sun Wukuan. Suddenly, Qin Jun was taken aback and stopped cursing. He felt something and it seemed to dawn on him. Light began to emanate from the guy and his symbols were flying around his head. Qin Jun looked at it all in fascination. The next moment, the chi energy that was around poured into the main character's body, bringing him incredible pain. It seemed as if he was burning in a bright flame. At the same time, a huge lightning unexpectedly struck the sect's territory, although the sky was cloudless. People who saw this immediately realized that a heavenly disaster had occurred and punishment had come down for sins. A bright flash illuminated the room in which Chang Qianqian and Chang Hao were located along with some man and frightened them with its surprise. This man was the head of the Shenling sect named Chang Tianyu. He was surprised by such a rolling and deafening thunder and assumed that it was Jun Jie's golden core that was breaking through. The man along with Chang Hao and Chang Qianqian ran out into the street to see for themselves what had happened. What the head of the Shenling sect saw frightened him and was dumbfounded. Everything around was illuminated by the light of this lightning. The sky was covered with black clouds. Huge lightning struck one of the sect's buildings in an unstoppable stream. Along the way, qi energy spread in all directions, causing powerful gusts of wind. Chang Tianyu was amazed at the scale of such a terrible heavenly disaster and assumed that the Shenling sect would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he asked Chang Hao and Chang Qianqian to quickly bring people to build a magic field. The huge lightning that continued to strike the growling dog. The black dog said that this year the young master only turned 16 years old, but he already had the ability to comprehend various powers with the help of the 5th level of Foundation Exposition. The nine-tailed fox said that he felt that their master was emitting a completely unusual supernatural power, and the aura that permeated their master's house made him feel a rapid heartbeat. At this time, Qin Jun was already accustomed to what was happening around him. The guy sat calmly on the bed and absorbed the qi energy hovering around him. He comprehended his new abilities. For example, his size now changed at his request. A moment later, Qin Jun was smaller than the pillows lying next to him. He was surprised by the viewing angle after shrinking and thought it was interesting. After that, he returned to his usual size again. This was not the desire of the main character himself. Everything happened unexpectedly for him. Jun looked at his hand burning with qi energy and realized that he had studied 36 types of magical components, but his cultivation level would be too low and therefore the energy would exhaust itself too quickly. The guy was annoyed by this and exhaled and thought that, as expected, the basics in cultivation were very important. Qin Jun's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected clap of thunder. Since he had been studying magical components all this time, the guy could not notice the flashing lightning before and was very surprised to see them now. The guy looked out the window and wondered why thunder suddenly started. He was glad that today he stayed in the Shenling sect and did not leave, otherwise he would have been wet to the skin. Qin Jun did not consider that this was something important and, closing his eyes, turned to the mythical system so that it would continue to inherit the skill. The system notified that random inheritance of mastery had begun, after which that same turquoise energy sphere appeared again. Qin Jun extended his hand to the sphere and begged for some martial arts skills. The guy thought that now the Songyue kingdom was divided into levels Fangping, Lingping, Liping, Tianping, and the rest could only be learned in the system. Each of these ranks had a lower, middle, and a high stage of development. Jun understood that cultivators at the 5th foundation level had tens of times more spiritual power, not to mention its quality, and therefore the guy believed that he had to master martial arts. Finally, the mythical system congratulated its master for winning the Purple Thunder technique, which belonged to the highest level of Tianping Jun, but he was still annoyed. It was as if the system decided to teach the guy a lesson for his skepticism and struck him with lightning, and then reminded him that the inheritance of skill was completed. Qin Jun lay helpless and did not understand why the mythical system could not simply say goodbye and not hit him with lightning. Meanwhile, the thunder and lightning continued. The Shenling sect was completely covered in a magical field that prevented lightning from entering its territory. The growling dog, looking at the lightning, was amazed at how powerful this heavenly disaster was. The dog also added that the spiritual stones that were used to form the magical field were incredibly huge. But the nine-tailed fox was only worried about whether the Shenling sect was bothering their master. The growling dog reassured the girl by saying that even the strongest here could hardly reach the level of transformation, and besides, if they dared to act outrageously, he would instantly destroy the entire clan. A dangerous aura hovered around the dog. At this time, Qin Jun continued to inherit skills. The guy was already pretty exhausted, which made him sigh heavily. He tried to use the skill, after which energy in the form of lightning formed in his left hand. The guy knew that the Purple Thunder technique was divided into 6 layers, and each was accompanied by a spell. Jun was amazed that already at the first level the technique had enormous power and had a truly destructive effect. Suddenly, the main character clenched his hand into a fist and slammed the lightning in it. Next, the guy thought again that every time he broke through the next level of the spiritual boundary, the rate of his chi flow doubled. Qin Jun turned to the system because he wanted to see his characteristics. He had the 6th level of foundation laying, and of his superpowers there were 36 Tiangang changes. Of his combat abilities, he had the highest level Purple Thunder technique. Qin Jun was pleased with this result and believed that this trip was completely beneficial. The guy also thought that it would be nice if next time he pulled out Sun Wukuan's 72nd transformation. All that same night, after the heavenly disaster subsides, that none of them had yet overcome the golden core. Zhuo Junjie, perplexed, asked if this heavenly disaster was not caused by his elder sister because he was unable to break through to a new level. Zhong Ling replied that it was none of her business, and in general she thought that it was because of Zhuo. Further, the girl suggested that it was one of the elders in the sect. Tianyu replied that it was impossible because all the elders were gathered, and they would have known for sure if any of them had broken through the golden core. Then Qianqian suggested that it could be June. The head of the Shenling sect could not believe it. He thought that when confronting the heavenly disaster, the spiritual stone that was used to form the magic field was equivalent to the expenditure of strength of the entire sect. The thought of this angered Chang Tianyu. Sect leader Shenling was furious and shouted and ordered the strangers to be brought to him immediately. But Chang Qianqian said that they were now resting, and if they had any business, the girl asked her father to talk to them about it tomorrow morning. The girl asked for this because she had not yet forgotten what happened to the family. Chun Qianqian realized that Jun and Daji were far from good people, and therefore the sect could not quarrel with them. Chang Tianyu categorically refused his daughter and stood his ground. But the girl decided to press for pity and asked whether the man was not at all worried about the fact that these wanderers saved her daughter. Sect leader Shenling was unable to counter this argument, causing him to grit his teeth. Chang Tianyu finally relaxed and agreed with his daughter. He ordered the strangers to be brought to him tomorrow morning. Chang Qianqian was very happy to hear this. The morning of the next day came. There was no trace of the celestial disaster that raged last night. Everything around looked calm and peaceful. Qin Jun walked out of his guest yard and saw that Chang Qianqian Daji and the growling dog were already waiting for him. The guy was surprised by this and was about to ask why they were all here, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Qianqian turned to Jun and asked with excitement whether he was somehow involved in the celestial disaster that happened yesterday. But the guy didn't understand what the girl was asking him about. Chang Qianqian explained that last night a heavenly disaster occurred over the sect, and in order to counter it, the Shenling sect spent enough spiritual stones for 6 months. Jun replied that he did not understand what this had to do with him because he had not broken through the golden core. Qianqian said that it was impossible because everyone in the sect had already been checked. Suddenly Qin Jun had a thought that made the guy dumbfounded. Rubbing the back of his head, he timidly asked if the inheritance of skill could cause a heavenly disaster. Daji replied that the master thought correctly. However, it was surprising that at such a young age the master was able to comprehend supernatural powers. Jun accepted his fate and asked Qianqian to take him to her father so that he would answer for his actions. Think that she did not have spiritual stones to compensate for all the losses to the sect, and therefore he had nothing to lose. Our heroes arrived as a whole in the huge council hall of the Shenling sect. The head of the sect and his subordinates were already waiting for them here. Zhuo Junjie saw Qin Jun passing by, which made the guy instantly dislike the stranger. He angrily turned to the main character and asked if he was the same Jun who broke through the golden core. An aura of hostility and anger hovered around Junjie, which was caused by envy. To the question posed, the protagonist calmly answered that he really was Jun, but he only had the foundation laid. This answer puzzled Junjie because he thought that the recent incident was the work of a stranger. Suddenly, the head of the Shenling sect turned to Qin Jun. He asked the guy if he had summoned yesterday's heavenly disaster. Jun immediately turned around. Let's look at the one who asked this question. Chang Tianyu looked at him angrily. The man continued to ask if the guy knew how many losses his sect suffered because of this. Suddenly, Jun bowed respectfully and asked for forgiveness. Qianqian exhaled with relief, thinking that she was afraid that the guy would again show his stubborn character and go against her father. The hero decided not to limit himself to just apologies. He looked at the head of the sect with a piercing gaze and said that he had saved his daughter and student and therefore offered to compare their good deeds. Qin Jun continued and said that he assumed that his daughter's life was worth much more than spiritual stones. This impudence angered the head of the Shenling sect even more. Qianqian tried to rectify the situation and approached her father and offered to forget about everything because the guy had already asked for forgiveness. The girl added that on the way here Jun cared about her very much and even killed General Xiaohaoan. The people present who heard it could not believe it, did not understand how it was possible. Tianyu thought that, in the Shenling sect, only 3 people were capable of defeating the rebellious general. He couldn't believe that Xiaohaoan Paul was at the hands of this young man with the 6th level of foundation. Chang Qianqian approached her father and said that it was more than possible because Sister Daji had a very strong inception hua. What she heard shocked the head of the sect. Chang Tianyu seemed to be pierced by lightning and began to tremble with excitement. The head of the sect thought about when such a powerful holder of the origin of Hua appeared in the Qianyue kingdom. Daji turned to the man and said that her master had already apologized and she had done that the sect would not be too strict with him. After that, she tried to threaten the head of the sect and her body began to be enveloped in qi energy. The next moment, a sharp stream of energy spread throughout the council hall, frightening all the people present. In order to consolidate the effect, the girl began to concentrate qi energy in her right hand, but Qin Jun took her by the shoulder in time to calm the werfox. The main character bowed respectfully again and asked for forgiveness for the bad character of his comrade. One way or another, Chang Tianyu said that everything was fine and suggested that they forget about everything. Hearing this, Qin Jun immediately turned around and began to leave the hall. Finally, the guy said that he had to continue on his way and therefore took his leave first and said goodbye to everyone. Suddenly, the third prince was called out by an irritated Zhuo Junjie and ordered the guy to stop. Junjie said that he could forget about the heavenly disaster, but he wanted to fight the main character. The student added that Jun probably had some incredible abilities, because of which yesterday's incident happened. At this moment, the system reported an additional task, namely, it was necessary to defeat the genius from Shenlin, for which a reward of 1,000 experience was assigned. Jun was surprised that new missions were still appearing. Junjie assumed that the guy was scared, and therefore clarified that they would only exchange experiences. Qin Jun thought that this was a great opportunity to try out the acquired skills. Jun asked if it was possible to use artifacts, to which she received an affirmative answer. Discuss all the conditions of the duel. Qin Jun decided that he accepted Zhuo Junjie's challenge, which was what he announced. The participants and everyone who wanted to watch the duel between the genius and the stranger moved to the training ground, which was located away from the sect buildings. The spectators who gathered to watch the fight began that when fighting Zhuo Junjie, he should only increase his speed. Zhuo Junjie noted that his opponent's artifact looked somehow special and that he had never seen such objects before. Qin Jun briefly replied that the guy had studied little of this world and then suggested starting a fight. And then the horn sounded, which symbolized the beginning of the fight. Zhuo Junjie immediately decided to attack without delay. The guy struck one blow after another with his sword, but Qin Jun managed to dodge and run away all the time. Zhuo Junjing for a moment thought that his opponent was afraid and did not dare to fight with him. Finally, Qin Jun decided to attack, and without hesitation he used his new Tiangang 36 change instant flowering technique to do so. The guy raised his hands and an energy circle with various patterns formed behind his back. Everything around was strewn with flower petals. Seeing this, Junjie was disappointed with such a weak technique in which there was not a drop of murder. Jun, who did not react to this, knew that after the instant flowering technique, peach petals fell on a person's body and after that absorbed his physical and spiritual strength, and in the end they turned into a peach. Jun pointed the gun at the enemy and thought that his cultivation was too low and movement alone absorbed most of the spiritual energy, so the guy could not use the full power of this technique. Suddenly, Chang Tianyu decided to help his brilliant student and warned him to be careful because the head of the Shenling sect noticed that there was something wrong with these petals. But it was too late. Zhuo Junjie had already felt the effect of the instant flowering technique. The guy's strength left him and he even had to lean on his sword. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Jun took aim and thought that he could defeat the enemy only with the help of lightning weapons. Now the guy had very little spiritual energy and therefore he had to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. Qin Jun finally pulled the trigger and fired one single shot, believing that he would end the fight in his favor right now. But it was reckless because his opponent in some incredible way was still able to dodge the bullet and jump to the side. Jun continued to fire one bullet after another. Junjie could only dodge the enemy's attacks. People who watched this fight were indignant at what a treacherous person Jun was. Hearing these conversations, Qin Jun turned to the people and said that they really thought that he would introduce his opponent to all his techniques before the battle. The guy thought that this was madness. Zhuo Junjie noticed that his opponent was distracted and therefore, gathering all his strength, the guy decided to attack Qin Jun. Before he could swing his sword, another shot rang out and a bullet fired from a desert eagle hit the guy right in the leg above the knee. Zhuo Junjie immediately fell to the ground and grabbed his bleeding wound. The guy's whole body trembled in pain, and he could no longer hold his weapon in his hands. The sword that was now lying on the ground symbolized the end of the fight and the loss of its owner. The system congratulated the owner on the successful completion of the additional mission and victory over the genius from the Shenling sect, for which the guy received a reward of 1,000 experience. Jun was very happy about this. Qin Jun looked down on his defeated opponent but said that the genius from the Xianling sect was quite good in this duel. The head of Chang Tianyu watched the main character and was surprised that the stranger praised his defeated opponent. Next, the man thought that this guy was definitely up to something. Qin Jun walked up and turned to the head of the sect, after which he asked if he had any other business because he still needed to hit the road. Without waiting for an answer, our heroes hastily left the training ground under the condemning gaze of people. The gray-haired old man was amazed that the stranger just up and left and was about to stop him, but the head of the sect stopped the elderly man and said that Jun should no longer be bothered. The old man asked what to do with Junjie. The head asked him not to worry about it because his vitality and spiritual strength should soon be restored. Tianyu noticed that Junjie had become too arrogant during these 3 years, and if he had been more careful he could have dodged the petals. It could be considered that this time he was taught a lesson. Chang Hao, who had already flown off for this fight, could not understand how this was possible. He did not understand how Qin Jun was able to defeat Chua Junjie, and this ignorance made the guy feel uneasy. Our heroes had already left the territory of the Xianling sect, but the high mountains still did not end. Qianqian was amazed by Jun's coolness and asked about those peach petals that were caused by magic. The guy replied that he would not tell her anything about it and asked the girl not to follow him. Confused, the girl timidly asked when the guy would come to visit her again. To this, Jun categorically replied so that the girl would forget about this stupid idea because in her sect everyone perceived him as an enemy. Hearing this, Chang Qianqian approached the third prince and suggested that she would do it then. Then the girl asked what Qin Jun thought about this. The main character said that the girl should not do this because again someone could pursue her on the way. But Chang Qianqian stood her ground and continued to talk about the fact that she would come to the capital. Qin Jun categorically said that she would not become for him what the girl wanted and asked not to accompany him, after which he said goodbye. Chang Qianqian waved a handkerchief at Qin Jun and asked the guy not to forget her. She also asked Daji to not let the main character pester her. The werewolf fox laughed at this and said that the girl should not worry because her master did not have such abilities yet. Qin Jun thought that this girl was really two-faced. 5 days had already passed since the recent events. Qin Jun was in a new white and gold robe and confidently looked forward. The guy was literally flying across the sky riding a fluffy cloud. Suddenly the cloud below him began to disappear, causing the main characters to rapidly fall down. After landing firmly, Jun said that the strength that was present in his body was not enough to support 36 changes. Tiangang Daji said that his cultivation was too low and he needed to continue training. And rising to his feet, the third prince said that he also thought so, but for the last few days they had been on the road all the time. Suddenly, a growling dog said that someone was fighting nearby. Qin Jun became very interested in who dared to be so tactless near the capital and suggested going to have a look. Coming out into a forest clearing, our heroes saw many corpses. The air around was saturated with blood and qi energy. It was clear that a battle had taken place here not long ago. Looking a little further, Jun saw soldiers who were attacking unarmed people. Each of them had the 5th level of Qi training, which was comparable to palace guards. Qin Jun was very worried about where these armed people came from. The nine-tailed fox, seeing this, began to prepare for the upcoming battle and concentrated Qi energy around himself. One of the soldiers threatening a wounded man with a weapon said that their Yen family had insulted someone they shouldn't have. The man replied that the 5th principal was indeed smug. Qin Jun observed everything from a safe distance, but after hearing about the 5th prince, he realized that these people were subordinate to Qin Yu and therefore today, he had to interfere in other people's affairs. Suddenly, one of the soldiers ordered to finish off every single one of them, despite the fact that among the unarmed people there were women and children. A moment later, a shot rang out and one of the guards of the bloody sword began to lose consciousness. The system reported that for killing a cultivator of the 5th level of Qi training, the owner received 59 experience points. Finally, Qin Jun showed himself to the enemies and reprimanded them for daring to destroy an entire family in front of the Son of Heaven. The guy thought that they were committing a little lawlessness. The head of the guards demanded that his subordinates get down to business and not worry about outsiders. A sudden system notified the appearance of an additional mission, which was to destroy the guards of the bloody sword. Qin Jun felt that he definitely had to intervene in today's matter. Meanwhile, all the guards were ready to attack our heroes. The head of the guards was furious that the guy dared to poke his nose into other people's affairs and ordered his subordinates to kill our heroes along with their family. Qin Jun did not wait for him to be attacked and began to shoot at his enemies. The bullets flew quickly one after another, and just as quickly the guards fell dead. Looking at this, the family that was almost killed was amazed at how strong the stranger was who had just saved them. When all the guards were defeated, June calmly went to the head and asked what he had just said. The man was trembling but trying to ask if the guy knew who this Yen family had insulted. The head of the guards confidently said that this family had crossed the path of the fifth prince himself, who had already blocked the sky with one hand and had ingratiated himself into the trust of the emperor, so his power spread throughout the entire imperial court. Qin Jun was surprised that this was the work of the fifth prince. After which the main character ironically said that he was afraid of him and therefore was shaking with fear. The head was confident in himself and said that it was good that the guy was afraid of him. Then he advised him to quickly get out of here so as not to incur the wrath of the fifth prince. Suddenly a shot rang out. The expression on the face of the head of the guards instantly changed. Through the bloody hole, Qin Jun could be seen holding a gun in his hand, and his body was shrouded in qi energy. The man instantly realized what had happened and began to tremble with pain and fear. A huge hole from the bullet formed in the chest of the head of the guards, and he began to slowly die. When it was all over, the mythical system announced that for killing the 8th level Qi training cultivator, Qin Jun received 88 experience points as well as 2,000 experience points for completing an additional mission. A man with a beard approached the guy and thanked him for saving him. He said that his name was Yen Mabe and promised to pay him with whatever the guy wanted. The main character introduced himself and said that his name was Qin Jun. The man thought this name was familiar. Suddenly it seemed to dawn on him, and he assumed that it was also the name of the third prince who had recently been expelled. Qin Jun confidently, and with a smile on his face, replied that everything the man said was true, but he came back again. Qin Jun remembered his recent past. Originally, the emperor planned to quietly escort the previous owner of his body to the border as punishment for his crimes. However, all the residents of the capital noticed this, and the prince was greatly disgraced. Therefore, the royal family had to take urgent measures. This was necessary so that people knew that no one had the right to break the law for personal gain. Jun smiled and thought that, as expected, Qin Yu was looking closely at Nan Yusen, who was the daughter of General Nan Meng. This girl had a marriage contract with the original owner of the body. This girl's appearance was exquisite and beautiful. She was one of the most beautiful women in the Qianyue kingdom. Qin Jun thought that as soon as Qin Yu married Nan Yusen, the throne would immediately be in his hands. Yen Mabe bowed respectfully again and greeted the third prince. The other members of the Yen clan followed the man's example. Jun said that he still felt awkward and asked the man not to be nice to him. Next, the guy asked how his clan had insulted Qin Yu. The man said that it was because the fifth prince was eager to take over his family's chamber of commerce. The Chamber of Commerce in the Qianyue Kingdom mainly collected goods from merchants' families and individuals, and also organized auctions of various sizes. Therefore, having connections could obtain certain benefits. Qin Jun asked the man what the name of his Yen Mabe Chamber of Commerce was called, and you will answer that it was called Yenbei. The main character immediately remembered that this Chamber of Commerce was number 1 in the Qianyue Kingdom, and it was said that no one knew its financial resources. Jun asked the head of the clan why they couldn't buy strong bodyguards because their chamber was so rich. Mabe replied that when the bodyguards heard that the clan had angered the fifth prince, they immediately ran away. The clan head added that now all the cultivators in the world knew that Qin Yu and the Ziguang sect were close, and the fifth principal was practically recognized by the future emperor, so no one dared to offend him. Suddenly, the mythical system announced the launch of an additional mission to subjugate the Yenbei Chamber of Commerce, for which a reward of 4,000 experience points and a chance for a random lottery was expected. Qin Jun smiled and thought that the system was like roundworms in his stomach because he just thought about himself, and it immediately came to him with a new task. The third prince turned to Yen Mabe with a serious look and said that his Chamber of Commerce had insulted the fifth prince, and now they would not be able to settle in Qianyue. The man was saddened by these words. Suddenly, Jun changed his mood sharply and offered the Yen clan an operation on him. The guy explained that he and Qin Yu were tortured by hatred of each other. Hearing this, Yen Mabe sincerely thanked His Majesty, but then thought about the fact that the third prince was now in exile, and now that he was in the capital, the emperor would definitely find out about this and would be furious. Jun asked the man not to worry because now he had returned to clear his reputation, and after the victory he would definitely help his family Mabe again, thanked His Majesty, after which the main character added that the man was going with him to the capital. At this time, one of the guards of the Bloody Blade arrived at the palace of the fifth prince and knelt down and addressed Qin Yu. The guy was sitting in a well-furnished room and reading something. The fifth prince, without looking up from his affairs, immediately asked his subordinate whether the Yen family had already been destroyed as he demanded. The man reported that most of the clan was killed, but Yen Mabe himself was able to escape with his children. The man added that guards were sent in their wake, but they still have not returned. What he heard made Qin Yu happy. The guy knew that Yen Mabe did not have a qi cultivation base. The fifth prince suggested that someone could secretly help this family. Realizing this, Qin Yu waved his hand and told his subordinate that he could go because the prince himself would order the right people to track the location of the head of Yen, and the rest were told to wait for other orders. The man immediately obeyed. Several days passed. Our heroes arrived in the capital of the kingdom of Chenhua. The large city was surrounded by massive stone walls. Life in the capital was in full swing, and its inhabitants worked gloriously for the prosperity of their homeland. Qin Jun, so as not to be recognized ahead of time, wore a long black cloak with a hood. The guy was glad to return to the capital again. The third prince thought that next he needed to choose the right time and restore his name as the son of the emperor in front of all the residents of the city. Suddenly, Yen Mabe announced that in 10 days an envoy was arriving from the Songlong kingdom and invited Qin Jun to go and look at it. The guy was surprised that the envoy would visit the capital because I know something. Qin Jun remembered that the kingdoms of Songlong and Chenhua, although they seemed to be allies, in fact they fought against each other, and therefore every 5 years they sent envoys for negotiations that began with a duel between the masters. The prince remembered that 5 years ago the Chenhua kingdom sent its envoys and suffered great losses, so this confrontation was a good opportunity for Jun. Jun turned to Yen Mobiui and said that he would go to a meeting with the ambassador, but asked the man not to worry because first of all the guy planned to settle the Yen family in the capital. The man invited the prince to stay at a hotel. The head of the clan added that although this was not the best establishment in the city, different people were mixed here, and therefore they were not threatened by the fifth prince, who definitely wanted to capture them. Our heroes entered the hotel, from which all the visitors who were there immediately fell silent and began to look at them. People began to carefully examine Qin Jun as if they knew who he really was. This made the guy feel uneasy, but not only the main character, curious visitors showed their attention. Daji also became an object of observation for one gray-haired old man with a monocle. This was noticed by Qin Jun. The elderly man began showering compliments on the girl and trying to find out her name. Daji didn't like it. The third prince decided to stand up for his comrade, but did not spend a long time explaining what the old man was wrong about. Instead, he roughly ordered him to get lost, after which he rewarded the curious man with a precise blow to the jaw. The old man flew several meters back and fell to the floor. All the people present were amazed at the strength of the stranger and believed that a visitor had appeared at the Luoy Hotel who could not be disturbed. Daji praised her master, saying that he was impudent. Qin Jun was pleased to hear these words from the girl. Meanwhile, Yen Mabe resolved all the issues related to checking into the hotel and informed the third prince that his room was ready and he could go and rest. But Qin Jun was in no hurry to go to his room and decided to walk around the capital a little more. To do this, the guy headed towards the exit of the establishment. Suddenly, the mythical system informed its owner that once a month he had the opportunity to summon gods and demons, and asked whether the guy chose a random call. Qin Jun was very happy to receive this message and immediately responded, so that the system would start summoning random gods and demons right now. A moment later, the system began to display the summoning process, namely how small particles began to swirl into a vortex. Finally, the creature was summoned, but its characteristics were not yet known and what it looked like. Only the dark silhouette of the demon was visible. The system reported that the demon was already on its way. Jun was very happy about the summoned creature because he was able to see its outline from the system and knew for sure that this demon had a mount. A guard again arrived at Qin Yua and told him what he was able to find out. The fifth prince was surprised that the people he was looking for settled in the Luoy Hotel. Qin Yua thought that Luoy's situation was too strong. The prince remembered that his father deliberately reminded him that under no circumstances should he interfere in the affairs of the hotel. Finally, Qin Yua made a decision. He ordered his subordinate to wait and catch those people only when they came out. The fifth prince looked at the book lying on the table and thought that the most important thing now was the duel between the two states, which was supposed to take place in 9 days. On the table lay the same blue book with golden inscriptions on the cover. Qin Yua put his hand on her and thought that if he had performed well, his reputation would have reached the pinnacle, but the prince was also tormented by doubts about total defeat. The next day came. Our heroes had breakfast at the Loya Hotel. Qin Jun could not find a place for himself due to the fact that his demon was not here yet, although he had already been waiting for a very long time. Suddenly, the third prince saw someone's black silhouette at the entrance to the establishment and thought about what kind of demon was summoned this time. He began to sort through the names of the most powerful demons in his head. In the next moment, it became clear that it was not the demon summoned by Qin Jun, but the fifth prince who had arrived to figure out what was wrong with this hotel. Seeing his brother, the third prince was taken aback. He was as if struck by lightning. Jun thought about why his brother came here and assumed that he was here to find Mabe. In this situation, the only thing that pleased the prince was that there were many people here and he would not be able to detect him. Next, Qin Jun asked Daji not to say anything and let him hide first. Qin Yue asked the owner of the hotel whether a guest named Yen Mabe lived here, but the owner said that his establishment had its own rules according to which personal information about visitors could not be disclosed. Along with the fifth prince, his faithful guardian of the bloody sword came to the establishment and tried to intimidate the owner, and with a cold look began to concentrate chi energy around himself. This frightened the guests present. The owner of the establishment got angry and looked sternly at Qin Yue and then asked what all this meant. The next moment, a whole crowd of armed people gathered around the fifth prince and his guards. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the establishment. It seemed that one wrong move or word could lead to a bloodbath. In order to aggravate the situation and attract attention to his words, the owner of the establishment loudly struck the table with his hand. The man looked at the unwanted guests with a stern look and asked if they wanted to brazenly invade his hotel. Qin Yue tried to defuse the situation and smilingly told the owner of the establishment that it was just a joke. At this time, the guard of the bloody sword was uneasy because in a seemingly ordinary hotel, many armed people were looking at him. He was also wondering what the history of this place was. The guests began to briskly discuss what had happened and said that they had not seen such a big showdown in Luoya for a long time. Among the guests, two girls who sat silently in the very corner of the room clearly stood out. One of them was the abbess of Nanming named Yu Fenghuang. The girl noted that Qin Yue had good cultivation and one could even say brilliant, but unfortunately he was a prince. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a rude male voice came out loudly announcing that Guan Yu had nailed him. The voice also asked where his master was. This attracted Qin Yue's attention. The next moment, the guests of the establishment saw something from which they were shocked, but most of all the third prince was surprised. On the threshold of the hotel stood a tall man in armor with a long beard. Jun mentally rejoiced that the demon summoned this time turned out to be Guan Yu and considered himself very lucky. Qin Yue, seeing a man in armor, was simply amazed by his strong energy. The fifth principal thought that if he had gotten this man to help him, he would certainly have won the battle with Kanglin. Qin Yue respectfully bowed to the man passing by and tried to address him, calling him an elder, but Guan Yu did not pay attention to the guy and only asked him not to stand in his way. Qin Yue was annoyed that the man ignored him and tried to address him again, but with a more serious look. But Guan Yu, with the same serious look again, asked the guy to step aside. The man didn't even understand who was standing in front of him now. The fifth principal nevertheless resigned himself to the refusal and timidly said that he would no longer disturb the man's rest and added that he would come to him another day. As Qin Yue left, she thought that now was not the right moment to win the stranger over to her side and it would be better to go back and prepare well. The girl turned to Yu Fenghuang and said that this man in armor was completely unrestrained and arrogant. The abbess replied that if he had released all his power, the Luoyi Hotel would have been wiped off the face of the earth. Yu Fenghuang continued to watch this man and was surprised that his power was immeasurable. Suddenly, she became interested in where he was going. Guan Yu walked through the entire establishment with a confident step and approached Qin Jiong, who had been waiting for him for a long time, and looked at him with admiration. Suddenly, the man in armor bowed respectfully in front of the third prince, which made the guy feel even better in his soul. Seeing this scene, all the visitors to the establishment seemed to be struck by lightning. They were shocked and their mouths opened. Qin Jun turned to Guan Yu and said that he was glad that he had finally come, although he made him wait for a long time. The elder apologized for his lateness and asked his master not to blame him for this. People watching this conversation could not believe that this big man was actually the young master's servant. They began to have questions about who the guy was. Yu Fenghuang noticed that the young man already had the 6th level of foundation. She was shocked and thought that this was outrageous. Jun continued to talk with his new man and tried to calm him down by saying that he would not scold him for being late, after which he asked the man to get up quickly. The third principal invited the elder to the table and introduced him to his comrades, calling him Marshal Guan Yu. The man folded his hands, thereby indicating that he was glad to meet him. Jun introduced the marshal to Daji, saying that she was from the same world as the man, and with the growling dog adding that he should not be underestimated. Everyone was glad to meet him. To celebrate, Qin Jun loudly called the hotel worker and asked him to set the table with the most delicious dishes that were in this establishment. Suddenly, the hotel owner approached the table and said that it was a great honor for him to receive such a strong man. To celebrate, he announced that everything was free for everyone who dined here. All the tables in the establishment were instantly filled with food, and satisfied visitors began to dine together. The servants did not leave Qin Jun's table unattended for a moment. One of the visitors asked what the name of the young gentleman was. The third principal replied that his name was simply Mr. Jun. The guy introduced himself this way so that no one would reveal his identity ahead of time. The girl who was sitting next to the abbess was delighted with the beauty of the main character. Yu Fenghuang thought that she certainly had to attract him to join the teachings in Nanming. Soon news of what happened at Luoyi's hotel quickly spread throughout the capital, and many people learned that Guan Yu turned out to be a subordinate of the young Master Jun, whose name quickly spread among the cultivators. At night, the next day, the fifth prince was in his palace. In front of him stood a man in black clothes and a mask that hid his face. Qin Yue asked if he had found out the origin of that young man from the hotel. The masked man replied that he was unable to do this. He added that the guy seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the city guards also knew nothing about him. Next, the man handed the scroll to his master and said that it was a drawing of Mr. Jun's face that was drawn by a visitor to the hotel that day. This drawing was a very peculiar portrait that did not help in any way in finding information about the young man from Luoyi. Qin Yue was skeptical about this drawing because he didn't even understand how it was possible to make out anything on it. The prince ordered the masked man to continue searching for information because no matter what, Qin Yue needed to win that strong elder over to their side, otherwise this time they would definitely lose the duel. The next day, a girl suddenly burst into Luoyi's hotel. This could be assumed from the women's shoes that literally knocked down the door to the establishment. It was a beautiful rich girl who from the threshold began to loudly call Mr. Jun and demanded that he be found and shown to her. Qin Jun woke up quite early. The reason for this was the loud screams of the girl who demanded to call Mr. Jun. The third prince, drawn in thought about who might need him so early. The girl was still standing at the makeshift reception and demanded to call her this Mr. Jun because she wanted to meet him. Even the owner of the hotel could not pacify the girl. Qin Jun, coming down the stairs from the second floor, noticed the girl and recognized her. It was Nan Yusin. The prince thought about how she ended up here. The guy looked at the girl and thought that she had previously been dissatisfied with the engagement to the original owner of the body. Jun came up with a plan for a retaliatory strike, but for this it was impossible for the girl to discover him. Qin Jun turned to the clueless nine-tailed fox and said that he needed his help. At this time, the hotel owner asked the stranger not to create problems for him. The girl continued to demand that they tell her Mr. Jun's room number so that she could find him herself. Suddenly, Qin Jun appeared in front of her, his face hidden by a small piece of fabric. He asked why the young lady was looking for him. Nan Yusin a little doubted that it was Mr. Jun in front of her. For a while, the young people looked at each other carefully as if they were preparing for something. Finally, the girl rushed towards the third prince, simultaneously voicing her motives. She wanted to meet Mr. Jun in order to measure her strength with him. Nan Yusin concentrated the chi energy in her hand and attacked the seemingly unsuspecting Qin Jun. It seemed that the blow would easily reach its target. But the third prince did not lose his composure for a moment and was able to easily evade his opponent's attack. Nan Yusin did not expect this and was surprised at how fast Mr. Jun was. Qin Jun said that the girl, without properly saying hello, immediately got into a fight. Then the guy asked if it was too rude of her. The girl replied that she had already said that she came here to fight him and see who was stronger. After that, Nan Yusin concentrated chi in her hand and tried to attack the enemy. Qin Jun was able to block Nan Yusin's blow with just one hand. Chi energy scattered in different directions. This was not surprising because the guy's level significantly exceeded the girl's skills. The next moment, the third principal managed to grab the girl's hands and immobilize her. After Qin Jun used this fighting technique, Nan Yusin began to say that she was hurt and asked to be released, admitting her loss in the fight. Qin Jun let go of the girl's hands, simultaneously saying that she overestimated her capabilities. Nan Yusin justified herself by saying that she did not expect her opponent to be so strong, and now it was not surprising that the guy was able to subdue those masters whom even Qin Yue could not defeat. Qin Jun thanked the girl for her praise. However, the guy reminded her that she was in the hotel and asked her not to behave like that and not make a mess here. The third prince began to leave hastily, but Nan Yusin tried to stop him and asked when she made the mess. The guy again asked Milady to behave with dignity. The girl was taken aback by yet another criticism of her behavior and instantly stopped making a mess. She accepted the fact that Mr. Jun did not want to talk to her anymore. Finally, Nan Yusin came to her senses and was angry. She began to threaten the main character that she would come again to find him. Qin Jun and Nan Yusin went in different directions. The head of the Yen clan had been watching them all this time. Mabe was delighted that the gentleman was so calm and generous towards this cocky princess. He thought that if someone else had been in his place, the girl would have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Qin Jun went up to the second floor and breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that Nan Yusin did not recognize him. Daji was also in this room. The girl sat on a chair and covered herself with her hands. She turned to her master and timidly asked if he could return her clothes. Qin Jun made an incomprehensible grimace and assumed that the girl needed his help. He seemed to be hoping for a positive answer. The bloodthirsty nine-tailed werewolf fox became embarrassed and asked his master to leave the room. A moment later, the door slammed behind Qin Jun, and the guy began to regret that nothing had worked out for him. The growling dog said that his master had lost his way. The third principal replied that the dog did not understand anything. The man who did not succumb to Daji's charms was not a man. After that, the guy happily went about his business, leaving the perplexed black dog alone. Late at night, Qin Jun was sitting in his room. Suddenly, the mystical system notified the completion of an additional mission to subjugate the Chamber of Commerce and rewarded its owner with 4,000 experience points and a chance at a random lottery. The third principal was glad to receive this message. He realized that only now Yenbei truly obeyed him. Next, the main character ordered the system to launch a lottery, and the already familiar loading began in the mythical system. A moment later, she congratulated her master on winning the Silver Dragon Soul Punisher Spear. It was produced in the journey to the west in the East China Sea Dragon Palace. The system explained that the East China Sea Dragon Palace contained countless sacred arsenals. Regarding the spear, the system said that this weapon was of the Tianping rank and its weight reached 5,000 jin. Hearing this, Qin Jun decided to take a closer look at the weapon and tried to pick it up, but suddenly something went wrong. The spear instantly pierced the floor of the second floor and began to fall down. The third prince was amazed at how heavy the weapon was and began to order the system to put it back. But it was already too late. The floor in the room finally broke and Qin Jun began to fall down. The ceiling on the first floor broke and something fell into a large wooden barrel filled with warm water. Qin Jun lay in the warm water and tried to understand what happened to him and where he was now. Suddenly, the third prince's hand brushed something soft. The next moment, the guy seemed to be pierced by lightning because he realized what had happened. Next to him, in the warm water, sat the embarrassed abbess of the sect Yu Fenghuang. The girl asked if the gentleman had already touched himself enough. She looked at the main character and said that she did not expect that the man who called himself Mr. Jun was actually such a slut. Qin Jun immediately jumped out of the water and began to make excuses by saying that it was a misunderstanding and will forgive it as a misunderstanding because the floor in his room had collapsed and he didn't get here on purpose. Yu Fenghuang ordered the guy to turn away and stand with his back to her, and she also threatened him not to dare to peep. Qin Jun immediately obeyed. Moments later, the abbess was already dressed and allowed the main character to turn to her in order to continue the conversation. Qin Jun continued to make excuses by saying that he didn't come here on purpose and asking for forgiveness. The guy added that he had already left. Yu Fenghuang decided to continue reproaching the main character. She said that Mr. Jun looked at her completely, and now he simply left as if nothing had happened. Then the embarrassed third prince suggested that he also undress, and the girl in response also considered him, so to speak, an eye for an eye. The abbess categorically refused this idea. The girl suggested another alternative. She said that if the guy was really sorry, then he should have joined her Nanming sect. Qin Jun had never heard of this sect before, and was therefore very surprised by the offer to join it. Yu Fenghuang explained that Nanming was the strongest and most powerful organization, and all of its 12 elders were cultivators of huaxia. The girl again invited the main character to join the sect. Qin Jun timidly replied to the abbess that her proposal took him by surprise. However, he was forced to refuse because he was already a representative of a sect that was in no way inferior to Nianming. Therefore, the third prince could only appreciate the girl's kindness, but it was not true. Qin Jun thought about what was the point of joining any organization if he had a mythical system. Fenghuang was puzzled by what she heard. She began to remember which sects were not inferior to her. In any case, the abbess felt that it was necessary to immediately send people to find out all the information about this Mr. Jun. Finally, Yu Fenghuang good-naturedly replied that in that case she could no longer insist on her proposal and added that they did not know each other and proposed to become friends. The abbess of the sect considered that it didn't matter which sect the guy was the leader of because the forces of Nanming could only be resisted by people from no man's land. Qin Jun happily agreed to make friends with the abbess. After that, the girl thanked him and advised him to leave quickly because someone could see them here alone and think too much. Suddenly, the third prince abruptly approached Yu Fenghuang. The girl was a little embarrassed from surprise and asked if the guy had any other business with her. But Qin Jun pointed to the hole in the ceiling and said that it would be much closer for him to come out here, but it was clear from the girl's face that she did not believe in this idea. Unexpectedly, the third principal squatted down in order to push off the floor well. Yu Fenghuang silently watched this. The next moment Qin Jun seemed to fly up, leaving behind clouds of dust and pieces of the destroyed floor. He was able to deftly fly into the hole in the ceiling, and a moment later he was in his room on the second floor. Suddenly the main character saw something in front of him which made him freeze in place with a blank look. In front of him stood a growling dog who smiled, stuck out his tongue, and waved his tail. He asked his master if he saw this. Qin Jun punished the black dog for being too curious, saying that it was none of his damn business, and ordered to call someone to fix the hole in the floor while they continued cultivating. The growling dog immediately obeyed and ran out of the room, and Qin Jun thought that it was impossible to just pull out the silver dragon spear and should first wait for full recovery. The next day came. Our heroes gathered on the ground floor of the hotel to have breakfast. Yen Mabe informed his master that Ambassador Kanglin had already arrived in Shenyue and had already managed to intimidate Taisher Gu Xiugu. Jun asked if it was possible to find out how strong the opponent who would participate in the duel was. Mabe replied that the kingdom sent 3 transformation-level cultivators. Qin Jun also agrees with this. The guy thought that he apparently planned everything too early, and in a duel between the two states it would not hurt to make Daji and the rest of his comrades public. Suddenly someone loudly announced that the 5th prince had arrived at the hotel. Yen Mabe immediately hid behind a growling dog and asked the dog to block him. Qin Jun realized that Qin Yue was about to appear and therefore asked Daji for her scarf to hide his identity. The 5th prince entered the establishment and looked around. This time he arrived with many servants and guards. The owner of the inn immediately approached Qin Yue and bowed respectfully and asked why the 5th prince had arrived this time. But the guy completely ignored the owner and went to Guan Yu. The prince said that war between the two states was inevitable, and he hoped that Qianbei would help him in this battle. Qin Yue believed that it was enough for Guan Yu to follow him. Then the entire state would know that he was his man. Suddenly Qin Jun turned to the 5th prince and apologized, saying that the marshal was not interested. This attracted the prince's attention. Qin Yue excitedly looked at the guy whose face was hidden by a scarf and asked if he was Mr. Jun. The guy confirmed this without much enthusiasm and asked what he was obliged to do. The 5th prince began to say that he hoped that, for the sake of the kingdom, the gentleman could serve under his command. Suddenly Jun interrupted the guy and asked whether it was for the sake of the kingdom or for the sake of the 5th prince himself. One of the guards rudely and loudly asked how the guy dared to talk to the 5th prince like that and threatened that today he would certainly be imprisoned in a heavenly prison. But Qin Jun was not afraid of these threats. With one precise blow, he threw the 2 noisy guard out of the hotel. Somewhere on the street not far from the establishment, a loud sound was heard from a man falling onto a stone road. Qin Yue could not believe this impudence. All of the 5th prince's guards immediately drew their weapons and were ready to protect their master. Qin Jun's comrades were also determined and began to concentrate qi energy in order to deal with the uninvited guests. Qin Yue saw this and panicked and asked what they were going to do. He couldn't believe that they would go and beat the prince. The guy desperately tried to threaten that he would definitely punish them for their insolence. To this threat, Guan Yu loudly shouted for the 5th principal to get away, after which the marshal hit his halberd hard on the floor. Because of this, a powerful flow of qi energy spread to the sides and swept the guards and the prince himself in its path. Daji watched as the servants helped their master get up and thought that the prince had really overestimated his strength. But Qin Jun did not pay attention to this and said that it was not worth spoiling his mood because of others. He handed the girl a cup and offered to drink wine and tell the story of the 3 kingdoms. Qin Yue said that at the time of the national catastrophe our heroes were sitting and drinking. He asked what the benefit of cultivation was then and added that they were unworthy to be called heroes. After this, Guan Yu intervened in the conversation and said in a menacing voice that he had given the prince and his guard 5 seconds to get away. It worked, and the unwanted guests, frightened, hastily left the establishment. June praised the marshal and said that he was great. Daji also said that Master Guan was really cool and that he was the first person with such strong energy that she had ever seen. Abbess Yu Fenghuang watched all this from the second floor. The girl did not approach and asked what her mistress was thinking about. The head of the sect replied that she was worried about the question of who was behind Mr. Jiang. The girl advised her mistress not to think too much about it because their task was to form units and not to lure talent. Moreover, Mr. Jiang was not even on the list. As the date of the battle between the two kingdoms approached, cultivators from different sects continued to arrive in the capital, and on the day of the duel, Shenling finally arrived as expected instead of the meeting. All the arriving cultivators walked along the main street of the city where they were already met by local residents. Judging by the conversations of the people, the Shenling sect was already in place and the Ziguang and Kanglin sects arrived in the morning. Among this crowd were our heroes who were hiding from prying eyes under long cloaks. June was annoyed that he was too late and therefore nothing was visible. Next, Qin Jun turned to Daji and told her to come into his arms because she had to be careful so that other people did not pester her. The girl did not take this seriously. It was a good day for a duel, and crowds of citizens and visiting guests began to converge on the main palace. The most influential people of the kingdom, among whom was the 5th prince of Qinyue, were sitting in places of honor, but one seat was still empty. Suddenly a carriage appeared in the distance at the main gate of the palace. Someone loudly announced that the emperor had arrived. All people turned their gaze to the ruler. People who saw the golden carriage passing by them began to fall to their knees and bow along the way, greeting His Majesty the Emperor. Finally, the carriage stopped and a man in a chic attire got out. All his clothes seemed to be made of gold and complemented with various patterns. Even the emperor's eyes were yellow. The ruler ordered his subjects to get up from their knees. After this, he took his place of honor among the most influential people in the kingdom. When everything was ready, someone hit the gong, which symbolized the beginning of the holiday. The man in charge of the event announced that the duel between the two kingdoms had been opened. All spectators accepted these words with delight. Qin Jun tried to push his way through the crowd of people and thought that he still made it despite the fact that almost all the people had gathered here. A moment later, the 3rd prince saw something that made him dumbfounded. In the ring, 2 cultivation masters were already fighting one-on-one, but the main character was not able to see the main battle because the winner of this duel was already known. This slipped and he had already won. People said that this Songlan from Songlong was very arrogant. The man standing in the ring announced that in the first battle, the victory was for the Songlong kingdom, after which he asked to choose and send the participants to the second round. Without wasting time, the Qinyue kingdom immediately volunteered the formidable general Nan Meng, around whom an ominous aura hovered. The leader of the opposing team from Songlong turned to a man named Zhen Hun and said that he would go to the second round. The man immediately obeyed and was inflamed with determination. The 2 opponents met in the ring and looked at each other, after which they concentrated chi energy around themselves. The spectators praised General Nan Meng and wished him victory. Qin Jun, seeing those who stood in the ring, decided to ask Guan Yu, who in his opinion was stronger, but the marshal briefly replied that they were equal. The 3rd prince, hearing this, thought that the matter was bad because from the point of view of combat capabilities, the Songlong kingdom had gone far ahead and therefore Zhen Hun could win. Zhen Hun looked at his opponent and said that he had long wanted to fight him and hoped that the general would not let him down. Nan Meng replied that compared to their main sect, Songlong was much inferior, but fortunately for the opponents, they did not participate in the duel. After that, Zhen Hun took a fighting stance and prepared to repel his opponent's attack. His body seemed to be covered in fire. Seeing this, Nan Meng rushed towards the cultivation master from the Songlong kingdom with fury in his eyes and a sword in his hand. The general hit his opponent with all his strength with a sword charged with chi energy, but he managed to shield himself from the attack for some time like a shield. A moment later, the general's attack was still able to destroy Zhen Hong's defenses and slightly wound the man. Wiping the blood from my face, he turned to his opponent and said that he was as strong as they said about him. But Nan Meng did not appreciate this praise and again furiously rushed to the attack, saying that his opponent should stop talking. The general attacked Zhen Hong with his sword, but he seemed to be able to dodge with ease. The man realized that this was his chance and said that even if he loses, the general will pay dearly for it, after which he swung his fist. It turned out that he did not intend to attack, but only threw something at his opponent. Several small round spheres flew towards Nan Meng. The next moment small explosions were heard and the arena was enveloped in thick smoke. Jun was angry that the man used such a dirty trick and thought that even if Nan Meng lost, how would he dare to enter the arena? The general's daughter, seeing what happened in the arena, began to worry about her father, and with her the emperor of the Chenyue kingdom. Jin Hun turned to the indignant spectators and said that this time their kingdom lost because Songlong was too insidious. People became even more angry with the man. Suddenly someone's hand enveloped in chi energy grabbed Jin Hong's head, which made him very scared. It was General Nan Meng, who hit his opponent on the ground with all his might and then said that he had never lost. The man who kept order in the arena announced that the second round was over and victory was for Nan Meng. The delighted spectators rejoiced at the victory of their kingdom and the name of their general. The emperor of the Chenyue kingdom was also pleased with this outcome of the duel, because he did not expect anything else from his favorite. One of the men from the Songlong kingdom, parodying the winner, turned to Xiao Beilong and said that he was right in that the general was indeed fierce. After the defeated Jin Hong was taken away from the arena, the judge announced that the third round was now about to begin and asked to choose the participants in the duel. Hearing this, a fighter from the Kanglin kingdom named Xiao Beilong thought about something as if gaining determination. The next moment he screamed at the top of his voice and asked who had the courage to fight him. Everyone was very surprised, but the most shocked was Qin Yue, who could not believe that a transformation-level cultivator was again entering the arena from the opposing team. Without waiting for an answer, Xiao Beilong could not believe that there was no one who would dare to fight him. The guy asked if there were any more brave souls. Suddenly someone turned to the guy and said that in his kingdom he was a pathetic clown and threatened that he should not dare to shout and be careful with his words. Xiao Beilong was very surprised by this. This was said by Qin Jun, who was angry and together with his comrades was already heading to the fighter from the Kanglin kingdom. Xiao Beilong looked at our heroes and asked who they were and how they dared to interfere in the duel of the two kingdoms. Qin Jun Moron took off his hood that he was the third prince of Chenyue and added that if he did not have the right to do this, then their prince should also get out of here. It was as if the emperor had been struck by lightning. He was shocked to see his exiled son. Qin Yue jumped up and asked in a rage why this man was here. After that, there was silence and only the blow of the wind could be heard. The opponents standing in the arena looked and assessed each other. The spectators watching this began to talk about the fact that the prince had returned from exile, and some recognized him as Mr. Jun, with whom they had been drinking together. Suddenly Qin Jun turned to his father and asked if he would mind sending him to the arena since no one wanted to fight. He would die today. People were skeptical about such a deal because they had heard that Xiao Beilong was even more powerful than General Nan Meng and regretted that the third prince would not escape death today. Nan Yusin also believed that this guy was exposing him, but this did not frighten Guan Yu in any way. The marshal was sure to block the blow of the mace with her halberd. To do this, he only needed one hand and not a single muscle flinched on his face. Having chosen the right moment, the man sharply swung his weapon, which was endowed with chi energy, and delivered a single but fatal blow to his opponent. Xiao Beilong froze in place, but soon blood gushed out of his mouth. The wounds received in the duel were incompatible with life. The spectators were amazed by the speed and accuracy of the marshal, who was able to defeat the strongest enemy with one blow. The emperor, together with General Nan Meng, seemed to be struck by lightning. They were so surprised by this duel. The general became nervous and could not believe that Xiao Beilong was defeated because he was equal in strength to him. The main fighter from the team of the kingdom of Songlong was also dumbfounded by what he saw and could not believe how it was even possible. At this time, Guan Yu smiled good-naturedly and, straightening his long beard, said that victory was his. The judge, who was closely watching the fight, announced that the Chenyue kingdom had won the duel between the two countries. The stands immediately began to rejoice. People admired the fact that the marshal was able to defeat the commander-in-chief of the Kanglin kingdom. Suddenly Qin Jun turned to them and asked them to remain quiet because he had something to say. The third prince told people that everyone knew that he had been betrayed and kicked out of the kingdom. He did not want to say who exactly did it, but he did not return back empty-handed. The next moment Qin Jun showed the severed head to the crowd and said that it belonged to the rebel general Xiao Haoan. People were dumbfounded with horror because everyone in Chenyue was well aware of the fierce name of the general, and even numerous arrests of Nan Meng were not successful, but the third prince was able to cope with him. After this, Qin Jun turned his gaze to the emperor and prepared to address his father. The main character asked the ruler if this merit could smooth out his unfair accusation. The emperor answered in the affirmative and announced that the third prince Qin Jun had fully atoned for his guilt and was now being restored to his former position. He also added that thanks to his subordinates, the Chenyue kingdom won the duel, and therefore the prince was given the title of Wang of the Yu Principality. People were shocked when they heard this. The ruler continued to say that due to the grueling performance in the duel between the two countries, Guan Yu was appointed general of the third rank and was given the opportunity to decide on a specific position independently. After this, the ruler announced the end of the duel and ordered to prepare to return to the palace. He also added that June made a great contribution to this battle, and from now on he was allowed to participate in the upcoming negotiations between the countries. At the same time, the system reported that a secondary mission had been launched because the owner had performed excellently in negotiations between the two kingdoms and had earned the praise of the emperor. Qin Jun thought that this was unexpected. After that, he smiled insidiously and assumed that his cheap father had high hopes for him. After some time, our heroes moved to the imperial court in the Jian Palace. General Nan Meng and Prince Qin Yue were already here. Suddenly, someone called out to his fifth younger brother. It was Qin Jun, who happily ran to Qin Yue and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he missed him. The third prince hugged his brother despite the fact that he asked to let him go. Qin Yue also thought about how much he wanted to kill Jun, but for him it was too big a reward. Qin Yue trembled because he felt the great strength of his brother. Jun noticed this and said that he forgot that his fifth brother was only at Qi training and could not withstand his laying the foundation, for which he asked for forgiveness. Qin Jun put his hand on his brother's shoulder and laughingly said that a month had already passed and he was still as stupid. This angered the fifth prince, but he thought that he would endure it. Finally, the emperor himself arrived, accompanied by servants. The man was very tall, and his clothes, which reflected the rays of the sun, emphasized his high position. The ruler sat down at the table. The ruler proposed that in order to promote an alliance between the countries, negotiations should begin with a discussion of the ownership of Yuguan. This was a city that had belonged to the Qianyue kingdom since the time of Taizu. The delegate from the Songlong kingdom said that Yuguan was the most important link between the two kingdoms, and if Qianyue could not guard it well, it would bring big problems for Songlong. Jun intervened in the conversation and said that the city should have been ruled by the one who was more powerful, and all the strongest generals of Songlong were already dead. Jinhun replied that he was also there. To this, Qin Jun asked if General Canlon could handle this. Jinhun asked a counter-question about why he shouldn't succeed. Hearing this, Guan Yu intervened in the conversation and asked if the delegate from Songlong was really so confident in himself. Jinhong became nervous and could not answer anything. Finally, the emperor said that, in his opinion, the most suitable person to guard Yuguan was General Guan Yu. At this point, the negotiations were completed. The prince of the Songlong kingdom looked at Guan Yu and Qin Jun and thought that when he took the throne, he would definitely conquer their kingdom. The system notified the launch of a mission according to which it was necessary to begin the process of becoming an emperor. Jun thought that the boy who did not take his eyes off him had so much hatred that he provoked the launch of the mission. The emperor was very tired because he had a busy day, but not all his work was finished yet. Therefore, he ordered everyone to leave and call the fifth prince to him. Qin Jun obeyed the order and bowed respectfully to his father before leaving. After the duel, the names of Qin Jun and Guan Yu spread throughout the kingdom. Qin Yue lay in bed and scolded his subordinates for allowing Qin Jun to return to the capital alive and called them a bunch of scum and worthless people. After the fifth principal calmed down a little, he turned to a masked man named Shao and ordered several assassins to be ordered for his brother because he wanted his death. A tall man with a scar on his face suggested temporarily refraining from fighting Jun because now he had achieved great success, and at the moment it was unwise to resist him. The man added that in a month there would be military meetings organized by the Manhwa dynasty, and the first 100 applicants would be able to enter the family of great sex, and therefore His Majesty should begin to prepare for this event. Qin Yue agreed with the man, but he felt that it was impossible to listen. After that, the guy ordered his subordinate to leave. The man with the scar obeyed the order and left his master with his thoughts. Qin Yue was angry and clenched his hand tightly into a fist and thought that he should have deprived Qin Jun of his position and good name. Meanwhile, at the Loya Hotel, Qin Jun was trying to escape from the girls, who did not want to let him go, and showered him with praise and compliments. Finally, the third prince managed to run into the room and slammed the door behind him, after which she thought that the women of the Qianyue kingdom were very friendly. In the same room was Daji, who seeing this assumed that her master was very popular. Qin Jun began to approach the girl and say that it was unimportant because for him she still remained the most beloved. The main character took Daji by the hand and told her to go with him. He wanted to take her to one place in order to show what a great treasure he managed to get. The girl, who did not understand anything, obediently followed Qin Jiong. The main character was embarrassed. Our heroes went out into the courtyard of the hotel, after which Qin Jun took out the spear of the soul punisher of the silver dragon. Since it was very heavy, the weapon lay on the ground. Daji was delighted to see a magical weapon of the Tianping level. The girl noted that this long spear was very unusual. Next, the girl asked if this was the treasure that Mr. Jun was talking about. He answered in the affirmative. The guy thought that even with the protection of his comrades, he still needed to strengthen his own strength. Qin Jun grabbed the spear and began to try to lift it. The guy remembered that this weapon was heavy and therefore first he had to pull it out and swing it a couple of times in order to familiarize himself with the weight. Using chi energy, the third prince was finally able to lift the magic weapon a little. In the next moment, the guy managed to fully raise the spear, but he still needed effort just to hold it. The weight of the Tianping level magic weapon was so huge that it did not allow its owner to use it comfortably. Qin Jun asked Daji for help. The girl laughed at the guy's clumsiness and offered to teach the gentleman the correct breathing method that would strengthen his physical strength during the training process. Suddenly, the girl's mood changed dramatically. She turned her gaze to the side because she noticed something. She saw someone sneakily launching a sharp throwing knife flying at her master at great speed. The girl managed to change the trajectory of the knife's flight in time, causing it not to hit Qin Jun, who understood nothing, but to the ground nearby. The third prince was shocked by the attempt on his life and wondered who had just attacked him. A black silhouette could be seen in the distance. It was a man whose face was hidden by a mask. His eyes burned brightly red and chi energy hovered around him. This picture looked dark and dangerous. Qin Jun noticed his opponent and told him that he was unhappy that the man dared to attack him. The prince was angry and was ready to take a fair fight. The masked man thought that it was presumptuous on the guy's part and therefore attacked the prince in order to send him to hell. Daji already wanted to notice her master and fight back the impudent man, but she was stopped by Qin Jun. The guy himself wanted to stand up for himself and deal with the killer. While the masked man was rapidly approaching him, the third prince prepared to attack his opponent with the spear of the Punisher of Souls, which was already literally burning with chi energy. And then, choosing the right moment and making every effort, Qin Jun swung his heavy magical weapon. The prince's strength was not enough to fully direct the spear at the target. It stopped without hitting the man in the mask. Realizing this, Qin Jun thought that complete chaos was happening. Since the main character no longer had any strength left, the spear of the Soul Punisher began to fall out of his hands. But it turned out that the heavy magical weapon fell on the killer's back and crushed him to the ground. The masked man was trapped and could not get out of it. Seeing this, Qin Jun laughed at the killer and said that he was pathetic. After that, the prince pressed the man's head to the ground by placing his foot on it and asked who sent him to kill him. But the masked man remained faithful to his customer, and with the last of his strength replied that he would not tell this. Hearing this, the main character took out a pistol and said that in this case the man would die. The next moment, a shot rang out and the mythical system reported that for killing a foundation-level cultivator, its owner received 956 experience points. After this, Qin Jun turned to Daji and asked if the girl could get rid of the corpse, to which he received an affirmative answer. A moment later, the nine-tailed fox, using chi energy, burned the enemy's corpse to the ground. When everything was done, Jun said that no one else would interfere with them and offered to continue studying the breathing method. Daji said that this method was called Xiantian and that he would teach his master its formula. This method consisted of internal concentration and self-propelled chi energy. Having studied this, Jun began to be able to wield this weapon. The guy thought that it really worked and it was necessary to continue training. After some time, the main character was already quite good at wielding the spear of the Punisher of Souls. He began to feel more confident with it. But the training stopped abruptly when someone rudely addressed Qin Jun, calling him a womanizer. The prince turned around to look at the person who said it. The main character saw an armed girl running towards him who was a maid of Mother Superior Yu Fenghuang. She threatened the guy and said that he would answer for everything. Qin Jun was very surprised, and dodging the attacks, the enraged girl asked what she meant. But hatred and anger clouded the girl's mind so much that she did not even try to listen to the third prince and only wished for his death. The girl attacked the main character again, but he said that he could not allow himself to be offended. Suddenly, Abbess Yu Fenghuang appeared in front of the girl, covering Qin Jun with herself and scolding her subordinate for his disgraceful behavior. The girl tried to justify herself and said that such a bastard had to be killed because last evening he pestered her mistress. Yu Fenghuang was embarrassed, and the third prince was scared when he saw that behind him stood an angry nine-tailed fox who also heard the girl's words. Jun tried to explain to Daji that it was not true and he just accidentally fell towards her. Besides, there was nothing between them and he didn't see anything. The girl just shrugged. After that, the prince said that the girl could call him a murderer but not a libertine because he had never even held a girl's hand, let alone anything else. Nevertheless, Yu Fenghuang turned to the third prince and apologized for the rash words of her subordinate, and added that she came to say goodbye to him because she already had to leave. Next, the abbess approached Qin Jun a little and said that in truth His Majesty was the first person who burst into her room like that, and at first she wanted to kill him. Qin Jun became nervous because he didn't even suspect that the girl was so angry because of that incident. The abbess asked if the prince would participate in a military meeting in Manhwa in a month. The guy didn't know what it was, but decided that first it was necessary to calm the girl down. The prince replied that if Yu Fenghuang wanted it, then it would be so. The abbess was pleased with this answer but threatened that if she did not meet His Majesty at a military meeting, she would immediately come for his head. Qin Jun laughed at this and honestly told the girl not to worry because if the sky doesn't fall, he will definitely be there. Finally, the abbess said that she would be waiting for him at the meeting, after which she said goodbye to His Majesty. Daji was surprised at how her master was able to get out of this situation. The system announced the activation of a mission, which was that the principal needed to prove himself at a military meeting. For this, a reward was expected in the amount of 200,000 experience, a chance to summon God or a demon, and a chance at a random lottery. Having carefully studied this message, the principal thought about how generous the reward was for completing the task, so he considered that it would be difficult at these military meetings and it was necessary to make inquiries about this. But now Qin Jun decided that it was more necessary to continue training and become even stronger. The prince again took up the silver dragon soul punisher spear. After a while, the night began to fade, replacing it early in the morning. Seeing the first rays of the sun, the rooster decided to notify everyone about the beginning of a new day. All night Qin Jun trained with a spear, and in the morning he looked like a squeezed lemon. His body was trembling from pain and fatigue. The prince decided that he had had enough training. Suddenly someone addressed His Majesty, the third prince, and said that he had finally waited for him. Exhausted, Qin Jun turned around to look at the person who addressed him. It was the manager Shin. The man replied that he was here on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, who asked him to return the prince back to the imperial court for further residence there. Qin Jun was glad to hear this but asked if he could take his subordinates with him. The prince also thought that Yen Mabe and the others had to be protected, otherwise they would inevitably die. Shin will answer that of course this could have been done as long as they were under his control. Qin Jun thanked the manager for this. Sometime later, the main character gathered all his comrades and joyfully informed them that they were all going to the imperial palace. Qin Jun, together with Guan Yu and Daji, walked along the Chenjin Hall towards the emperor, who was sitting at his desk and waiting for his son to arrive. The emperor said that if he didn't look closely, he himself would have believed that the main character was Zhong. These words like lightning pierced the main character, who did not understand why this was said and was afraid that the emperor would reveal his secret. After that, something flew out from around the corner of the room at great speed. It was some kind of sharp weapon filled with chi energy. It was trying to hit Qin Jun. The guy managed to notice the danger in time and jumped away from the sword flying at him. Immediately after the first one, the second sword also flew. Princip immediately realized that it was a magical weapon, but it still remained unknown who in the imperial palace dared to attack him. In the next moment, the main character again managed to dodge the attack. The prince continued to think that the emperor somehow realized that he was not the original owner of the body. He was afraid that the ruler had bad intentions. Qin Jun took out the silver dragon soul punisher spear, and in one fell swoop shattered the sword that was supposed to kill him. Without letting go of the weapon, the third prince, with a serious expression on his face, turned to his father and asked what he meant. The emperor laughed and replied that he just wanted to test him. He asked his son not to worry because he had no malicious intent. After this, the ruler ordered dignitary Sang to come out. In an instant, the commander-in-chief of the guard Sang Donglai entered the hall. He bowed respectfully and asked His Majesty the third prince for forgiveness for this insult. The emperor turned to the dignitary and told him to come out first, and later he would give him 2 artifacts. The guy immediately obeyed the order of the ruler Qin Jun, still holding the weapon in his hands. The ruler said that he had proven his strength and therefore he could with peace of mind transfer the holding of the future celebration in Shenyue into the hands of the main character. Jun asked what kind of celebration it was. The emperor explained that sometimes a banquet was held in the capital at which talented cultivators from all over the country were invited. This time before this event, a duel between the 2 countries took place and therefore everything was organized together. Qin Jun now understood what was the matter. The guy suggested that during the celebration he could cause hatred and activate a secondary mission. He thought that this was wonderful. The main characters happily anticipated completing a secondary mission and receiving a reward for its successful completion. The emperor continued to say that all the young princes previously sent by the royal family were just spectators, so this time he hoped that June could change that. The ruler also allowed the guy to commandeer 100 imperial guards as subordinates. Qin Jun was surprised that he was allowed to take over 100 warriors. The guy remembered that the guard was under the leadership of Qin Yu. At this moment, the system reported that the secondary mission had been completed. He performed excellently in negotiations and received approval. After this, the main character was enveloped in flames from Qi energy, and the process of transition to a new level began. Seeing this, the emperor was very surprised and even seemed frightened. He did not understand why such a sudden breakthrough had occurred. The system again notified its owner about the activation of an additional mission, according to which it was necessary to justify the high hopes of Emperor Qianyue and surpass all the geniuses at the celebration. Having carefully studied the conditions of the task, the main character was very attracted by the fact that he needed to defeat all the geniuses. The guy smiled and thought that he definitely liked this task. The emperor looked at his son and was surprised that in just 1 month June had reached the 7th foundation level from Qi training. This was a terrible cultivation speed. The ruler suggested that the third prince could speak for the Qianyue kingdom at the Nanjua military meeting. Qin Jun caught the emperor's gaze and wondered why he was staring at him all the time. The guy was afraid that the ruler had noticed something. Without taking his eyes off the third prince, the man felt that it would be better to discuss everything later. Finally, the emperor said that Qin Jun could go. Finally, he clarified that the celebration would take place exactly a week later, and after it Guan Yu could go to Yuguan and begin his duties, and now the prince could begin to choose 100 imperial guards. Qin Jun agreed and thanked his father. The emperor thought that in any case he would not last long, and it was necessary to immediately appoint a crown prince. The ruler considered that Jun was far from the worst candidate for the role of crown prince. Jun immediately went to the royal military camp, which was surrounded by high wooden walls. As they got closer and closer to them, loud sounds were heard that indicated that the soldiers were training. There was a sentry at the gate who immediately greeted the prince and the official Shin. The man reported that His Majesty had awarded the prince 100 palace guards and ordered him to show Qin Jun the way. The sentry kindly invited the guests to go inside and take them to where their guards were located. Entering the military camp, Qin Jun was amazed by what he saw. Without any embarrassment, he opened his mouth wide and looked forward in fascination. In a large, spacious courtyard, many soldiers were going about their routine business. Some were running, some were practicing with weapons, and some were training in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing this, Qin Jun smiled and thought that one day he would create an even stronger army. At the military camp, the third prince was met by his brother Qin Yue. He asked why the guy came to him. The guy assumed that his brother had his own spies because the speed of news spread was simply incredible. Jun decided to have fun and therefore asked his brother what he meant because the military camp belonged to the king and not to him. After that, he assumed that the fifth prince really wanted to start a riot. Sova and the official Shinya were shocked by what they heard. They both thought about how it was possible to say that. Qin Yue also reacted to these words. He was angry and therefore asked his brother how he dared to make such assumptions because his words insulted his honor. But Jun was not even going to apologize. He demanded that 100 of the strongest soldiers be given to him. The fifth prince said that this did not comply with the rules and asked how 100 of the strongest could become his brother's subordinates. Qin Jun explained quite simply that protecting him was a great responsibility because he was the only crowned son of the emperor. These caustic words hurt Qin Yue. He became angry again but could not do anything to oppose his brother's words. Suddenly, a bald man intervened in the conversation. He said that even though the main character was a prince, he should not have behaved so unceremoniously because the palace guards were directly subordinate to His Majesty. Qin Jun was perplexed by the unexpected appearance of an unfamiliar man and asked who he was. Qin Yue said that this was a military instructor named Zhou Lidong, and all the local guards were directly under his command. Qin Jun began to reason that the emperor allowed him to choose people, but the military instructor did not allow him to do this, so he had to now go to the ruler and tell him to cancel his order. Having said this, the third prince immediately turned around and headed to the imperial palace. Official Shin asked the prince not to rush with his decision so as not to disturb the emperor. Qin Yue and Zhou Lidong also became nervous and looked at each other when they heard that Qin Jun would tell everything to the emperor. The fifth principal thought that the matter was bad and it was impossible to allow his brother to go to his father. When leaving, Qin Jun turned to the official Shin so that he could help him notify his father about what had happened, but without favor towards either him or Qin Yue. Qin Yue asked his brother to return, but the main character ignored him. Then the fifth principal thought that it was necessary to immediately find the emperor and place all responsibility on his brother. After some time, the official Shin found the emperor inside the Qian temple and reported what happened in the military camp. Having lied that the prince had his own thoughts about which he had no idea. Suddenly, one of his subordinates informed His Majesty that the fifth prince wanted to visit him. The emperor allowed him to enter. Qin Yue ran into the room and bowed to his father nervously, and asked if Qin Jun had told him about the situation in the military camp. Official Shin looked at the prince and did not understand what else he wanted to tell the emperor. His Majesty calmly replied that he also wanted to listen to the point of view of the fifth prince. Qin Yue began to talk about how Jun wanted to choose 100 guards, but the fifth prince did not have the ability to do this, after which the third prince disrespected the guards and said that they were worthless. Qin Yue added that finally the main character said that he despised the Imperial Guard, and so that he would not slander their fifth principal, he came to the emperor with explanations. Having heard all this, official Shin now understood why the third principal ordered him to convey the truth, because it turned out that this was a kind of pit to bury the fifth prince in his own lies. Finally, Qin Yue said that if the emperor did not believe him, then he could ask instructor Zhou Lidong about it. Finally, the ruler said that when he heard about Jun's true deed, he thought that the third prince was somewhat childish. Having said this, the emperor stopped abruptly and clenched his hand into a fist out of anger at his son. The next moment, he threw the scrolls at the prince and said that he had distorted the truth very well. After which the ruler scolded his son for thinking that the royal military camp belonged to him. Having calmed down a little, His Majesty said that he immediately cancelled the order for the palace guard, and from now on the fifth principal no longer needed to interfere in their affairs. Having lost his privilege, Qin Yue became very angry and blamed Qin Jun for setting him up. Some time later, Qin Jun was in Yu Palace and trained hard until he sneezed. Rubbing his nose, the third principal was dissatisfied and assumed that someone was remembering him. Suddenly, Yen Mabe turned to him and said that a joyful event had happened. The head of the clan said that the fifth prince was deprived of the palace guard and he could no longer act without permission. Jun said that this idiot really fell into his trap, and that was cool. Also, the third prince said that sooner or later he would kill him, and after that he thought that now he needed to prepare for the celebration because he had no right to make a mistake. Having rejoiced a little, Qin Jun began to train, and Yen Mabe, watching this, thought that he had really met a lucky star. A week later, many noble guests gathered at Yu Palace who were currently drinking tea and chatting cheerfully with each other. The guests discussed the fact that in the past competitions were always held at the celebration, and it was interesting whether the third principal would take part in them. At this time, unnoticed by everyone, a man who was enveloped in an ominous aura passed by. Qin Jun was also at this event. The guy thought that if he had known in advance that it would be so boring, he would have taken Daji and the rest of his comrades with him. Suddenly, the third prince saw the same guy with an ominous aura in front of him. The main character remembered him. It was a genius from the Shenling sect named Zhuo Yayanji. Zhuo Yayanji noticed Qin Jun in the crowd and looked at him angrily with eyes burning with anger. Suddenly, the guy from the sect made a sharp lunge towards the third prince. Zhuo Yayanji took out his sword and attacked Qin Jun with all his might. Fortunately, the main character managed to deftly jump to the side and avoid the blow. But what happened shocked the third prince, and he assumed that the guy had gone crazy. Zhuo Yayanji's gaze remained the same evil, and his eyes still glowed brightly with blood. Finally, the guy calmed down a little, but he still looked gloomy. Zhuo Yayanji turned to Qin Jun. The next moment, the genius from the Shenling sect pointed his weapon at the main character and said that he was challenging him. Everyone who saw this was shocked by this statement, as was Jun himself. Zhuo Yayanji pointed his sword at Qin Jun and challenged him to a duel. People who saw this began to discuss what happened. Nan Yusin also spoke out and asked Qin Jun if he didn't want to accept the challenge. After thinking a little, the third principal confidently answered that it was a good idea. The girl said his opponent was the genius of the Shenling sect, and therefore the prince would not be able to divide unless, of course, he was a talented man who defeated him a month ago. Despite this, Jun still accepted Yayanji's challenge. The guests began to whisper and say that a good show awaited them, and that this time the imperial family would not escape trouble. The third prince and the genius of the Shenling sect entered the arena and stood opposite each other. The opponents looked at each other with their eyes and were already preparing for battle. Qin Jun took out the Silver Dragon Soul Punisher Spear and invited his opponent to exchange experiences. The battle began with Yazunji quickly attacking the main character. Jun thought that the guy really couldn't make at least some sounds because before he was not so silent. The next moment the main character counterattacked his opponent, but Zhuo Yaiyunji managed to dodge. The third prince's next blow also did not bring any result and did not bring him closer to victory. It was Zhuo Yaiyunji's turn to attack. The guy hit Qin Jun with all his hatred, but the main character managed to defend himself. He thought that this blow was too strong for a simple exchange of experience. Zhuo Yaiyunji did not slow down the pace for a moment and was not going to give his opponent a chance to counterattack. Qin Jun managed to defend himself successfully, but he also thought that it was good to have high speed, otherwise he would already be lying on the ground dead. During the next attack, Zhuo Yaiyunji decided to use one of his skills, which was to use Qi energy to create 4 additional swords. While the third prince blocked the attack with the first sword, the other 4 could freely hit the target. Qin Jun was very surprised by this. The main character thought that it was too late to deviate and therefore there was only one way left. After which he folded the fingers on his right hand in a bizarre way. In the next moment, Qi energy enveloped the prince from all sides, which is why Qin Jun began to decrease in size. This was a transformation skill. Within a second, he was not visible in the arena. Spectators began to wonder where the prince had disappeared. Someone suggested that he was using some kind of disguise method. Zhuo Yaiyunji was frightened by the fact that he could not detect his opponent and looked around. And at this time Qin Jun was wiping sweat from his forehead, considering that he was lucky with a good reaction, otherwise he would have already lost this fight. The guy noticed that there was devilish qi on Yaiyunji's body, so he assumed that he was possessed by a demon, but he still did not understand what actually happened. The third prince considered that in any case leaving the guy alive was very dangerous, but it was impossible to kill directly, but it was necessary that he first lose his fighting abilities. In this case, the main character had no other choice. The guy began to walk around his opponent from behind and asked in advance not to blame him. The next moment he took his magic weapon and smiling broadly took good aim. As a result, Qin Jun's unexpected attack was a success, and the guy hit the target, disorienting his opponent. After such a blow, Zhuo Yaiyunji could no longer use his fighting abilities, and therefore the outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion. At this time, far from the arena, in a secluded place, a guy in a hood was sitting whose body was shrouded in demonic qi energy. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his mouth. Genius of the Shenling sect. After that, Jun turned to the audience and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. People tried to quickly leave the arena, coming up with various excuses. Nan Yusen was dissatisfied and said that the prince won in a dishonest way. Junjie asked the girl to stop because before in the Shenling sect the main character had already defeated Zhuo Yaijinji once. Nan Yusen, not believing what she just heard, asked when it was. Zhuo Junjie replied that it was a month ago. Nan Yusen couldn't understand how this was possible and why Qin Jun didn't say anything about it. The girl began to look carefully at the main character. While resting after the fight, the third principal thought that he still did not have enough strength. He was also worried that today Zhuo Yaiyunji was acting a little strange, and on top of everything else the devilish qi suddenly appeared. At the same time, Qin Jun had just finished his training and believed that he was about to die from fatigue. The system reported that the additional mission was completed because at the Chenjiao celebration the third prince surpassed all cultivator geniuses. Qin Jun assumed that what happened at the celebration had already reached the Father Emperor. After that, Qin Jun, rubbing his hands, began to plan that first he would return to the room and play the lottery to see what he could win. The main character turned to the mythical system and asked it to launch a lottery. The eyes of the third prince immediately lit up with excitement. Qin Jun was looking forward to the result and mentally imagined what he would really like to receive, for example, the Shenyuan sword, the banana fan, the golden Rui staff, and much more. But this expectation was not destined to come true. The mythical system congratulated its master on winning the red apron of Daji. Qin Jun was shocked by such a prize and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. As luck would have it, at the same time Daji entered the room and smiling asked if her master was already asleep because she had brought him something. Suddenly she noticed her red apron in Qin Jun's hands, which made her surprised and speechless. The third prince turned pale and trembled with fear, thinking that the end had come for him because he understood what lay ahead of him and what Daji's reaction would be. From what she saw, Daji instantly became angry and broke the tray that was in her hands. This greatly frightened Qin Jun. The main character tried to stop the girl, saying that it was not what she thought and he could explain everything. Daji agreed to listen to her master, but Qin Jun asked the girl to give him time to think. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mood changed dramatically. The girl became even more angry. She said that her master did not need to think because he could get bogged down in it and not stand it. Therefore, the girl invited the third prince to help him deal with this, after which she hit the main character right in the vulnerable spot. Daji further said that one blow was not enough for her master to come to his senses, and therefore the enraged girl added several more. Finally, she finished with her help and said that now the third prince was in perfect order, and she would no longer disturb him, after which she wished good night. Beaten and exhausted, Qin Jun thought that this woman was very cruel. The next moment, the third prince instantly recovered from the beating and jumped to his feet. Jun remembered that a few days later Guan Yu went to guard the city of Yuguan, and while he was here he could ask him to teach him a few tricks. And so it happened. A few days later, Guan Yu saddled his horse and went to the city of Yuguan, and Qin Jun together with Daji and the growling dog saw off his comrade. The third principal was annoyed and did not expect that Guan Yu would leave him first. Moreover, the guy had not yet fully learned the tricks that the marshal taught him. Suddenly, a servant turned to Jun and said that the emperor was looking for him. The third prince was immediately happy about this and assumed that the ruler wanted to praise him for defeating Yaeunji. The main character immediately went to his father. The satisfied emperor told his son that he had heard about what happened in Tianjiao and then praised the third prince. Bowing respectfully, Qin Jun thanked the ruler for his praise and asked why his father was looking for him. The emperor asked if Jun had heard anything about the fighting competition of Qianlong from the Manhwa dynasty. The main character replied that he had only heard about it out of the blue, after which he suggested that he wanted the third prince to also take part. The emperor said that in 20 days the Manhwa dynasty would hold the Qianlong fighting competition. The ruler clarified that it was held every 3 years, and it was an excellent opportunity for cultivators from different kingdoms to visit the sect of the Manhwa dynasty, and the first 100 masters could enter one of the 7 strongest secrets. After this, the emperor asked the third prince if he wanted to go to this competition, to which he received an affirmative answer from his son. Jun thought that the additional missions led directly to the Manhwa dynasty, and therefore he definitely had to take part in this competition. The main character asked the emperor whether there was a threshold limit for the Qianlong competition. The ruler replied that it was that each kingdom could send only 3 people to participate. The emperor continued to say that in 10 days they would set off accompanied by Master Gu and the Imperial Guard. The ruler also said that he had high hopes for the third prince. Jun reassured her father, telling him not to worry. After this, the guy thought that since he was traveling with Qin Yue, this was an excellent opportunity to deal with the 5th prince along the way. 10 days later, the delegation of the Qianyue kingdom went to the Qianlong competition in the Manhwa dynasty. As far as the carriages were accompanied by the Imperial Guards. After some time, Mentor Gu considered that it was already possible to stop and rest. The man ordered his subordinates to split up so that they collected firewood, lit a fire, and prepared food. The emperor's sons had the opportunity to get out of the carriages in order to stretch their legs. Several servants helped them with this. Qin Jun looked around and thought that when it was time to go to bed, Daji would sleep inside the carriage, and outside he and the growling dog would be on guard. Suddenly, Daji approached the third principal and asked why her master was so silent today. The girl suggested that she was unpleasant to the guy Qin Jun because of these words. The main character justified himself and said that this could not have happened, it was just a very turbulent time and they had to beware not only of evil spirits but also of people. The werfox looked at Qin Yue passing by and suggested that Qin Jun kill him in her place as her master. The third prince reassured the girl by saying that he would deal with him himself and she should not have gotten her hands dirty. Suddenly, some loud sounds were heard from the forest. Somewhere nearby, a wild animal was growling. This alerted Qin Jun and Daji. The main character began to anxiously look around because he felt that this beast's chi was higher than his cultivation level. The guy assumed that it was an evil spirit of the golden core level. The head of the Imperial Guard ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle. The warriors instantly drew their blades. Master Gu tried to reassure the emperor's sons by saying that they had nothing to worry about because this place was only a few dozen miles from the capital and the nearby evil spirits were not too strong. Qin Jun smiled when he saw the fear on the brothers' faces and was perplexed that such hothouse flowers wanted to participate in the Qianlong competition. Suddenly some wild beast began heading towards our hero from the forest, which was accompanied by shaking of the earth and an ominous chi hovering around. This beast turned out to be a huge angry wolf demon whose eyes glowed bright red, and his long sharp claws were capable of tearing apart his victim in an instant. The wild animal growled menacingly when it saw people who had wandered into its domain. Seeing the white wolf demon, Qin Yue immediately panicked and asked his guards to protect him. The head of the Imperial Guard ordered his subordinates to quickly surround the beast because it could not be allowed to hurt His Majesty. The soldiers instantly used their skills to restrain the wolf. Qin Jun stood calmly and watched everything from the side. The growling dog did not expect that a small wolf demon would appear who had just concentrated and thought that the palace guards had problems. Daji added that this demon was a descendant of the wolf king Tsanki. The third prince asked what kind of king this was. The girl explained that it was evil spirits that had appeared since ancient times. Pointing to the wild beast, Daji added that the bloodline of this little wolf demon was not simple, but perhaps one day he could turn into the real wolf king Tsangxi. Suddenly the angry animal noticed the main character standing nearby and growled at him. The next moment the wolf demon, using chi, released a powerful stream of energy from his mouth in order to destroy his opponent and sent it towards Qin Jun. Master Gu saw this and was very afraid for His Majesty the third prince and tried to warn him. Qin Jun resolutely blocked the path of Daji, who was about to enter into battle, in order to protect her master, but the guy ordered the girl to keep her head down and leave it to him. With the help of his incredible skills and good command of magical weapons, the third principal managed to resist the energy flow. After that, Qin Jun looked at the wolf demon with a smile and said that he originally did not want to fight him. The guy continued to say that since the beast was already here, it could be used to train those techniques that the prince had recently learned. After that, Jun rushed at his opponent. Along the way, the third principal completely devoted himself to properly accelerating his speed and concentrating as much chi as possible into his silver dragon soul punisher spear. A moment later, Qin Zhengyi managed to use the instant bloom technique to pierce the wolf demon like lightning. In order not to fly too far, the main character had to brake sharply, causing clouds of dust to rise. Qin Jun turned back to see if he had succeeded in defeating the wild beast. It really was like that. The wolf demon lay powerless on the ground and no longer showed signs of aggression. Showing his superiority, the third prince put his foot on the wild beast. After this, Qin Jun, threatening with a spear, turned to the wolf demon and ordered him to submit or die. The wolf demon did not obey and choose one of two options. Instead, he made an attempt to get to his feet in order to fight with people again. Qin Jun thought that this was the kinship of the wolf king Tsangxi because the beast received a blow from the guy with an instant of flowering and a silver spear, but he was still able to get up. Mentor Gu immediately ordered his subordinates to hurry to the third prince to help, but someone's voice stopped this order. It was Qin Yue, who said that his brother still had strength and could continue to fight, and therefore there was no need to rush because they could provoke this wolf demon. Qin Jun, hearing this, became very angry with his brother and thought that sooner or later he would kill the fifth prince. After this, the main character again attacked the intractable wolf demon, causing him to roar furiously in pain. Daji and the growling dog were already ready to finish off the wild beast, but Qin Jun asked the exhausted wild beast for the last time whether he would obey him or would prefer to die. After thinking a little, the beast's gaze changed and he began to speak. The wolf agreed to obey the third prince. Jun was glad to hear this and said that from 9 he would be called Smoke, but the beast did not agree to this name. The main character tried to convince the beast and then suggested the names Xiao Tsang and Sora Aoi. The demon said that since he was a descendant of the wolf king Tsangxi, he wanted his name to begin with Tsang. Qin Jun, hearing this, finally decided and said that his name would be Tsang Junlan. The wolf demon agreed with this and was very happy to receive the name. The soldiers who had been watching this dialogue all this time were amazed that the wolf agreed and the third principal subdued the demon of the golden core level. They believed that the prince was very cool. However, their admiration was not shared by Qin Yue, who envied his brother and wondered why all the good things went to Jun, but he was not very discouraged because he had already prepared everything and his brother was already awaiting death. At this time, Qin Jun sneezed and thought about who remembered him. Suddenly, a mythical system turned to him. She congratulated her master on subduing the first animal and as a reward gave a chance for a random summon. Suddenly, Mentor Gu turned to the third prince. He was bothered by a wolf demon. The prince said that the wolf was already subordinate to him and they would set off together, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the mentor calmed down and said that it was already late and went to rest. Qin Jun also decided to follow the man's example and began to climb into the carriage. Daji was glad that they had a new comrade and turning to the wolf demon asked to allow her little sister to lick him thoroughly. Qin Jun did not pay attention to this at all and asked the mythical system to begin summoning demons and gods. The system immediately obeyed and began to launch the usual process of activating a random summon, and a moment later congratulated its owner on summoning a random demon who was already on his way. Qin Jun looked at the characteristics of the summoned demon, but they were not yet available, and the silhouette this time was very blurred, so he did not know which demon would be summoned. The next day came. The rays of the morning sun barely made their way through the high mountains. Our heroes hit the road again. Sitting in the carriage, the fifth prince's subordinate asked His Majesty whether their plan was still in force, to which he received an affirmative answer. Suddenly Qin Yue remembered June, which made him angry again. The guy said that this time he hired a cultivator with a transformation level and he would definitely kill the third prince. The fifth prince added that he had already agreed with the killer on the time and he would come and finish him off. The prince's carriage continued on its way while Qin Yue thought about not allowing Qin Jun to return alive. After some time, our heroes reached the reservoir and decided not to miss this opportunity. Wolfsong Junlan had already begun water procedures and Qin Jun called Daji and asked why don't they go swimming together and not lose each other's backs. The girl agreed and walked towards the guy with a smile on her face. The third prince could not believe that he had finally captured Daji. The next moment something happened that the main character clearly did not expect. The girl pushed him and the prince flew into the river. Having emerged from under the water, June began to scold Daji, saying that she had betrayed his love. To this, the girl replied that they had a relationship of master and servant and not husband and wife. The third prince leaned back and asked if werfoxes don't like to draw out Yan's male energy, after which he suggested that the girl draw out his energy as well. This offended Daji, which is why she hit June. The girl said that she could not use such cheap techniques because this method of collecting yin and replenishing yang was clearly invented by the human race. Qin Jun immediately jumped up and tried to overcome the pain from the blow. Since Daji was already in the water, the girl also decided to swim. The third principal was dumbfounded by what he saw. Qin Jun was embarrassed and wiping the blood that came from his nose said that form was non-existence and non-existence was form. Already had added that he was a Buddhist monk with very strong cultivation. The man suggested that His Majesty the fifth prince was afraid to act openly and therefore invited a Buddhist monk. Finally, it was possible to fully see the stranger. It was a bald man in the clothes of a monk with massive beads around his neck and rosary beads in his hands. Qi energy hovered around him. Seeing the monk, Master Gu thought that he could not determine the cultivation level of this person and was afraid that he was very strong. The man hoped that the stranger was passing by. Finally, the mentor plucked up courage and loudly declared that this was the place where His Majesty was resting and therefore demanded that the man stop and not approach. The monk cryptically said that his goal was exactly what Master Gu was waiting for. After that, the stranger looked at June and said that he had heard that evil spirits had appeared in the imperial family and were disturbing the hearts of people, and so he had come to get rid of them. The palace guards, drawing their weapons, instantly approached the Buddhist monk and said that the stranger was slandering because evil spirits could not appear in the imperial family. Suddenly Qin Yue turned to the man and called him Mentor Shenshan and said that he was glad that he had finally arrived. The bald man, without going into long conversations, asked the fifth prince where the man who was captured by evil spirits was. After this, the Buddhist monk noticed a wolf demon located nearby. The monk looked at Song Junlan and called him a vile brat. Then the man said that the wolf had just condensed, and if he was allowed to grow further, it could only bring disaster. Hearing this, June intervened and asked where this bald donkey who spoke nonsense came from. Then the prince turned to the monk and asked whether he wanted to die or simply did not want to live. Mentor Shenshan immediately realized that it was the third prince, and his murderous speech indicated that his body had been taken over by evil spirits. The man folded his hands and began to concentrate qi. Thanks to his skills, the monk acquired a large energy hand that exactly repeated the movements of an ordinary hand. The monk threatened that he had come to behead everyone who was bewitched by evil spirits. The palace guards were worried about the third prince and asked him to be careful. Qin Yue was pleased with the current situation and said that today even the gods would not save Qin Jun. The next moment, Mentor Shenshan attacked the main character with strength. The blow was so powerful that pieces of earth and stones scattered to the sides. Fortunately, Daji managed to push his master away in time. The nine-tailed fox instantly began to concentrate chi energy in order to fight with the Buddhist monk and kill him. At this time Qin took a good look at the bald man and guessed that his cultivation level was quite high. The third prince turned to the monk and condemned him for the fact that he without understanding began to attack an innocent person, after which he asked which temple he was from. Qin asked his brother to be careful in his expressions, because his opponent was the mentor Xinshan from the Yehua temple. After this, the prince added that he specially invited him to expel evil spirits from June. Qin was pleased with himself and thought that the third prince would not be able to cope with the golden core cultivator because the mentor was an outstanding monk of the reincarnation level. Unable to withstand the surge of joy, Qin loudly asked his brother not to blame him because all this was in the name of justice. The fifth prince was absolutely sure that Junyu would die today. Mentor Xinshan turned to the third prince and said that good will definitely defeat evil, and there is no need to be afraid because everything will end quite quickly. After this, the monk said that he would cleanse the world of wickedness and put his hands together. The next moment, out of nowhere, a huge Buddha appeared which consisted of chi energy. Suddenly symbols appeared in the sky that formed several circles of fire. Someone's voice said that he was a man of mercy and asked how one could think about murder. After this, a powerful blast of chi energy from the sky struck Master Xinshan and nailed the monk to the ground. Daji and Qin were so surprised that they could not say a word and only looked up. A Buddhist monk began to descend from the heavens. He looked older than Xinshan. At that moment, the system congratulated its master on the call of Fahai, who possessed the second level of Hua generation. June was very surprised that Fahai himself was summoned this time. Daji asked her master to be careful because she felt that this man was a Hua origin level cultivator. The palace guards were surprised but did not understand what was happening, unlike Master Gu, who believed that this was the end because one Hua origin cultivator was capable of defeating an entire kingdom. All the guards immediately bowed to Fahai, who approached Master Xinshan and asked why he came to the Chenhua kingdom and demanded to immediately answer the question. The monk turned to the elderly man as his teacher and asked how he ended up here. June could not help but smile at the fact that Xianling turned out to be Fahai's student and thought that now the monk was dancing with him because his teacher was a subordinate of the third prince. Qin mentally laughed and still thought that everything was going according to his plan and was already anticipating that today Qin would die and his woman would become his. Suddenly Fahai silently looked towards Qin, who was standing nearby in the moonlight. The elderly man began to approach the third prince, which caused concern in the guy. The next moment Fahai respectfully bowed to June and said that a few days ago a vision descended on him in which he and his majesty successfully met, and therefore the monk came to bow to the guy. When Qin and Master Xianling saw this, they were shocked and did not understand how this was possible. June turned to Fahai and said that the mentor should not have been so polite and added that with his support, he had now gained wings and together they would ascend to a common peak. The shocked Xianling asked the teacher if he had mixed up anything. Fahai asked how his student dared to interfere in the struggle for power. Further, Fahai announced that Xianling was now under arrest. Mentor Xianling did not contradict his teacher and humbly accepted his punishment. The Buddhist monks stepped aside to discuss something else, and at this time Qin smiled insidiously because he understood that now he could realize what he had long wanted. The third prince approached his brother and asked what he meant when he said that today even the gods would not save him. Qin was trembling with fear. After this, the fifth prince hid behind Mentor Gu and reminded June that they were brothers and he could not be killed. Qin was angry and took out his magic weapon and asked since when did the fifth prince consider him his brother. Qin looked at the fifth prince with a stern look and asked how after all this he dared to say that they were brothers because it was absurd. The third prince continued to say that he had endured his brother's antics again and again, but now his patience had snapped. Qin was so scared that he could not say anything. Qin in a rage put the silver dragon soul punisher spear to the neck of the fifth prince and said that today he will certainly die. Suddenly Mentor Gu stopped the prince and said that this could not be done because he and the fifth prince were brothers and if he got rid of him June would be instantly expelled. Fahaya also spoke out on this matter. The monk said that heaven took care of every living creature and asked the prince to under no circumstances think about killing. These words made June doubt the correctness of his decisions, and he said that the fifth principal would live another day but until his first prank. Fahai breathed a sigh of relief because he was still able to convince his master not to make a mistake. Suddenly Daji turned to the monk and called Fahai a bald donkey and asked him not to interfere in this. The growling dog was of the same opinion and advised the old man not to act rashly. Fahai's expression changed dramatically. He was surprised and at the same time angry that the Prince of Demons was standing in front of him. And at this time Qin Yue was thinking that he had already done enough harm to Qin Jun and therefore believed that if he did not escape today he would definitely die. The next moment the fifth principal considered that this was his chance and sharply pushed Mentor Gu towards the main character. Having bought himself some time, Qin Yue quickly ran away, trying to escape the wrath of his elder brother. Qin Jun calmly looked after his brother and realized that he wanted to run away, but he could not allow this to happen. The main character said that it was too late and then swung a magical weapon charged with chi energy. The next moment Qin Jun threw a silver dragon spear which flew at great speed towards the fleeing guy. Seeing this, Qin Yue was very frightened and tried to fight off the spear flying at him with his sword. But an ordinary sword could not compare with a magical weapon and therefore simply broke without protecting the fifth prince. A moment later the spear of the Soul Punisher pierced Qin Yue's body, not giving the prince a chance to escape. The strength and speed of the spear turned out to be enough for the fifth prince to fly for some more time and then crash into a tree. The palace guards and Fahai were struck by lightning as they saw and realized what had just happened. Qin Jun approached his still barely alive brother and wished that in his next life he would try to become a good person. After these words, the fifth principal was pierced by hellish pain, which became the last thing that Qin Yu felt in this life. The guy was overtaken by punishment for his sins. Deathly silence reigned. The fresh blood of Qin Yue was still hovering around. The main character silently looked at the corpse of his defeated opponent. Qin Jun was inflamed with chi energy and thought he had avenged the original Jun, and now this body completely belonged to the main character. The guy vowed to train hard and reach a significant peak. The third prince closed his eyes and his body was enveloped in chi energy. The transition to a new level of cultivation began. The system congratulated the owner for completing the mission to kill the fifth prince and rewarded him with 100,000 experience and chances for a random draw, and also congratulated him for reaching the second level of creating a golden core. Qin Jun was happy that he had finally reached the level of the golden core and thought that this was the path to immortality. The system again reported that the owner was rewarded with a chance for a random summon, but the third principal continued to think that he was not going to achieve everything honestly like the stupid people from the novels from the TV series. After this, the main character decided to test his new powers and aimed his spear into the sky. Chi energy swirled around him. Qin Jun knew what was waiting ahead. Suddenly massive thunderclouds appeared and lightning began to flicker in the sky. A celestial disaster had arrived. One of the lightnings hit directly the spear of the Punisher of Souls, but did not harm the main character in any way. Qin Jun looked at all this and thought that the thunder was not that strong, so he decided to continue. The elements seemed to hear this and sent a lot of sparkling lightning at the third prince. It seemed that the main character seemed to absorb the energy of nature in himself. The royal guard who watched this could not believe that this was actually happening, and His Majesty actually dealt with the thunder with his own hands. Daji looked at the sky and worried whether her master would be able to hold out against the heavenly disaster. The growling dog asked the girl not to worry because despite the fact that Qin Jun was usually so carefree, he was still smart beyond his years. Fahai also admired his master and believed that His Highness was indeed very benevolent. Finally, it was all over and the third prince decided to fly high into the sky in order to test his new abilities. Returning back to Earth, Qin Jun was in a good mood. Now he himself was as if covered with lightning. The third prince was surprised that the feeling of walking through a thunderstorm was indeed very unusual. Daji turned to His Highness and asked if everything was okay with him. The main character replied that everything was fine and ordered his subordinates to go and bury Qin Yu's body, while he found a river to swim. After this, the third prince quickly flew into the sky, leaving behind a bright trail of chi energy. Fahai, watching the guy flying into the distance, thought that the technique of soaring in the clouds and riding in the fog was very high. He did not understand how His Majesty learned all this at such a young age. After some time, the main character finally found a pond and began to put himself in order. At the same time, he asked the mythical system to launch a lottery. Qin Jun, recalling his previous unsuccessful experience, thought that under no circumstances should Daji's apron or the growling dog's collar fall out again. The very next moment, the system congratulated the owner on receiving a full set of purple and gold imperial armor from the Sea Dragon Palace from the work journey to the west. Qin Jun thought that this armor looked good and was a precious item. The system clarified that this armor was defensive clothing and required his blood to recognize the owner. The main character bit his finger hard and started to bleed. The armor immediately recognized its owner and began to transform. The armor was put on by itself piece by piece on Qin Jun. He didn't even need to do anything for this. This surprised the guy. A moment later, Qin Jun was already examining himself and admiring how well this armor fit on him, after which he thought about how to return it back to the system. As soon as he thought about it, the clothes immediately disappeared and he was left completely naked. The third prince was surprised and thought that this was too unexpected. The main character was very pleased with the lottery, but then he wanted to take advantage of a random call. The guy hoped that this time someone would come who could control Fahai. After loading was completed, the system notified the owner by calling a random demon and reported that he was already on his way. Qin Jun was already experienced in these calls and believed that the new demon would arrive in at least a few days. After which the prince came out of the water and began to prepare to return. The main character turned around and saw an old man next to him. Very frightened, Qin Jun asked the stranger who he was. The old man said that his name was Taibai Jinxing. He said that during cultivation he suddenly realized that he was supposed to meet the prince and therefore came to pay tribute to him. Qin Jun still did not understand what kind of old man he was and therefore turned to the characteristics of the demon. Taibai Jinxing was a deity from the work journey to the west and also a 4th-level celestial being. Qin Jun asked if the old man knew the growling dog because they were both from the journey to the west. The main character was very happy that this finally happened, and not only did he pull out the celestial being, but he was also immortal. This was important for the prince because in this world the levels of cultivation were divided into 4 stages, which were the spheres of mortals. Above that were Huashu the immortal and the celestial. Taibai Jinxing turned to his highness and said that he did not know any growling dog. This surprised Qin Jun. The guy explained that the dog was from the same place as the celestial and one could say that they were fellow countrymen. After that, Qin Jun suggested going and meeting the others. The third principal together with Taibai Jinxing were flying on a cloud when they suddenly noticed that some numerous destruction was visible on the ground. From above, the main character saw Daji, who concentrated energy around herself. The girl turned to Fahai, called him an old bald donkey, and said that he did not distinguish between good and evil. The monk had already prepared his magical golden cup of Fayan. Noticing that Junya, the old man, decided to consult with him because since he was already here, the prince no longer needed the help of evil spirits. The growling dog trembled with anger and said that if the Buddhist monk had not been his master's man, he would have torn him to shreds long ago. Qin Jun together with Taibai Jinxing finally descended to the ground and asked what happened here. The next moment the prince seemed to be pierced by lightning. He was surprised at what his subordinates had done. Multiple destructions were visible around, and Qin Jun believed that while he was not here, a terrible battle had taken place with the culprits who were now standing in front of him. Fahai was the first to turn to his majesty and said that the evil spirits could not be trusted because they were very strong, and if they had bad intentions the consequences could be sad. Daji interrupted the old man and asked how her master knew how good his thoughts were. The monk immediately replied that he did not and could not have any thoughts. Finally, the main character stopped the swearing and said that they did not need to suspect each other. After all, they were still just getting acquainted, and therefore they could not know for sure how good or bad the opponent was. The Buddhist monk again tried to insist that they were evil spirits, but the third principal stopped this. Taibai Jinxing said that everything that existed had a soul and people were divided into good and bad, but they were evil spirits and therefore it was impossible to lump everything into one pile. Fahaya asked who this old man was. Qin Jun allowed himself to introduce the new member of the team. The prince said that the old man was a celestial being, and his name was Taibai Jinxing, after which he asked his comrades to show him due respect. Daji and the growling dog were surprised and did not think that in this life they would still be able to meet a celestial being. Taibai Jinxing explained that immortal was just a title and there was no need to extol him. Fahai rudely replied that he didn't care whether the old man was a celestial being or just a liar. The monk couldn't allow anyone to stop him from destroying evil spirits. The celestial being was offended by these words and began to scold the monk. Everything said that Fahai extolled himself over others, and therefore Taibai Jinxing suggested making a bet. The celestial being invited them to fight, and if victory was his, the monk would stop objecting in any way, and if he lost he would personally cut off his own head and make a sincere apology. Fahai agreed with this. 2 elderly men stood opposite each other and prepared to fight. Their bodies seemed to be burning with fire. Daji asked the growling dog what he thought about it. The black dog suggested that if she used her true body she would be able to see the essence of Taibai Jinxing. Fahai began to concentrate on the spell. Mysterious symbols appeared around him. The monk turned to his opponent and said that he would not mock him and invited the celestial to start first. Taibai Jinxing did not answer anything and did not even move. but only continued to concentrate the chi energy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a powerful stream of energy appeared that sought to destroy the Buddhist monk. Fahai noticed this and was very surprised, but unfortunately for him, it was already too late to take anything. A huge flow of chi energy struck the bald old man without any resistance. The strength and speed of this attack was enough to throw the Buddhist monk far out of sight and hit him into the rock. Due to such a powerful blow, the high stone mountain was partially destroyed. Everyone was shocked and silently looked at Taibai Jinxing, who had not even moved at all since the start of the fight. The celestial being did not expect such a result because according to him, he dealt his weakest blow. The old man felt sorry for Fahai. Qin Jun, who never took his eyes off the immortal, finally said that it was amazing. The main character said that it was amazing and he really didn't praise the old man in vain. Mentor Gu thought that the prince was really blessed by the gods since he managed to get the help of immortals. Taibai Jinxing bowed respectfully and thanked Qin Jun for praising his abilities. After this, the old man quickly flew into the sky, arguing that he wanted to look at the monk and hoped that he did not die. Daji and the growling dog still had doubts, so they asked their master if he was sure that the old men were really a celestial being and not just deceiving him. Jun, watching the celestial being, said that Taibai Jinxing felt a connection with him when he was abroad, and that is why he came here for 1,000 yil in order to pay tribute to the prince. Daji and the growling dog were delighted with their master's answer and no longer doubted anything. A moment later, Taibai Jinxing returned with a beaten and exhausted Fahai. Qin Jun looked at the Buddhist monk, who showed no signs of life, and asked if he was dead. The celestial being replied that a Huashu-level cultivator could not die so easily, after which the old man put some kind of pill into the monk's mouth. The main characters asked if Taibai Jinxing knew how to make immortality pills. The elderly man honestly answered that he did not make them but simply bought them. Qin Jun did not understand how this could happen, and at that time Fahai opened his eyes. The monk bowed respectfully before Taibai Jinxing and said that he would no longer object to the fact that these evil spirits would be near his majesty. He also thanked him for saving his life. Jun said that due to the bad influence of demons, the highest Buddhist mentors sometimes had obsessive ideas. The prince added that if it were not for Daji and the growling dog, he would have been dead long ago. When all the conflicts were resolved, the main characters turned to Mentor Gu and offered to continue their journey. Qin Jun also ordered that Qin Yua's cart be given to the celestial. The soldiers began to hastily collect all their belongings in order to quickly set off. Qin Jun and Daji were next to Zhang Junlan. Suddenly, a man with a scar approached the main character. He said that he was the prince of the Bloody Sword Guards and was a subordinate of Qin Yua. The prince assumed that the man wanted to avenge the death of his master. The man asked to understand him correctly because he was Qin Yua. Qin Jun replied that he could not trust the man but suggested that the further journey would become a probationary period for the guard, and when they returned to the kingdom they would discuss this issue again. The man with the scar thanked His Highness for his kindness. At the same time, Master Gu informed the prince that it was time to leave. After all the preparations were completed, Master Gu gave his subordinates the order to move forward. 5 days have already passed since the murder of the 5th prince. Each of them brought our heroes closer and closer to the goal. Now the carts wandered through the lifeless desert. Mentor Gu said that after crossing this desert, they would enter the territory of the Kanglin Kingdom. The man also warned that many robbers and bandits lived in this desert. Qin Jun replied that he had already sent Zhang Junlan to explore the upcoming path. After this, the prince asked why no one was watching this place. The mentor replied that the emperor had repeatedly advocated military campaigns, but the state treasury was empty. For Qin Jun, this reminded him of Emperor Yang, who during his lifetime made great contributions to future generations. The emperor's most famous creation was the Grand Canal. Suddenly, Master Gu informed His Majesty that something had happened, and he went forward to see what happened. There were several people standing in front. A tall guy with blonde hair greeted Mentor Gu and said that they had lost their map and asked him to show them the way. The mentor allowed himself to ask whether the strangers were heading to the Qianlong military competition, to which he received an affirmative answer from the guy. After this, Mentor Gu said that they were heading there, which meant that he and the strangers were fellow travelers. The man offered to take care of each other on the road. The guy with blonde hair introduced himself and said that his name was Yi Xian. He was an adept of the Anqing sect from the kingdom of Wuqi, and with him were his younger fellow practitioners. Suddenly, Qin Jun's younger brother joined the conversation. The guy introduced himself and said that he was the 4th prince of the Qianyue kingdom named Qin Yu. Yi Xian replied that he was glad to meet him, But to himself, the guy was surprised that even cultivators of the Qi training level participated in the competition. After that, he wondered if the Chenhua kingdom was really that weak. Having mounted his horse, Master Gu said that the time was already late and they should continue their journey, after which the carts hurried to leave again. Yi Xian said that he noticed that they had 4 carts and then asked who else accompanied Qin Yu. The guy replied that his eldest brother and a celestial being were also here. An adept of the Anqing sect was very surprised to hear about the celestial being. The 4th prince said without any doubt that he was invited by his brother. Hearing this, Master Gu coughed and asked His Highness which celestial being he was talking about and asked the prince not to joke like that. The girl in the green dress wondered if Qin Yu knew how strong such cultivators could be, and wasn't the guy afraid that his tongue would be cut out for uttering such loud words. After that, the girls laughed. The 4th prince got angry and was already trying to object to them, but suddenly he saw something in front of him. It was Cong Junlan, who ran towards the carriages and growled. His red eyes and menacing grin could give the impression that a wild beast was about to attack the travelers. Yi Xian, seeing the demon, took out his sword and warned everyone that it was a golden core monster, and therefore they should be careful. Qin Yu said that it was the animal of his brother Qin Jun. Yi Xian noticed that a gentleman stuck out his hand from the carriage in front. Soon His Majesty the 3rd Prince himself got out of the carriage to warm up and called Cong Junlan to him. When the girls saw the main character, they immediately froze in amazement and could not utter a word. They looked at the guy and were amazed that this stranger to them was so strong. The next moment, several armed people jumped out of nowhere. They took our heroes by surprise and immediately surrounded the travelers. These were robbers around whom Qi his subordinates. This surprised the mentor. The man thought that His Majesty was so relaxed and seemed to think that they were too stupid. But soon the 3rd principal ordered Cong Junlan to greet the robbers. Hearing this order, the wolf demon created an energy sphere from Qi in his mouth. Soon the wolf was ready to attack the enemy. Guansong saw this and was very scared. The next moment, there was a huge explosion that caused powerful currents of wind. Yi Xian and his comrades could hardly stand on their feet and tried in every way to protect their eyes from the dust flying into them. The girl in the red dress could not believe that this was the power of the golden core. But this was not enough to defeat Guansong. Then Cong Junlan decided to attack the enemy with more traditional methods, pouncing on him like a wild beast. The robber tried to resist. However, Guansong was able to get out. He spent the time he gained using his skill as indicated by the symbols that appeared on his forehead. In an instant, the head of the robbers began to increase in size, and a moment later was the size of a wolf demon. Qin Jun saw this and immediately realized that it was a magic doubling skill. The 3rd prince was surprised and thought that this doubling technique belonged to the Judao clan from the Hokage. The guy could not believe that such a thing was possible in this world. Since Guansong had increased in size, he also had increased strength. Therefore, he was still able to knock Cong Junlan to the ground. After this, the head of the robbers raised his sword over the immobilized wolf demon and was ready to kill him. But he failed to do this because someone's sudden attack prevented the bandit. This powerful blow was strong enough to throw Guansong far back and save Cong Junlan from death. The adherents of the Anqing sect were very surprised that one of their new acquaintances was able to defeat the Golden Core cultivator. Guansong, holding on to his wound, turned to Fahai, calling him an old bald donkey, and asked who he was. The robber thought that the information provided by Mr. Anxiao was inaccurate. Fahai replied that it did not matter who he was. After this, the Buddhist monk brought his hands together and began to recite a spell due to which his hands were enveloped in burning symbols. The elderly man turned to his opponent and said that he had nowhere else to retreat. After this, the monk's hands began to increase with the help of Qi energy. Qin Jun turned to the old man and asked him to leave Guansong barely alive. Bahai immediately obeyed. The next bandit's right in the head, for which he received another reward from the system. Qin Jun again pompously blew out the smoke coming out of the barrel of the gun and calculated that, for killing the robbers, he received over 2,000 experience points, which was very good. Yi Xian was shocked by what he saw. The guy thought that this artifact was too terrifying and asked who the guy he was looking at now was after all. Qin Yu said that it was his brother who had already broken through the boundaries of the Golden Core. Jun mentally scolded his younger brother because he was trying and fighting here and this bastard was setting him up. The 3rd principal turned to Master Gu and said that there were very few Golden Core cultivators and they met him today for a reason. Therefore, Guanson's body should be searched. The mentor followed His Majesty's order and moments later found a letter from the head of the robbers. Having read it, the man seemed to be pierced by lightning. The mentor was excited and scared. The man immediately turned to Qin Jun and said that the prince should have read this letter himself personally. The main character was surprised by this. What was written in the letter also puzzled the third prince. He thought that even though Guansong was already dead, he still managed to cause him a lot of problems. Qin Jun turned to the head of the Bloody Sword Guards and asked if he had heard of a man named Anxiao. The man replied that he knew him. He said that this man came from the Dark Knight Manhwa clan and had an excellent reputation throughout the dynasty. This clan was famous for its status as 100% killers. Qin Jun asked if the members of this clan were really capable of killing even a cultivator of the Huaxiu level. The head of the guards replied that they were definitely capable of it. Fahai said that few people in the Nanjua dynasty dared to offend the clan. The monk added that if someone was on their list, they had to pay a lot of money to remove their name from there. Qin Jun said that it didn't matter and offered to continue on his way. The third prince added that he didn't care because if this clan gets in his way, then let him change it for himself. After that, all the travelers quickly gathered and Master Gu ordered his subordinates to move forward. 3 days later, the desert landscapes gave way to a cool green forest that was located among the rocks. It was here that our heroes decided to make another stop. Qin Jun got out of his carriage and, tired from the long trip, decided to warm up a little. Suddenly, the mythical system announced that its owner had a chance to call, which was provided once a month. Qin Jun and Daji sat under a tree and warmed themselves by the fire. The third principal was surprised at how quickly time flew by. While the girl was sleeping peacefully, the main character decided not to waste time and asked the mythical system to activate a random call. The system immediately obeyed, after which the usual loading of the activation of the random summoning of demons and gods began. The system congratulated the owner on summoning a random demon who was already on his way. Jun was very surprised when he saw the silhouette of the summoned creature. The guy immediately realized that the summoned demon was not a person. The third prince began to carefully examine the silhouette and suggested that judging by the antlers it could be a deer. He also thought that this time the summoned demon could be the Dragon Queen. Qin Jun was inspired that it could be the Dragon Queen and believed that she must have been very beautiful. The system reported that next to Guanyin Bodhisattva there were a boy and a girl. The boy's name was Shankai and the girl's name was Longmu. The system continued and said that the girl was the youngest daughter of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Qin Jun was very surprised that the demon he summoned was still a child. The system again explained that in this world the queen did not follow Guaning and became a young girl, and besides she had some connections with the previous owner of Qin Jun's body. The third prince decided to share the news with Daji and said that tomorrow a very strong girl would come to him to pay tribute to him. The werewolf fox approached her master and decided that besides her another girl would come to pay tribute. The main character was embarrassed and blushed. Daji didn't believe it and pointed her finger at Qin Jun's forehead and then told him to continue dreaming. The next moment the main character grabbed the girl's hand and offered to make a bet, according to the terms of which if what he said comes true Daji will kiss him. The girl asked if her master was trying to deceive her and added what would happen if he lost. Qin Jun replied that in that case Daji could punish him. The werewolf fox agreed to the bet with these conditions and said that she would wait. Jun remembered that recently Canlon suffered heavy losses, and therefore the prince was interested in trying to kill them. Mentor Gu replied that it was impossible to exclude cultivators who would want to take revenge for their country. The third prince really hoped that there would be such cultivators because in this way Jun could accumulate experience points and raise his cultivation level. Suddenly in the depths of the forest some loud sounds were heard that spread throughout the area and scared the birds. Qin Jun did not understand what happened and Mentor Gu looked at the sky with caution. The man's worries were not justified because a real dragon was flying across the sky towards them. The imperial guards were surprised. They could not believe that they could actually see the dragon. The guards admired the appearance of the white dragon because it turned out that dragons actually existed. Jun thought that it was a real dragon and not those lizards from the west. But the enthusiasm of the protagonist was not shared by his subordinates. They stood around the master and asked him to be careful. The next moment it turned out that the dragon with its mouth open was flying straight at them and was already very close. The palace guards were very frightened and began to bow to the dragon, thinking that this would somehow help avoid death. The only one who was not afraid of anything was Qin Jun. He calmly got off Song Junlan and headed towards the dragon. They both began to look at each other and could not stand on his feet when she rushed to hug him. The girl hugged the main character and said that she missed him. Judging by the characteristics, the girl was the dragon princess of the South China Sea and had 9 levels of Huaxiu. Suddenly the prince remembered how he walked with this girl when they were children. June asked the system if it really knew in advance that he would inhabit the body of this scum of a prince. The system explained that in fact the owner was attached to this body even at his birth, but since during the relocation his spiritual strength was lost, and therefore it was necessary to wait until the consciousness of the previous owner dissipated. The dragon girl asked the main character why he froze and asked him to look at her, and at that time Mentor Gu could not understand how this was possible and thought that it seemed to him. Daji and Fahai were also thinking about what had just happened and did not dare to explain it somehow. June looked at the girl and said that he did not expect that she had grown so much. The girl said that she thought that she would never see him again, but last evening a mysterious force destroyed the band that bound her, and she immediately went to look for June. The prince took the girl by the hand and told her to follow him. They approached June's comrades, and the guy introduced them to the dragon princess. Everyone greeted the girl, and Fahai said that the dragon race was a very ancient and large race and therefore asked who exactly she was. The princess said that since she was born she had never met her parents, but fortunately the girl met the dragon king who accepted her as his daughter. The girl said that it was June who helped her at the most difficult moment. The dragon girl hugged the third prince again and said that in any case from now on she will always be by Qin Jiong's side and will never leave him. Daji did not like these words. Suddenly the main character turned to the werfox and said that it was time for her to admit defeat in a recent dispute. The girl remembered the terms of the bet and without saying anything kissed Qin Jun on the cheek, which made the guy embarrassed and blushed. The dragon girl saw this and was immediately taken aback by misunderstanding. She didn't like what had just arrived. The next moment the princess grabbed Qin Jun, who was not expecting anything, and also kissed him on the cheek. Because of this, Daji immediately became furious. The third principal tried to reason with her, saying that now they were all on the same team and suggested that they set out. After some time our heroes were already riding in a carriage. June was sitting between two girls, one of whom did not even think of letting him go and the second was cold. The celestial being also rode in this carriage. He turned to Shaoli and asked how the king of the dragons of the South China Sea agreed to release it. The girl admitted that the king did not agree and even said that he would not release her if she did not break through the boundaries of immortality. The king also established a special ban, but last night the ban was suddenly broken. Tai Bai Jinxing was not very pleased with what he heard from the girl, although he did not show it. The celestial further said that the dragon king was stronger than him, and if he finds out that the prince kidnapped his daughter, it will create some problems. June briefly replied that when the enemy invades, then there will be generals. After some time our heroes reached the border fortress of the Canlon kingdom. It was surrounded by high stone walls. Mentor Gu drove up to the guard and politely said that they were from the Chenyue kingdom and had arrived for the competition, after which he hoped for the soldiers' help. A guard approached June, who was sitting on a wolf demon, and asked whether he could cope with the beast. The third prince replied that it was his mount and asked the soldier not to worry. Hearing this answer, the guard told the main character to go to registration. Suddenly someone's loud voice asked to wait and asked which of them was Prince Qin Jun. The next moment a young guy jumped from the wall of the fortress and landed right in front of the main character. Song Junlan immediately growled and looked at the stranger with eyes burning with anger. Qin Jun asked why the guy was looking for him. The stranger pointed at the third prince with his weapon and explained that since he had defeated Zhuojunjia, he was now replacing him on the list, and therefore the guy wanted to challenge the prince. Yi Xian, hearing this, could not believe that the third prince had defeated Zhuojunjia and was included in the list of talented cultivators. The girl did not expect that their traveling companion would be so talented. June said that he did not have to accept the challenge of everyone he met. The guy said that his name was Song Yufeng and he was a second-rank genius of the Canlon Kingdom. The system announced the activation of a mission which was to defeat Song Yufeng. Seeing the amount of the reward, the third principal thought that it was the same amount of experience points as they give for golden core cultivators. Qin Jun assumed that the reward was so large because of Song Yufeng's good reputation. Song Yufeng immediately rushed to the attack with a furious grin, wishing for the death of his opponent. Yi Xian was amazed by the guy's speed and did not expect that there were still such talents in the Canlon Kingdom. Qin Jun accepted the fight and just as quickly took out his Soul Punisher spear, and then said that his opponent overestimated his strength since he dared to fight him. The third prince tried to hit his opponent, but Song Yufeng blocked his attack with his sword. This did not pass without a trace, and the guy's weapon began to become covered with cracks. The next moment Song Yufeng's sword was completely shattered, unable to withstand the onslaught of Qin Jun's magical weapon. The main character's attack was so powerful that it not only destroyed the opponent's weapon but also threw the second-rank genius far back. Victory was for the third prince. He was pleased with himself and hid the spear of the Punisher of Souls. The mythical system reported that the mission was completed and Qin Jun received 5,000 experience points. Yufeng lay unconscious, and the main character thought that in the future he should find the same genius with a good reputation and challenge him to gain a lot of experience points. After this, mentor Gu Sun informed the third principal that all the problems had been fixed and they could enter the city. Local residents greeted Jun like a hero. People said that Prince Chenyue was very strong despite his age. People also regretted that he was not from their kingdom. Qin Jun suddenly remembered the list of talented cultivators and asked the head of the Blood Sword Guards where he could buy it. The man replied that it was sold in every city in the Fate Pavilion. Pavilions of fate were very common and existed in every state. Inside, any information that a cultivator would want to buy was sold if he could provide monetary gifts and the like. Qin Jun, hearing this, ordered the man to wait until they were located in the city and then buy that scroll. The head of the guards immediately obeyed. Soon our heroes reached a huge hotel. The third principal thought that he would finally be able to rest properly. Suddenly Xiaoli ran up to him and asked the main character what he thought about her going to bed with him tonight. The guy was embarrassed by the unexpected proposal but agreed. Daji released the master from the princess's hands and said that she should have understood how to maintain moral purity. The girl added that their master was still growing and the princess could not devastate his body. Qin Jun timidly tried to say that he would not devastate her, and if Daji did not believe them then they could try tonight. But Daji categorically refused this and said that tonight the third prince was supposed to be with her. Then Jun suggested that both girls sleep with him. Hearing about such a proposal, the werewolf fox immediately got angry and punished her master for such thoughts, after which she told him not to even dream of such a thing. In the end, today the main character was alone, but he resigned himself and asked the mythical system to show his characteristics. Something surprised Jun. The guy didn't understand why he had 2,000 to 3,000 more experience points. The system explained that since the owner was able to increase the number of experience points and the previous growth was too small, the owner did not pay attention to it. The prince remembered that there was an omission in the words of the system. The prince clarified that if the consciousness of demons descends, then why were Fahai and the monk whom Qin Yue hired were connected? The system explained that this was happening because some demons came to this world following the owner, including Fahai. Suddenly Jun thought that some demons had already begun to rage in this world. The main character asked whether these demons would be powerful. The system replied that there were very few of them, no more than 5, and it could be said that Fahai and the Dragon Princess were the weakest. Qin Jun became worried when he heard this and asked what would happen if he summoned those demons that had already appeared. The system replied that they would awaken consciousness and follow the owner. The third principal thought that it was nice. Then the guy said that it was already late and he needed to hurry up in order to have time to practice more. The carriages were already ready and our heroes set off on their further journey to their goal. Qin Jun studied the list of talented cultivators that the head of the guards bought him. The guy was very surprised when he saw that in the first place on the list was a cultivator of the Huaxiu level who was 40 years old. Studying the list further, Qin Jun realized that he was not even included in the top 900 because the difference was too huge. Daji said that the human race was much more capable than the demonic race. Xiaoli said that it broke through the borders of Huaxiu in less than 10 years and therefore the geniuses on the list were initially nobody. To this, Daji replied that if it weren't for the dragon's legacy, the princess would not have been able to break through even the boundaries of the golden core. Xiaoli began to get angry. Suddenly someone's voice demanded that Qin Yue be given to him in exchange for saving his life. The third prince looked outside and saw Master Gu Xiong surrounded by armed men. Mentor Gu asked the robbers who blocked their path who sent them and suggested that it was the emperor of the Kanglin kingdom. Suddenly one of the men named Yu Qilian called out and said that even Emperor Kanglin could not control him, and they attacked because a reward had been announced for Qin Yue. Mentor Gu recognized Yu Qiliang but clarified whether he was the same cultivator who defeated Xiao Haowen and who had the highest peak of the golden core. Yu Qilian confirmed this, after which Mentor Gu said that Qin Yue was already dead, and therefore they had to abandon the task. The man was very surprised by this, but Jun confirmed it and said that the robbers should not look for him because he had already killed him and thrown him into the wilderness. Suddenly a mysterious man wearing a hat came down from the cliff. The head of the Bloody Sword Guards recognized him and called him Dark Owl. The man asked if it was true that Qin Yue was already dead. The head of the guards confirmed this and said that he had provoked the third prince over and over again and was executed for this. The man in the hat smiled insidiously and said that it didn't matter to him because he had already accepted the task and therefore had to complete it, otherwise the man's reputation would have been exhausted. After this, Dark Owl ordered Yu Qiliang to attack our heroes and kill everyone. The robber and his people were only glad to hear this. Jun ordered Fahai to deal with the opponents because he knew that the monk did not kill anyone but only severely maimed them so that the prince could then finish off the enemies and receive a reward. Yu Qilian, surrounded by Qi energy, was already approaching his opponent and calling the monk an old bald donkey advised him not to interfere, otherwise he would beat him to death with a whip. At this point, the Buddhist monk calmly replied that salvation comes only to those who repent. After this, Fahaya began to concentrate the Qi energy in his golden bowl of Fayan. The next moment, the Qi energy that began to come out of the bowl began to attack and sweep away opponents to the sides, not allowing them to approach the monk and causing terrible injuries. Yu Qilian was seriously injured and bleeding from his mouth. The man could not understand how this was possible. After the work was done, the exhausted opponents lay on the ground and Fahai turned to His Majesty and hoped that he had not let him down. Qin Jun said that the monk had worked hard. After this, the third prince walked around the area and finished off the wounded opponents, for which the mythical system awarded the main character over 10,000 experience points. Jun approached the last survivor, who was the Dark Owl. The wounded man said that he was the son of the elder of the Dark Knight clan, and his death could provoke the entire clan to take revenge. But Qin Jun did not think for a moment and shot at the enemy's head. The system immediately notified that for killing a level 5 golden core cultivator, the prince received 5,200 experience. Suddenly, on the sword that was lying near the corpse of the Dark Owl, something began to sparkle. The next moment, something flew into the sky with great speed, leaving behind a trail of red smoke. Qin Jun was very surprised because he did not understand what had happened. But when Fahai saw this, he immediately got scared and realized that things were bad. Qin Jun was puzzled and therefore turned to the Buddhist monk to ask what happened. Fahai explained that the killed cultivator had a seal of kinship, the principle of which was that if a descendant died, then the seal immediately passed on to the next generation what the deceased saw before death. At this time, the seal reached a man who was not happy to receive it, from which he became very angry and literally glowed with rage. Daji added that the seal of kinship was at least in the kingdom, and it was difficult to say whether the entire clan would compete with their lord. The prince said that for any case there will be a means, and even if he does not kill the enemy, he will still cause discontent in the clan, so it would be better if the prince still finished off the head of the clan. Finally, the main character thought that he had to save time and improve work on himself and increase his strength. At this time, somewhere high in the mountains above the estates of the Dark Knight clan, a heavenly disaster was raging. A man was sitting in a large room and was concentrating on increasing his cultivation level when suddenly the seal of kinship approached him with great speed. The man abruptly grabbed the seal and squeezed it tightly out of anger because he understood that it did not carry anything good. The sinister man looked at his hand and only speculated what he would see now. The elder of the Dark Knight clan gathered his resolve and pressed the seal of kinship to his forehead in order to find out what happened and with whom it happened. After this, he immediately received an introduction in which his mortally wounded son was killed by the main character. From this vision, the man became furious. Out of grief, the clan elder screamed about how Qin Jun dared to kill his son and threatened to tear him into pieces. Then the man ordered Shaoli to come out. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. The elder said that the Dark Owl was killed by an enemy whose subordinate was a monk using the Wangachan technique, and therefore he should first go to the Yehua temple and make inquiries about him. After this, the man told the shadow that he would draw him a portrait of the enemy, and it was necessary to make sure that he was in a very painful position. The shadow was immediately repaired and began to disappear. Meanwhile, our heroes were approaching the high stone walls of some city in the kingdom of Kanglan. Qin Jun asked the Buddhist monk to teach him the technique that he had used before, which made the mentor a little nervous but did not show it. Fahai tactfully explained that this was the Wankazang technique and this teaching from Yehua Temple could not be passed on to outsiders. Hearing this, Qin Jun was a little upset, but he was sympathetic to the monk's refusal. The dragon girl suggested that Qin Jun teach him herself. The guy was interested in this proposal, but he did not understand what she could teach him because the demonic race had a limited limit. Qin Jun continued saying that people initially did not have the opportunity to use the skills of the demonic race. To this Shaoli replied that she could teach the guy the method of hardening the body. After that, the princess touched her chi-charged finger to the third prince's forehead and asked him to feel it with all his heart. The next moment, the main character felt as if he was being carried away to another otherworldly world, and the guy could not utter a word but just watch. He obediently waited for what would happen next. Being in weightlessness, Qin Jun felt free, and all the knowledge of the universe seemed to be available only to him. Streams of chi energy instantly enveloped the guy's body. After some time, the mythical system congratulated its owner on receiving the indestructible body skill and said that since the owner received the ancient skill for the first time, he was rewarded with a random summoning of demons and gods. The main character instantly realized that the skill that Shaoli had given him consisted of only 5 layers. The first layer was to have a strong immune system and fearlessness to harmful factors or exposure. The second was the cultivator's perseverance, namely overcoming difficulties to self-improvement. The third layer was called the diamond strength and was to achieve the state of an indestructible body. The fourth layer represented a force capable of turning over a mountain. The last was the fifth layer, called the drachma of nature, because with the acquisition of great strength it was necessary to have humility. Qin Jun knew that initially there were 3 more layers, but unfortunately over time they were lost. The main character was very pleased with the knowledge he had received and thanked the girl for her help. Shaoli was embarrassed and said that there was no need for gratitude, because she was glad that she could help the prince. June thought that they would be in trouble because he had insulted the Dark Knight clan, and for the sake of safety they needed to keep someone strong with him, so he turned to the system so that it would start activating the call. A moment later, the system reported that the summoning was completed and the demon was already on its way. Its characteristics were not yet known, but the silhouette of the demon said a lot. After this, the third prince thought that he needed to wait until his new friend arrived. Qin Jun had no idea who would be summoned this time. After some time, our heroes arrived in some gloomy place and began to notice around them many remains of various animals and creatures. Even the sky here was somehow inhospitable. Yixin wondered why it was so gloomy here. Mentor Gu explained that there were many werewolves here because in the Manhwa dynasty a lot of cultivators kept evil spirits as pets. The mentor continued to talk about how there were always evil spirits who ran away and caused harm to others, but the Canlon kingdom was afraid to kill them because it was afraid of offending the cultivators of the Manhwa dynasty. June said that it was not surprising that this path was so lifeless. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the next military post and Mentor Gu provided documents for verification. Suddenly some loud sounds were heard around. One of the city guards said that this happened often. There were even rumors that half a month ago several dozen fortresses on the rocks were destroyed by a stream of animals and no one had yet returned from there alive. The third principal was horrified when he realized that peaceful city people had died from waves of wild animals. The growling dog asked if he could sort this out. Qin Jun replied that the black dog should not rush and said that she would show you if the city was destroyed. After that, the main character looked at the approaching stream of animals and thought that he just wanted to save people and did not want to save the city of the Canlon kingdom at all. Meanwhile, wild animals were already here. They crashed into the stone walls of the city with great speed, and the ominous energy of evil spirits hovered around. Seeing this, the main character assumed that these monsters were under someone's power of control because they were so crazy. In the next moment, the maddened animal began to crash at full speed not only into the city walls but also into each other, killing and maiming everything around. It seemed that the animals had gone crazy. Suddenly in the distance, someone's loud voice began to be indignant because a bunch of animals dared to stand in his way, and then an explosion was heard on the horizon that raised clouds of white smoke. The young man wielding 2 huge hammers single-handedly dealt with the monsters. At the same time, the system congratulated the owner for summoning Li Yuanba, who was a first-level earthly immortal. Qin Jun was very surprised to see Li Yuanba. The guy looked at him in fascination because he did not expect that the demon he had summoned would appear under such circumstances. A guy with 2 huge hammers could easily weapon. The prince said that later he would approach him and lure him to their side. Hearing this, Daji said that the origin of this fierce guy was very extraordinary and his level was higher than hers. Moreover, he was too cruel and therefore it was not worth approaching him. Shaoli agreed with the 9-tailed fox and also tried to dissuade Qin Jun by saying that this man was simply terrible, and even she would not dare to measure her strength with him. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard again in the distance, and rising clouds of dust indicated that another danger was approaching the city walls. Li Yuanba was already near the city gates, but stopped to wait for what would happen next. The Buddhist monk immediately realized what was happening, and immediately announced that the Demon King had arrived. A monster appeared in the distance armed with a large sword and flying on a cloud. He was accompanied by many aggressive creatures. It was a tiger demon who stood on his hind legs and was surprised that a human boy dared to exterminate his clan of demons. The monster threatened that he would certainly tear the guy to shreds. When the guards saw the monster, they were very scared and began to run away, shouting that the Demon King was already here. Daji, seeing the monster, said that this Demon King had reached at least the 5th level of Huaxiao. The girl in the red dress suggested that even that crazy stranger would lose to the tiger demon. But unlike the others, the third principals were calm because he knew about the real power of the demon he had summoned. Qin Jun assured everyone that the guy would defeat the monster. Li Yuanba himself, scratching his ear because someone had just remembered him, asked what kind of little kitten was squeaking in front of him and thought that it was impudence. The next moment, the tiger demon, calling the guy a self-confident insolent, rushed at Li Yuanba, trying to finish him off with one blow. But this didn't scare the guy at all. He just grinned because he already knew how it would end. Li Yuanba jumped high to get closer to the Demon King. His magical weapon was shrouded in chi energy. Within a moment, the guy was next to the monster and swinging 2 hammers at the same time made an insidious conclusion. Literally a second later, Li Yuanba attacked his opponent, causing a loud explosion to be heard. The Demon King himself was instantly nailed to the ground. After such a powerful blow, the demon tiger was thrown back some distance before he finally stopped and fell to the ground. The monster lay dying and did not move. Suddenly, dark energy flew out of the body of the defeated enemy, which took the form of an angry face and was angry that Li Yuanba dared to harm his favorite. The guy grinned and asked the demonic entity if she was still hiding her distractions. After this, Yuanba asked the entity to watch carefully as he finished it off, and at the same moment delivered a blow, after which neither the body of the Demon King nor the ominous energy remained. The attack was so strong that it was able to dispel the dark clouds, and for the first time in a long time the bright sun shone over this gloomy place. Qin Jun, who had been watching the battle all this time, highly appreciated Li Yuanba's cruelty. After a while, the guy climbed a high stone wall and appeared before our heroes. All the third prince's subordinates immediately shielded him from the suspicious and cruel stranger. Xiaoli asked Jun to be careful, and Taibai Jinxing turned to the guy and asked what he wanted to do. But the third principal knew that he was not in any danger and therefore walked past his subordinates. After this, the guy turned to Li Yuanba and praised him for his excellent work. Li Yuanba immediately bowed respectfully before Qin Jun, and calling the main character a benefactor, said that he came to bow and help him achieve great goals. The city guards who were watching this seemed to be pierced by lightning. They could not believe that this formidable and cruel guy was really bowing to Zhong. The third prince patted Li Yuanba on the shoulder and asked him to get up quickly. After that, Qin Jun said that with such an impressive appearance, the earthly immortal really looked like a general. Xiaoli turned to her new comrade and asked why he called the third prince benefactor. The guy said that when he was little and had no roof over his head, Qin Jun served him food, and if it weren't for this holy man, he would have already been dead. The main character interrupted Li Yuanba and asked the guy not to remember the past because what happened was. After that, Qin Jun was silently surprised that the system inserted memories, and that was cool. Suddenly, all the guards who guarded the fortress bowed respectfully to the third prince and unanimously thanked him for his help. Li Yuanba said indifferently that if the monsters had not blocked his path to his benefactor, he would not have cared about the city. Jun laughed at this answer and suggested quickly entering the city in order to set off early. The news that Li Yuanba destroyed the stream of wickedness and killed the Demon King quickly spread throughout the city. Our heroes rode in the carriage again. Jun said that the head of the city was quite interesting because he not only gave 10,000 spiritual stones as a gift, but also sent information about the cultivator of the Demon King. The third principal continued to say that that king's name was Li Mangjia, and he was the master of the 6th hall of the Constellation Gate. Daji said that the Constellation Gate was one of the 7 major sects of the Manhwa dynasty. After this, the girl smiled slyly and asked her master if he was afraid. The prince said that when he ascends the throne, he will certainly lead the Chenhua kingdom and surpass the Manhwa dynasty. The guy added that by then he will be able to destroy all 6 Constellation Gate halls. Suddenly, our heroes felt a very sharp and unpleasant smell coming from the street. Qin Jun got out of the carriage to catch his breath and figure out what was the reason for this phenomenon. The next moment, the head of the Bloody Sword Guards asked His Majesty to be careful because there was some strange fog ahead. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a menacing loud roar was heard and a strong wind blew. Qin Jun was surprised by this. Li Yuanba approached the prince and said that it was only a small poisonous snake of the 3rd peak and asked His Majesty not to worry because he was with him. Jun suggested that the guy go and see what was there. Along with this, the main character thought that poison was needed for the first layer of an invulnerable body. The prince said that he had heard that if evil spirits appeared alone, it meant that they were guarding the treasure of heaven and earth. Li Yuanba replied that behind the snake was a black poisonous flower. The next moment, the main character saw something in front of him which made him a little surprised. In a small clearing deep in the forest, there were several armed cultivators who were trying to resist a huge aggressive snake that seemed about to attack. The next moment, a huge snake attacked the armed people and released clouds of purple smoke at them. The ominous energy of wickedness hovered around. In such a case, one of the men had a shield which he immediately used to protect himself. But this did not give much result. A stream of smoke and ominous energy were still able to hit the men and knock them down. One of the men trembled in pain and cursed the snake while the third prince calmly approached the monster. Qin Jun examined the snake and noted how fierce this water dragon was, which surprised the man lying on the ground. The main character thought that the snake was guarding an unusual thing but was still not entirely sure whether it could help him in the development of cultivation. Jun and Yuanba continued to approach the monster while one of the men warned them not to get close to it. The second man said that it was poisonous and he called our heroes crazy. Seeing the fearlessness and arrogance of the man, the water dragon swung its tail to attack the enemy and protect the black poisonous flower. It seemed that the blow of the tail was about to overtake the third prince, but he was not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, the guy stopped as if he wanted this to happen and smiled. At the very last moment, Li Yuanba disrupted the plans of the water dragon by grabbing its tail. The guy's face did not experience any emotions. But a moment later, the guy looked angrily at his opponent and said that he didn't like the fact that the tiny snake dared to go crazy in front of one and ordered him to get out of here. After that, Li Yuanba grabbed the dragon tightly, not giving it a chance to attack again. The fingers of the earthly immortal dug deeply into the strong flesh of the monster. The next moment, Li Yuanba threw the water dragon aside to clear the way for his benefactor. The huge snake immediately flew far into the depths of the forest, amazing the unlucky hunters. The strangers seemed to be struck by lightning from what they saw. The men were frightened, and one of them was surprised that this guy crushed the scales simply by grabbing this monster with one hand. Meanwhile, the third prince was already approaching a black poisonous flower that was guarded by a huge snake. The plant emitted light and a very strong aroma. Qin Jun saw the flower and smelled it and thought that it was not surprising that there were always monsters next to earthly treasures, and even an ordinary person could not resist it. After that, the main character sat down next to the flower and began to concentrate on overcoming the first layer of the indestructible body. One of the strangers began to be very indignant, saying that it was very wasteful because June took a black poisonous flower, which was a very rare and valuable material for making pills. Meanwhile, the third principle was already being absorbed by dark energy and poison from the flower. The guy thought that the indestructible body was indeed difficult to practice, although it was only the first layer. The effect of the black poisonous flower intensified with every moment. Dark energy tried to completely absorb the main character. Qin Jun's body had already begun to become covered with huge blisters that brought pain to the guy, but the third prince thought that he had to hold on because all this was in order to become stronger. The third prince was already completely covered in dark energy. Unexpectedly, the mythical system reported that since its owner absorbed earthly treasure for the first time, he received a reward for it. A moment later, the dark energy dissipated and a bright light began to emanate from the main character. The system congratulated its owner on reaching the gold level of the third level. The men who watched it all from the side could not believe what happened and asked why the guy suddenly broke through to the next level even though he should have died from poison. Qin Jun smiled and was pleased that he was able to overcome the first layer of his indestructible body, which consisted of having the strongest immunity to harmful factors and influences. After this, the main character asked the mythical system to show him a table of his characteristics and began to carefully study it. Qin Jun noticed that in order to break through each level of the Golden Core, 50,000 more experience points were required, and for this it was necessary to complete more tasks. Suddenly, the main character was distracted from his thoughts because he noticed something. The third prince saw that the men who had originally tried to defeat the water dragon were still here and looking at him. The guy turned to the strangers and asked why they had not left yet. One of the men said admiringly that the gentleman was extraordinary and asked if they could meet him. June was surprised by this because he thought that the strangers wanted him dead because he took away their treasure. To this, the man replied that only the strongest received the treasure of heaven and earth. Another man asked if the guy could leave them a flower. Then the stranger explained that one of their comrades was wounded by the enemy and therefore he needed to take the poison of a black flower. Qin Jun thought that this flower was already useless to him anyway, so he decided to do the strangers a favor and allowed them to take it. The men immediately thanked the third prince. The main one introduced himself and said that his name was Su Mingsheng, and they were all knights of the Kanglin kingdom. The man whose name was Sul Lin said that nothing else could be expected from a genius who had already broken through the boundaries of the Golden Core at such a young age. After this, the third prince asked the men not to praise him and said that he already needed to continue on his way, after which he said goodbye and left with Li Yuanba. After some time, they returned to the carts. Mentor Gu saw His Majesty and asked if everything was okay with him. Qin Jun reassured him and ordered him to move on. And after this, the main character turned to Xiaoli and joyfully announced that he had broken through the first layer of the indestructible body. Hearing this, the dragon girl praised the third prince, saying that he was amazing. Qin Jun, raising his nose, agreed with this, and the dragon princess again praised her master and said that the main character was the best and all-powerful. And only Daji did not share this enthusiasm. The girl asked whether the third prince had a conscience and clarified whether Qin Jun would have been able to break through if not for the help of Li Yuanba. To this, the main character sheepishly replied that even if Li Yuanba had not existed, he still had Daji. This answer lifted the girl's spirits. The werewolf fox pointed her finger at the third prince's forehead and kindly called him a chatterbox imp. People looked at the guy who was sitting on the roof of the tower and wondered if it was Su Lijia and what he was doing on the roof. Someone said that the guy was waiting for June. Suddenly, one of Su Lijia's comrades came running and loudly announced that the third prince's carriage had already entered the city. This attracted the attention of the young guy. Su Lijia was very pleased to hear this and was glad that he had finally appeared, because while the guy was waiting for him, almost all the bones had rusted. Coming out of the carriage, Qin Jun immediately turned his attention to something and was slightly discouraged by what he saw. Su Lijia, who was still standing on the roof of the tower, loudly screamed for June to go out with him to fight and said that today either he or the prince would die. The system reported that a strong fighting desire was detected in Su Lijia. In connection with this, the secondary mission Nightmare of the Genius Kanglin was activated, according to which it was necessary to divide Su Lijia. Qin Jun took out his magic weapon and thought that this mission was just in time, and then decided to accept the guy's challenge. Master Gu warned his master that Su Lijia had already cultivated his sword, and therefore the prince should be careful. At this time, the guy showed off his weapon with great enthusiasm. It was already shrouded in chi energy. Su Lijia's smiling face changed to a menacing grin, and the guy angrily rushed at the main character, telling him to take his weapon. The third prince was ready to fight the genius of the Kanglin kingdom, but the guy was unable to get closer to Qin Jun because suddenly someone attacked him. This cultivator was Su Mingsheng. He turned to his son, saying that he did not need to fight Zhong, and asked him to apologize and follow him. After this, the man asked the perplexed protagonist for forgiveness for the behavior of his youngest son and asked him not to be angry. It turned out that Su Mingsheng had been warned that his youngest son was waiting for Qin Jun in Luoyang to challenge him. The man was nervous, but he was glad that he managed to save the guy from the battle with the third prince. Several guys who were watching everything from behind the bushes were annoyed that Su Mingsheng interfered in the fight. Su Lijia tried to object to his father and said that he was capable of fighting on equal terms with Qin Jun because he was already the leader of the Blue Four. Hearing about this, the man sighed, believing that his son had disgraced himself even more. Su Lijia continued to revive his father. Qin Jun was dissatisfied with what he heard from the man because the guy hadn't even started fighting yet, and his father had already said that he couldn't handle it. Su Mingsheng tried to justify himself to the third prince, and at this time Su Lijia's anger only increased. Finally, the guy could not stand it and said that it was not yet clear who exactly died. After which he was covered in rage with chi energy. Su Lijia was determined and once again reminded that he had already cultivated his sword. After that, the guy made a sharp lunge with his sword and tried to attack the main character, who didn't move at all. Suddenly, Qin Jun grabbed the sword blade with 2 fingers, causing cracks to appear on the blade. The prince grinned and called the guy an impudent man. In the next moment, the protagonist smashed Su Lijia's cultivated weapon into smithereens with one sharp movement of his hand. After this, Qin Jun concentrated the chi energy in his hand, from which it began to sparkle and burn with a bright purple light. With the same hand, the third prince hit Su Lijia, who still had not realized his inevitable loss, in the chest. This light push was used to knock the opponent off his feet and push him far back. Su Lijie flew far back and stopped only thanks to the stone member which partially collapsed from such a huge force. The people who watched this short fight were amazed by the strength of the third prince and did not understand who in their kingdom could defeat him. Qin Jun looked at the defeated guy and asked if this was all the strength of the very first genius of the Kanglin kingdom. Fortunately, Su Lijie was alive, but his whole body was trembling in pain and blood was flowing from his mouth. The guy still could not realize his loss. Su Mingsheng bent down to feel his wounded son's pulse. The man was glad to realize that the guy was still alive. After that, he respectfully turned to the third prince and thanking him for his mercy hoped that they would meet again. The next moment, Su Mingsheng took his son with him and quickly disappeared behind the city wall. Qin Jun could only wonder if he was really so terrifying. After this, the main character turned to Mentor Gu and suggested not to continue the journey further, but to find a hotel in the city in order to relax. After a while, a servant turned to the prince of the kingdom of Kanglin and said that Su Lijie had been defeated by the main character. The prince was surprised that since their last meeting Jun had become so strong. The guy said that the strength of a foundation-level cultivator was unusual and suggested that now Qin Jun had already broken through the boundaries of the Golden Core, and at this rate he would definitely become the Chenyue Emperor. Therefore, the prince believed that it was necessary to find a way to get rid of the main character, otherwise he could become Kanglin's most powerful enemy. The servant suggested inviting someone of the reincarnation level to do this. Hearing this, the prince began to think. Soon he realized that they had only one way, which made him nervous. The guy instructed the servant to try this method. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark. Our heroes were able to find a hotel and stopped there to wait out the night and rest. Qin Jun sat in his room and meditated. The mythical system announced the completion of the additional mission and awarded a reward of 50,000 experience points and a chance for the lottery. Hearing about this, the third prince immediately ordered the launch of a lottery in order to continue using today's luck, which led him to victory. Soon the system congratulated its owner on winning the Gatling Destroyer of Worlds, for the use of which it was necessary to inject chi energy. The third prince was very surprised to see his winnings. The main character was so interested in the new weapon that he jumped up from his seat. The guy asked the mythical system to pull out the Gatling in order to see what it was. Immediately, in the hands of the main character was a huge multi-barreled red machine gun. Qin Jun was delighted. The growling dog who was also in the room said that this spiritual weapon looked decent. The third prince added that this weapon was capable of destroying a huge number of streams of evil spirits. But the main character was interested in the question of how much spiritual energy this weapon absorbed. The guy thought that first he needed to practice in order to use it as soon as the opportunity presented itself. The next day came. Our heroes were already preparing to set off on their further journey, for which everything was already ready. Qin Jun was approaching his carriage and was pleased that he had slept well that night. Daji and Shaoli, who was glad to see the prince, were already waiting for him. Suddenly, the main character saw in front of him something that he did not expect to see early in the morning, which immediately invigorated him. The tunnel that led out of the city was blocked by Sogdati weapons, and on the high stone wall there were archers who were ready to attack at any moment. All these troops were led by a tall man with a mustache who smiled slyly. It was the chief of the city of Loya named Li Yi. Mentor Gu directly asked the mayor what he meant by blocking the path and why the man tried to stop them. To this, Li Yi only asked for forgiveness, after which he calmly waved his hand, giving a signal to his soldiers. Immediately, even more soldiers and archers appeared around our heroes, and the mayor explained that Qin Jun was already very strong and therefore had to be quietly eliminated. But this did not scare the third prince. The guy laughed and said that with so many soldiers he could not be killed. Li Yi praised the principle of eloquence and then ordered his soldiers to attack. Hearing the order, all the archers immediately released their arrows, which simultaneously flew towards their main target. Qin Jun remained as calm and confident as ever. His body was instantly enveloped in chi energy. The guy was ready to take on this fight. In order to protect himself from the flying arrows, Qin Jun sharply swung his magical weapon and thereby created a flow of chi energy. This power instantly absorbed the dangerous arrows that almost injured the third prince. The next moment there were peals of thunder and many lightning bolts instantly struck all the ill-wishers. One of the lightning strikes also hit Mayor Li Yi. The man thought that the third prince's strength had grown rapidly and therefore he had to be carefully monitored. After this, Li Yi loudly called a guy named Song Lan who was standing on the roof nearby and ordered him to quickly kill Qin Jun. The guy immediately obeyed the order and without further ado sharply cut down to fight the main character. Song Lan was getting closer to the third prince. His body was shrouded in chi energy, and the guy's eyes expressed a lust for murder. Suddenly, Li Yuanba appeared in front of Qin Jun and was determined to protect his benefactor. The next moment, there was a loud explosion. Song Lan's attack was stopped. The streams of energy dissipated to the side. It turned out that Li Yuanba managed to firmly grab the enemy's hand. Song Lan was scared and amazed that his attack was stopped. The earthly immortal smiled insidiously and asked his opponent whether he wanted to injure his majesty. Without waiting for an answer, Li Yuanba decided to punish the insolent man and tightly squeezing Song Lan's hand immediately broke it. After that, the guy swung his huge hammer and angrily threatened his opponent that he would now take his life. The next moment, a powerful blow followed which in a matter of seconds threw Song Lang back, leaving behind only a bright glow of chi energy. The guy flew across the entire street at great speed and hit the stone city wall on which Mayor Li Yi stood several times. Soon there was a roar. The wall that served as a defense for the city began to collapse. Thick clouds of smoke rose. The destroyed wall blocked the path of our heroes' carts and attracted the attention of the townspeople who crowded together at a safe distance. The people who witnessed the incident were shocked and could not believe what had happened. They assumed that Mayor Li Yi had died. Among the crowd was Su Mingxing along with his son Su Lijia. He was amazed by what he saw and could not say anything. The man said that this is why he stopped the guy from fighting Jun. Su Lijia was scared and thought it was terrible. After that, he assumed that if he fought with him, there would be no living thing left of him. Su Mingxing advised his son that if he encountered the third prince in the future, he should have treated them more respectfully. The man continued to say that it was best to avoid the main character because the people who were next to him were frightening and in general it was all terrible. Qin Jun was pleased. He thought it was very cruel, but he liked it. Mentor Gu was worried and did not understand what they should do next. The third prince said that it was too late to set out and Song Lang was already dead. Could be said that the Kanglan kingdom had lost its right hand. Qin Jun was about to leave, but something suddenly caught his attention. The third prince ordered his behavior to stop, and he headed towards the ruins of the destroyed city wall. The protagonist's instincts did not let him down. Under the rubble there was a wounded but still alive Mayor Li Yi who was trembling in pain and could not get out. In the blink of an eye, an armed Qin Jun appeared in front of the man. Li Yi was frightened and asked what the prince wanted to do to him now. Without saying a word, the main character pierced the enemy with his magical weapon. The mythical system counted the killing of a 5th-level foundation cultivator and credited 598 experience points. After this, the third prince ordered by his behavior to find a person who would send Li Ye's body to the Kanglan emperor as a gift from him. The guy also asked to tell the emperor that when he returns from the Qianlong meeting, he will definitely seize the state of Kanglan. Mentor Gu obeyed the order. After a while, all of the above reached Emperor Kanglan. He was shocked that Song Long and Li Yi were killed and the city of Luoyi was defeated. The emperor's son added that the protagonist's subordinates were very strong, and with one blow they destroyed Song Li and broke through the city wall, and the prince himself sent Li Ye's body. The guy also conveyed the prince's message that when he returned from the Qianlong meeting, he would definitely seize the state of Kanglan. The emperor was angry. For some time silence reigned in the large reception hall, but it was not good. The emperor's eyes burned with rage and ominous chi energy flew around. The man could not bear these threats and shouted that this was too much. After this, the ruler of the kingdom of Kanglan began to violently reprimand his subordinates for the fact that they could not protect the surroundings of the kingdom and allowed someone to want to seize their state. The prince respectfully turned to his father emperor and asked him to dye his rage because he had a plan. The guy confidently said that since Qin Jun threatened to seize their state after the end of the meeting, then he should not be allowed to return from this meeting. The emperor listened attentively while the prince continued to say that the Qianlong meeting would not be easy at all because all the geniuses were going there. The guy suggested that although the third prince was the most powerful in the nearest state, he would be just an empty place at the Qianlong meeting. Therefore, the prince suggested relying on Su Lijia, who also planned to go there. Suddenly, the man standing next to him turned to His Majesty the Emperor. The man said that Su Lijia had already been defeated by Qin Jun, and even the 4 knights of the kingdom did not dare to confront him. The prince was very surprised. Hearing this, the emperor turned to his son and said that he was transferring this matter to him. The prince was shocked and scared. The ruler saw this and looked at the guy with a stern look and asked if he would help his father share his hardships. The prince did not dare to contradict his father emperor and said that he would certainly force Qin Jun to stay at the meeting. A few days later, our heroes were able to reach the Manhwa dynasty. In front of the large stone walls of the city, there were many carts of other participants in the meeting. The high walls were decorated with ornaments and there were guards on duty at the main gate. It all looked amazing. Qin Jun looked around with admiration and was glad that they were finally here. The third principal drew attention to a strange object that stood near the city gate. It was a ball that seemed to scan the people standing next to it. Fahai explained that it was a popular magic ball that was intended to record information. There were white and purple balls and many people were needed to improve their quality. Suddenly, the main character seemed to be pierced by lightning. He saw something that caused him surprise and misunderstanding. Qin Jun saw how the soldiers guarding the car took advantage of their position and without fear of anyone pestered visiting girls. The third prince said that the soldiers of the Manhwa dynasty were unbearable. Fahai agreed with this because he did not expect that they would be such rotten people. After that, the main character looked at Xiaoli and thought that his companions were also attractive and therefore it was unpleasant what to do if they started to pester them. At this time, a soldier approached the girl in a red dress who was traveling with our heroes and began to show signs of attention despite the girl's objections. Having quickly thought about everything, Qin Jun smiled slyly because he had an idea on how to punish these arrogant soldiers. The arrogant soldier grabbed the girl and explained that it was just a test, but his lustful expression on his face spoke of something else. The girl in the green dress was about to stand up for her friend, but Yixin stopped her and asked her not to go there. The guy explained that if a conflict arose with the Nanjua soldiers, they would be denied entry and would lose the right to participate in the Qianlong meeting. Yixin accepted the soldiers' outrage and said that now it was best to just be patient. The insistence of the arrogant soldier only increased with every second despite the girl's objection. The girl was already preparing to take out her magical weapon in order to independently protect herself from unnecessary attention. Suddenly, Qin Jun turned to the soldiers of the kingdom and asked if they were ashamed to mock women. Hearing this, the soldier called the main character a brat and asked what he meant and assumed that he had insulted his dynasty. The third principal replied that he would not dare to do this because they were subordinate to the emperor and were only people of the kingdom, so they could all be compared to a large family. The soldier was dismissive of the main character and said that he was eager for words, but the soldier still stood his ground and said that today, he definitely had to examine this girl, after which he extended his hand in her direction. The girl in the red dress managed to run to the side at the last moment and avoid falling into the hands of the villain. She hid behind Qin Jiong and asked him to help. The soldier was angry that the girl dared to run away from him. The third principal was nervous and thought that he was only saying this to protect Xiaoli and Daji. Finally, the main character loudly addressed everyone present and asked them to listen to him. The guy began to speak loudly about how they all came here for the Qianlong meeting and therefore they should not lose their dignity. The soldier tried to shut up the prince, but Qin Jun continued to confidently say that there was no need to exaggerate Nanjua's merits, as if they were not able to do without this dynasty. The principal continued to say that the reason Qianlong gave them this opportunity was not to give them alms but to recruit new blood for himself. Further, the main character said that if they do not enter Nanjua, they will lose this opportunity, but they will become a new threat to them. Hearing this speech, people drew their weapons. Yixin added that every year people made dynasties of offerings, but in the end they still wanted to humiliate them. The guy will continue to say that if the Nanjua dynasty had not stood behind the soldiers, he would have torn them all apart with just one hand. Qin Jun became excited and continued his fiery speech, saying that the Celestials strived for longevity and the meaning of life was freedom and no tolerance for the restrictions of fate. One of the soldiers called the prince a brat and tried to attack him. Jun only smiled insidiously. With one deft movement, the main character managed to neutralize and cripple the attacker. It seemed that this even brought pleasure to Jun. After this, the main character kicked his opponent, causing him to fly into a stone wall. Other soldiers were outraged by this and were ready to attack. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanba appeared and hurried to the aid of his benefactor. The guy landed on the ground with a crash, causing it to begin to crack, and his crazy grin showed his determination. Li Yuanba straightened up and addressed the soldiers, saying that he would personally turn anyone who dared to touch his majesty into a meat pie. The dangerous appearance of the guy and his high level of cultivation frightened the soldiers, from which they began to gradually retreat back. The next moment, all his comrades gathered around Qin Jun, around whom the qi energy was blazing. The prince decided to ask again whether the soldiers would let them through. Daji was dissatisfied with the soldiers' behavior and said that most of all she hated such dishonest scoundrels. The soldier was angry that he was transferred, but at the same time he was scared by the strength of our heroes and could not do anything. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared at the top of the wall, observing everything from above. Qin Jun immediately noticed him and said that he had a strong aura. It was the supreme law enforcement officer of the Bronze Pass named Sugiku. The sinister man asked why people were creating problems out of nowhere. Qin-jun pointed his finger at the soldiers and said that they had insulted their fellow travelers and did not allow them to enter the wall. Other cultivators also began to complain about the soldiers who were bullying people from other kingdoms and harassing poor women. The glamorous man added that they not only molested women but they also groped him. Hearing this, Sugiku thought that it was necessary to deal with the soldiers before this information reached the palace because it could affect the reigning dynasty. The soldiers, trembling with fear, tried to say that everything was not as people said and asked the supreme law enforcement officer to spare them. The man looked at the offenders with a stern look and ordered them to change the squad of soldiers tomorrow. Meanwhile, Master Gu said that Sugiku was one of the 20 strongest in the Manhwa dynasty, and his position was higher than that of the city chief. Qin-jun asked Taibai Jinxing what level this man was. The old man replied that he was a first-level earthly immortal. The third prince thought that if Sugiku was among the top 20, then the real power of the Manhwa dynasty was not as great as the guy imagined himself. Suddenly, the supreme law enforcement officer approached our heroes and turned to Li Yuanba. The man noticed that the guy's cultivation was on the border of Huaxiu and therefore asked who he was. The guy looked disdainfully at the curious man and asked what he had to do with him. Qin-jun decided to answer and said that Li Yuanba was his subordinate and had been an orphan since childhood. The man was very surprised. Sugiku again turned to those who were weaker than him. Qin-jun immediately thought that this idiot really didn't know what it was to be tactful. Sugiku, hearing the guy's rude refusal, got angry and said that it was very arrogant because he gave the guy the opportunity to become his student and the guy neglected it. After that, the man seemed to disappear, leaving our heroes to wonder how he did it and where he disappeared to. Qin-jun thought that Li Yuanba and Shaoli were just the right age to participate in the meeting, but if the princess's identity was discovered, problems might arise. Therefore, the third prince turned only to the surprised Yuanba. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked him to sign up for the competition with him later. Li Yuanba reluctantly accepted this order. He scratched his head because he didn't understand why he needed to fight the weak. Qin-jun explained that the guy would help him eliminate some opponents and meet him at the right time and help the prince achieve the desired heights. Li Yuanba immediately agreed. Daji asked if this would be considered shameless. The guy explained that the man had been striving for something all his life, and although he would become famous with the help of cunning, it would bring him a lot of money. Next, Qin-jun suggested moving to the Bronze Pass, which was not located near the city of Luoyang because it was there that the registration for the Qianlong meeting took place. At this time, someone entered the spacious room, and the people in it respectfully bowed and greeted the master. It was Sugiku. The man looked at the people and thought that compared to the guy he met at the city gate, these students looked rather mediocre. The chief law enforcement officer could not let go of the thought that he definitely had to get that guy as his student. After a while, our heroes decided to stop at some establishment. They had breakfast and chatted happily. Sitting at the table, Li Yuanba suddenly sneezed heavily. Qin-jun laughed at this because the guy was so strong, but he still sneezed. Li Yuanba, wiping his nose, assumed that someone was remembering him. The third prince laughed again at the guy's answer. The main character was definitely in a good mood. Suddenly, Qin-jun heard that people were saying that yesterday someone in Luoyang received a 5-star rating during an inspection. This interested the guy. He continued to listen carefully. The man at the next table said that it was Feng Yishuan who ranked 798th on the list of talented cultivators. His interlocutors were very surprised because they themselves only had 2 stars. The third prince turned to Master Gu and asked what this 5-star rating meant. The man confidently replied that this was the performance rating at the Qianlong meeting. Mentor Gu said that there were only 9 stars, and if you don't get at least 1 star, you won't be able to participate in the meeting, but in the man's opinion, this did not threaten the prince. Qin-jun became interested in this. The guy continued to ask about how this check was carried out. The mentor replied that everyone was tested differently, so he didn't know for sure, but His Majesty just needed to keep himself in good shape, and that's all. While Qin-jun was thinking about these words, someone suddenly approached him. Several men clasped their hands respectfully in front of them and thanked the prince for his noble deed at the Bronze Pass. The main character got up from his seat and said that it was a trivial matter, and if not for their help, he would not have been able to achieve that success. Sometime later, Qin-jun sat down heavily on a chair, and was annoyed that the entertainment did not live up to his expectations. The nine-tailed fox decided to praise the prince and said that his majesty was becoming more and more like the emperor. Xiaoli enthusiastically ran up to the prince and agreed with Daji's words, saying that the main character was the best cultivator. Qin Jun laughed at this, saying that the girls praised him too much, but it was already late and he needed to go forward for inspection. Sometime later, Mentor Gu led our heroes to the city square and cheerfully said that this was the examination hall. Li Yuanba, Qin Jun, and his younger brother were shocked by what they saw, and their mouths opened wide. In the middle of the square there was a huge portal. It sparkled with lightning, and around it there were a large number of cultivators who were waiting for their turn. Master Gu said that he had brought them to the right place and wished His Majesty to perform well. Qin Jun said that the man should expect good news from him and then ordered Li Yuanba to clear the way. The guy immediately obeyed the order of the third prince and confidently walked towards the crowd. Li Yuanba pushed people aside with one sharp movement, clearing the way for his benefactor. The cultivators did not like this. They were indignant and asked not to push. Our heroes confidently walked to the portal under the surprised gaze of people bypassing any queues. Qin Jun saw the portal up close and was surprised by its magnificence and enormous size. Suddenly a man came out of it and a voice announced that he received a 1-star rating on the Qianlong inspection. There was also a man standing near the portal with a popular magic ball in his hand. He called someone named Anaishio. Hearing her name, the girl headed towards the portal, while Qin Jun watched from the side. The man quickly but carefully looked at the girl with a piercing gaze. After that, he told the girl to get out and defame her because at 70 years old she was only at the 2nd level of Qi training. The man did not understand how she dared to participate in the meeting. Very frightened, the girl immediately obeyed and ran away in shame. Qin Jun asked the guy standing next to him what kind of man he was. He replied that this man's name was Chu Hegi, and he was an incomprehensible cultivator whose gaze burned right through him. The third prince believed that this was a vigilant eye skill, or rather a low-grade version of it. Suddenly the man called Jun over. The main character confidently climbed the small steps to appear before Chu Hegi. The man began to carefully examine Qin Jun with his stern gaze. It seemed that he was dissatisfied with something. The third prince felt uneasy. The guy didn't understand how the man could look so intently. It really felt like he saw all the ins and outs. Suddenly Chu Hegi took the main character by the shoulder and said that the guy was not bad because at the age of 16 he had already reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Therefore he was allowed to enter the portal. People who stood nearby and heard everything were surprised that at the age of 16 the main character was able to reach such a high level. Qin Jun bowed respectfully before Chu Hegi and thanked the man for his praise. After that, the third prince headed towards the portal, anticipating what could await him next. A moment later, Qin Jun moved somewhere and the bright light made the guy's eyes squint. Finally, the prince was able to look around and was pleasantly surprised. This place looked unusual. The floor consisted of smooth square slabs, and the stones around seemed to be flying in weightlessness. Suddenly Qin Jun saw something which made him very surprised and asked questions. Not far from the third prince stood an emotionless doll that held 2 swords in its hands and looked at the prince. The guy did not understand what it was needed for. Suddenly she sharply headed towards the main character in order to try to attack him. Qin Jun was very surprised that the doll, which had the 3rd level of the Golden Core, decided to attack him. The main character grabbed his Silver Dragon Soul Punisher spear in order to fight back and protect himself from an unknown danger. The next moment the third prince pierced the doll with a precise blow, thereby stopping and neutralizing it. After the guy pulled out the magic weapon from the doll, a voice said that Qin Jun was receiving a 1-star rating. After the first doll was defeated, 2 more ill-wishers appeared out of nowhere to replace it. Qin Jun suggested that for defeating an opponent of the same level, 1 could get 1 star and defeating 2 would get 2 stars. The third prince liked this prospect and confidently ordered his opponents to attack him. The main character willingly rushed into battle because he was interested in how many stars he could get. On a polygonal platform, 6 mysterious people peered into the magical popular ball and small lights flew around. They watched as Qin Jun was tested. One of the people said that this child not only had 8-star abilities, very rich combat experience. The hooded elderly man said that there weren't many ability members who were rated 8 stars. The guy whose name was Fei Yushu said that abilities were of course important, but combat experience could not be ignored. After that, the same guy pointed to Li Yuanba, who was visible in the magic ball, and could not believe that he had reached the border of transformation. Hearing this, the old man seemed to be struck by lightning because the upper limit of the test was the boundaries of transformation. The elderly man spoke sharply to Fei Yushu and asked him to evaluate Li Yuanba's abilities. The magic national ball showed that the guy received 9 stars. Fei Yushu began to tremble with excitement. The guy turned to the elder and said that they had to get him. The old man agreed with this, but it had to be done quickly before the other sex found out. Unexpectedly, the magic ball reported that Qin Jun also received a 9-star rating at the Qianlong meeting. The hooded people were very surprised by this. At this time, the main character was standing on a large pile which consisted of the remains of the dolls he had defeated. Qin Jun examined himself and was pleased that he had put on the purple and gold imperial armor in time, otherwise he would definitely have made a mistake. The next moment, the third prince began to disappear and a voice reported that the check had been completed, and in the near future everything would be transferred where it was needed. Qin Jun left the portal and returned back to the square, where he was joyfully greeted by Li Yuanba. The voice informed everyone present that the guy had received 9 stars for the Qianlong meeting. Li Yuanba was very happy for his benefactor and praised him for being able to receive 9 stars. Having become proud of himself, the third principal replied that it was natural because when they saw him, those statues themselves fell to their knees in front of him. Suddenly, Qin Jun saw something which made him very surprised and asked questions. Chu Hegi looked at him and thought that although he could not see, he felt well the Tianping level armor that the main character was wearing and wanted to get it. At this time, Qin Jun thought that he had forgotten to remove the armor and was attracting the attention of the bandits because seeing this armor, people could become greedy. In order for Chu Hegi to stop staring at him, the third principal asked whether any more checks were needed for the Qianlong assembly. The man replied that all cultivators who received a star could participate in the meeting. After that, he thought that due to the influx of people, unfortunately, he could not take away the armor right now. Qin Jun thanked the examiner and ordered Li Yuanba to quickly leave here in order to avoid unnecessary attention. As he left, the earthly immortal carefully turned around to look at the suspicious man again. When our heroes left, the examiner's expression changed. He thought that if the Yuanba hated him, he could cause problems in the future. Therefore, Chu Hegi decided that he should find ways to get rid of our heroes as soon as possible, and then the treasure would belong to him. Yuanba said that he felt the examiner's murderous intentions behind him and offered to kill him. Jun replied that in that case they would not be able to take part in the Qianlong meeting. The third prince thought that if he could not participate in the meeting, he would not complete the additional mission and would lose the reward. Mentor Gu congratulated his comrades on the excellent result and said that he had already sent people to report this news to Emperor Qianyue. Qin Jun remembered the mentor that he had previously said that the prince would only receive 4 stars. The man replied that he was completely blind and asked not to blame him. After this, the main character invited his friends to return to the hotel to drink and eat and share the good news with Daji and Shaoli. After some time, our heroes were sitting at the set table. Shaoli praised the third prince and said that he would definitely take first place at the Qianlong meeting. Taibai Jinxing said that Jun really stood out among his peers and people of his level. Fahai added that the prince not only led the strong but also grew rapidly, which was admirable. Qin Jun happily accepted these words but asked not to overpraise him because if it weren't for his comrades, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, some bright light flew into the hotel from the street and headed towards our heroes. Taibai Jinxing deftly grabbed it and squeezed it in his hand. Qin Jun asked what it was. The old man replied that he had a disciple named Li Bai and he came to Nanjua to pay tribute to the third principal. The main character immediately recognized this name. It belonged to the Blue Lotus swordsman. The guy was thinking about why a demon suddenly appeared even though he did not summon it. The system explained that some demons could drag other accompanying demons with them, and since the master became stronger, Li Bai's consciousness awakened on its own. Taibai Jinxing said that his disciple had already reached the Huashu border, and he had a good relationship with him. Jun, a little upset, asked the system if Li Bai really only had the level of the Huashu border. The system replied that he had the strength of the first level of the immortal realm. The third prince was very surprised by this, but the system explained that Taibai Jinxing deliberately lowered the level of his student in order to save Fahai's face. Taibai Jinxing saw Qin Jun's surprise and asked what happened. Daji asked him not to pay attention to it because the prince was often like this. The third prince, getting up from the table, said that everything was fine with him and invited Daji to take a walk with him, but the girl also invited Shaoli. The maid turned to Yu Fenghuang and asked if the Qin Jun, who was now popular in Luoyang City, was the same June from the Chenyue kingdom. The abbess sighed heavily and replied that she also did not know the answer to this question. The maid suggested that if it was him, then it was good because the genius who received 9 stars could help the lady get rid of the marriage contract. Yu Fenghuang also hoped for this but said that if this does not happen, then she herself will kill the gentleman with whom the agreement was concluded. The girl also said that besides her husband, she would not allow other men to look at her body. The maid added that there was little hope because the Chenyue kingdom was a small state and a genius with 9 stars would never appear in it. Abbess Yu Fenghuang silently looked into the distance and thought about Qin Jun. Meanwhile, our heroes were walking along the busy streets of the city. Suddenly, Li Yuanba turned to the third prince and said that someone was chasing them. Hearing this, Daji and Shaoli became nervous because they had not noticed anything like that. Qin Jun said that in front there was an abandoned land that belonged to no one and offered to deal with the pursuer there. Our heroes turned onto another street which was completely empty and lifeless. Suddenly something began to approach the third prince from behind at high speed. It was some kind of throwing weapon that they tried to hit the prince, but fortunately Li Yuanba managed to protect his majesty. A black silhouette appeared on the opposite side of the street and ordered our heroes to give up all their treasures. The man's face was covered with a mask and a hood. Only absolutely white eyes were visible. The man threatened with death for not obeying. On an empty street, an ominous aura instantly appeared that filled everything around. Came from an unknown person. This did not frighten Qin Jun at all. He considered his opponent arrogant and ordered Li Yuanba to drag him to him. The guy immediately rushed from his place in order to carry out his master's order. A crazy smile appeared on the face of the earthly immortal. He was glad to carry out this order. The hooded stranger did not yet know what awaited him and was completely confident in his abilities. He put his hand forward and concentrated his chi energy, saying that Li Yuanba was too self-confident. In the next moment, 2 opponents clashed to decide whose skills were stronger. From the strong blow, the stranger's energy field began to collapse and develop into fragments. The man couldn't believe it and immediately realized that his opponent was a Huaxia-level cultivator, which frightened him greatly. Li Yuanba was amused by the fact that the stranger only now realized this and decided not to leave him a single chance to escape, so he raised his fist in order to attack the enemy again. The man tried to defend himself, but Li Yuanba's fist, which was literally burning with chi energy, was already approaching him. For just a few seconds, the energy portal managed to resist the powerful blow of the earthly immortal. A powerful stream of fiery energy instantly threw the stranger far back and nailed him to a stone wall. Large clouds of dust rose around. It took the man some time to come to his senses and clear his throat. Wiping his own blood, he admitted that he was mistaken because he did not expect his opponent to be so strong. The man's hood was torn off, and Qin Jun immediately recognized the unknown person as their examiner named Chu Hegi. The third prince was indignant that the majestic imperial envoy coveted the participants' treasure and was going to kill them. Daji was surprised at how cynical people were, and Shaoli clarified that Qin Jun was different from these despicable people. Exhausted and beaten, Chu Hegi recalled that he was an examiner and therefore our heroes could not kill him. But Qin Jun said otherwise. He took out his gun and thought that they had insulted him enough, and if they didn't kill him, then the men could create a problem for them. The third prince coolly pointed his weapon at the frightened examiners while simultaneously thinking about how many experience points killing a cultivator of the Huaxia level would bring him. Qin Jun smiled, looking into the eyes of his victim. Suddenly, some unknown person appeared in the sky who hurried to the scene and ordered the guy to stop. But it was too late. A shot was fired, and the mythical system reported that for killing a cultivator of the Huaxia level, Qin Jun received 102,500 experience points. This was enough for the main character to break through to the 4th level of the Golden Core, which is why his entire body was enveloped in a whirlwind of their chi energy. A moment later, the same unknown person approached Chu Hegi's lifeless body. Qin Jun recognized him and called him Master Su and said that he arrived just in time. The third prince explained that the examiner attacked him and he had to defend himself. The guy asked not to reward him for this because it was the responsibility of each participant. But Master Su did not share the guy's enthusiasm. He was angry and said that killing the examiner was a serious crime. To this, Qin Jun asked with a smirk whether it was a crime for the examiner to kill the participants. Li Yuanba loudly stated that if Master Su did not agree with this, then they could fight. These words angered the man, which is why a willful aura formed around him. Sugiku said that he was too tough for the guy and asked him not to test his patience. This did not frighten Li Yuanba at all. He asked the man not to talk nonsense and offered to fight because the guy was already ready for this. The next moment, the opponents exchanged blows in order to find out what each of them was capable of. It looked as if two energy vortexes collided with each other. Qin Jun was confident in his subordinate's victory, and therefore wondered how many experience points could be obtained for killing Sugiku. The man recognized the strength of his opponent and agreed to fight him. His body was shrouded in chi energy and his eyes glowed with an ominous light. The next moment, Master Su smiled insidiously and served his hands together to use his skills and attack the enemy. Before it all started, Qin Jun asked the man if he did it for selfish reasons. Sugiku replied that the reason was not important because the main character killed a man. Li Yuanba had already prepared his huge hammers and threatened his opponent with death. Suddenly, a man appeared in the sky flying on a large ball. All our heroes immediately drew attention to this. It was a young guy with blonde hair. He introduced himself and said that his name was Li Bai, and according to his documents, he was Tai Bai. The guy arrived to honor his majesty. Qin Jun was delighted by Li Bai's appearance and was happy that he had finally appeared. The guy turned to Sugiku and warned him not to even dare to approach his majesty. The man still did not understand what danger arose in front of him and therefore confidently asked what would happen to him if he dared to do this. Li Bai decided to clearly demonstrate the consequences to the impudent man and picked up his sword. The next moment, the guy's body was enveloped in chi energy. He sharply swung his weapon and directed a stream of energy at his opponent. The powerful energy attack was getting closer and closer, causing the man to get scared and freeze in place. Sugiku was amazed at the speed of the strike and knew that he would not be able to dodge. Nothing else should have been expected from the immortal saint. It seemed that the stream of energy released by Li Bai passed right through the man and did not cause any damage to him. But that was not the case. The very next moment, Sugiku could barely stand on his feet and was coughing up blood. The exhausted man, shaking his hand, pointed at his opponent and asked who he was. Li Bai did not answer and just sat down contentedly and took a few steps along the roof of the house. The guy turned to his opponent and said that he considered this a lesson, after which he threatened that if a man bothered his majesty again, he would not get off easily. Qin Jun thought the guy was impudent, but he liked it, because he didn't expect anything else from Tai Bai Jinshin student. Master Su admitted that this time he was too inattentive and offered to fight another time. After that, the man took the examiner's body and disappeared. When it was all over, Li Bai came down from the roof to greet the third prince. Our heroes carefully watched how smoothly the guy managed to fly using his sword. As soon as Li Bai landed on the ground, Li Yuanba recognized the guy's strength and invited him to fight to see which of them would be tougher. Jun said that the guy could not fight with his comrades and suggested that he fight with the enemies. Li Bai was surprised that the third prince had such strong cultivators under his command. After that, he looked at Daji and Shaoli and immediately realized that they were also Huaxiao cultivators. Moreover, they were not from the human race at all. Qin Jun put his hand on Li Baiyu's shoulder and good-naturedly said that he had heard about his name for a long time and was glad to finally see him in reality. The guy respectfully folded his hands in front of him and said that he was ready to use the Qinliang sword to narrow his majesty. At this moment, the mythical system congratulated the master for submitting to Li Bai. After some time, our heroes returned to the hotel along with a new partner. Qin Jun told her friends about everything that happened during the meal. Fahai was indignant because he did not expect that the reigning dynasty would turn out to have such a vile person as the examiner. Suddenly, Shaoli clung to the main character and addressed him excitedly. The girl suggested that if they did not participate in the Qianlong assembly, then they would not need to rely on the Manhwa dynasty. Tai Bai Jinxing said that they did not need an operation on the 7 major sects, but the reward at the meeting will be extremely generous, and therefore His Majesty needs to compete for it. Li Bai was cheerful and asked the third prince not to worry because Su Guekue was wounded by his sword and therefore would not be disturbed in the near future. The guy agreed with this and suggested continuing the meal. Suddenly someone called Qin Jun and Li Yuanba. The main character was perplexed by who might need him and his subordinate, so he reluctantly looked to where the voice was coming from. At the entrance to the hotel stood 3 people in wide cloaks with hoods. One of them said that they were messengers from the Divine Sword Hall. Hearing about the Divine Sword Hall, Master Gu couldn't believe it and jumped up from his seat in genuine surprise. The man began to talk admiringly about how it was the strongest of the 7 major sects, which was under the direct control of the Manhwa dynasty. The mentor already wanted to explain to his master what the stranger needed, but he abruptly stopped his monologue because he saw the displeasure on Qin Jun's face. The main character got up from the table and introduced himself with a serious look, after which he asked what business the envoys had come for. The main envoy explained that their Divine Sword Hall wanted to hire the guy and his subordinate as students. They were allowed to choose any elder as a teacher. One of the hotel visitors was delighted with what he heard because every elder of the Hall of the Divine Sword was like a god, and therefore our heroes had a chance for rebirth. The second visitor added that upon entering the Hall of the Divine Sword, the main character and his subordinate will rise, and after them their state. Qin Jun was only worried about whether he could go outside whenever he wanted. He asked the sect envoys about this. The man was dissatisfied with the question because the Divine Sword Hall was under the control of the emperor and worked for the entire dynasty, so the guy could not manage his time as he wished. Having heard this, the main character without any doubt refused this promising proposal. The envoy of the Hall of the Divine Sword did not like this answer very much. The main one sternly asked whether the guy was confident in his answer and whether he knew who he was refusing. To this, Qin Jun only asked for forgiveness for wasting his time and unjustified expectations. After this, the main character proudly declared that he wanted to be free. The messengers were very angry with the guy, but they could not threaten him with anything because the main character's subordinates were already ready. Tai Bai Jinxing turned to His Majesty and said that he could safely deal with the uninvited guests because if any danger arose, he would stop them. Li Bai admired the character of the protagonist because pleasing the bigwigs will not make him happy. The main envoy was very dissatisfied but thought that there were too many people here and reckless clashes could tarnish the Divine Sword Hall, so they would have to take a different route. The envoys threatened that Qin Jun would regret his refusal and then hastily left the establishment. Qin Jun silently saw them off with a stern gaze. A moment later, there was no trace left of the presence of the envoys of the Divine Sword Hall. The mentor did not understand why the guy refused, because in the future he would own the throne of the Chenhua Kingdom, and all these years before that he could have trained in the Hall of the Divine Sword. Qin Jun grinned and said that he could not wait so long for his accession to the throne. The man immediately understood what the main character meant but did not dare to say a word. In addition, Qin Jun thought that there was no need for him to waste time because the mythical system could give him much more than for the Divine Sword. And at this moment the system turned to its owner and reminded that once a month it was possible to summon gods or demons and offered to launch a call. Having received this message, the third prince hurried to leave the meal, warning his subordinates that he had some business to do. After some time, the main character was already in his room and asked the system to activate the call. The mythical system immediately obeyed, and the silhouette of the future summoned demon appeared. His name and characteristics were still unknown. After that, she congratulated her master on the call and reported that the demon was already on his way. Suddenly, something caught Qin Jun's attention. The guy looked to the side to find out what happened. The next moment, green chi energy formed in the room which entangled the body of the protagonist from all sides. Qin Jun was surprised and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, two sinister figures with long tongues appeared behind the guy and greeted the third prince. Qin Jun was very scared and indignant that the demons appeared so unexpectedly. The system immediately reported that the summoned demon had arrived. These were black and white Yukin, who were spirits and had the third level of the immortal realm. Having calmed down, the main character clarified whether the spirits had been hiding in the city of Luoyang all this time. Black Wuchang explained that they both had only recently arrived in the city, and when they saw His Majesty they decided to pay tribute to him. Qin Jun didn't understand how they could move around the city in such a gloomy manner. White Wuchang explained that they moved between the boundaries of Yin and Yang and were usually in the afterlife, so if His Majesty needed them he should ring the bell. Qin Jun looked at it in surprise. The spirit continued to explain that it was a soul call bell, and upon hearing it they would immediately arrive. The main character was very happy to receive such a treasure, and in addition to it, two spirits from the other world. After this, the guy asked if the monks would feel the presence of black and white Wuchang. One of the spirits replied that even a celestial inhabitant of the realm of immortals could not feel this unless they approached him closer than 3 meters. Qin Jun was slightly puzzled by this answer because now he had to be careful when summoning black and white Wuchang. Soon the main character said that the spirits could go, and if he needed them he would call them. Qin Jun was pleased that the spirits had already been summoned but decided not to go down to his comrades because it was already late and he decided to practice. After some time, deep night came. The lights in the houses went out and the dark streets were illuminated only by the glow of the full moon. This light also illuminated the room of the protagonist Qin Jun, who sat on the bed and was completely immersed in meditation. Suddenly something flew into the room through the open window. A small oblong object began to hiss and emit acrid thick smoke. Qin Jun immediately sensed a foreign smell in the room but was in no hurry to take any action. Soon he opened his eyes and realized what had happened. The guy thought that it was similar to what happened in television martial arts dramas. After that, the main character got out of bed and carefully walked to the window without making unnecessary sounds. Qin Jun was already anticipating the further course of events and therefore took out his pistol, which was already ready for use. The third principal liked the idea of poisonous smoke, but it was just a pity that he was already invulnerable to poisons. Late at night in the hotel where our heroes were staying, a quiet but strange sound was heard. Daji, hearing him with the help of her excellent animal hearing, began to get nervous. It was the sound of Qin Jun's spiritual weapon, which said that something had happened to the guy. This situation caught the girl at the most inopportune moment. At this time, the main character was in his room and was alarmed by something. Suddenly, an armed man burst into his window and Qin Jun failed to use his spiritual weapon. The man, whose face was covered by a mask, swung a dagger with the intention of killing the third prince. Qin Jun said that he did not expect that he would be attacked at night. The next moment, the guy took out the spear of the Punisher of Souls and said that if the tiger did not show his strength, it did not mean that he was weak. After that, Qin Jun swung his weapon discharged with energy to hit the named guest. The guy figured that in any case he was also a gold-level cultivator and he could train his skills on this thief. But the masked stranger did not take the protagonist's attack seriously because to him gold-level cultivators were nothing. The killer managed to easily dodge Qin Jun's blow and end up on his back. The man attacked the main character with his dagger. The sharp dagger was getting closer and closer to the neck of the third prince, who understood that the situation had not turned out well for him, and it seemed that there was no way out. At the very last moment, Daji ran into the room very worried about her master. Seeing a man in a mask who intended to kill the main character, the girl immediately attacked him with a stream of chi energy, thanks to which the killer was thrown aside. The unknown person held his chest and tried to cope with the pain. He could not imagine that someone else would be with his victim. The masked man thought that he should have run away before he was caught, after which the uninvited guest jumped out of the window through which he had come. Qin Jun was unhappy that his opponent wanted to run away from him, so the guy had only one option. Seeing the bell in the master's hand, Daji said that it could not be used because it could not only summon ghosts but also capture the soul and mind of people, turning them into spirits. Qin Jun said that there was nothing wrong with this because he had a sense of proportion. After that, the guy began to ring the bell. Large sound waves instantly spread throughout the area in the form of green chi energy. This wave penetrated every street of the big city, but passers-by did not react to it in any way, as if they had not heard the sound of the bell. The next moment, a green ghostly light began to appear from under the floor in the room, indicating that Qin Jun's subordinates were already here. Seeing black and white, Wu Chang the werewolf fox shielded her master and asked him to move away. But the spirits did not pay any attention to the girl and greeted the third prince good-naturedly. Qin Jun informed his subordinates that someone wanted to kill him. The masked man was wounded but was able to escape, so the spirits should have followed him. In addition, the third prince, with a serious look, wished that the black and white Wuchens would kill everyone who was behind this. The spirits immediately obeyed His Majesty's order and disappeared in an instant, leaving the third prince and Daji alone to ponder what had happened. The girl was shocked and wanted to ask Qin Jun about everything, but the guy himself said that they were ghosts of the underworld and they were the ones who gave him the bell. The girl was very surprised that even the ghosts of the underworld obeyed His Majesty, and even Namek doubted the authenticity of what was happening. After that, the third prince rushed to hug Daji and thank his subordinate for saving him. Qin Jun admitted that if it weren't for the girl, he would have been lying dead a long time ago, after which the guy began to offer her his body to repay her for saving her. Daji refused and added that the guy was very weak and it was wiser to think about how he could become stronger. The main character agreed with this, but first decided to wait for good news from Black and White Wuchang. At this time, things were not calm in the Hall of the Divine Sword. A strong wind rose which seemed to warn of danger. In a spacious room with an open roof, a man was floating in the air with the help of chi energy and meditating. This man was the 13th elder. Suddenly a subordinate ran up to him and reported that he had failed the mission. The old man did not understand what could happen because his disciple was a transformation cultivator and could easily cope with Jun. Also, the elder did not understand how the guy received such wounds. The young guy explained that next to the prince there was a demon woman who was much stronger than him, and with one blow she crushed all his bones. Suddenly some ominous sounds were heard in the dark corners of the room. The 13th elder immediately realized that someone had invaded the Divine Sword Hall. The next moment, someone's strong hands grabbed the would-be killer by the throat. They began to strangle the guy who could not resist and even ask his teacher for help. The sound of the subordinate's lifeless body falling attracted the 13th elder's attention and frightened him. The old man could not understand whose hands it was because he could not feel the attacker's chi energy at all. The elderly man was afraid that the enemy was much stronger than himself. Suddenly, out of the darkness, massive chains attacked the 13th elder and completely shackled his body. Iron chains began to strangle an elderly man who, although he was an experienced warrior and an elder of one of the most powerful clans, still could not do anything. Black Wuchang turned to the old man and asked him not to waste his strength because these chains were the existence of drachma and he would never be able to free himself. An elderly man noticed the spirit and, very surprised, asked with the last of his strength who he was. The next moment, the elder took out a dagger and tried to attack Black Wuchang. Suddenly, the old man felt a sharp pain from which he clenched his teeth tightly and bulged his eyes. It turned out that White Wuchang pierced the 13th elder with his hand without leaving open wounds. Before killing his enemy, the ghost asked who made the old man touch someone who should not be touched. Rumors about what happened in the Hall of the Divine Sword quickly spread throughout the city. People in the taverns were vigorously discussing the latest news. They said that the entire residence was full of corpses and people were killed with extreme cruelty. Residents of the city and those who came to the meeting did not help believe it and thought that it was simply terrible. And at this time, a portal of chi energy began to open in the main square, which emanated from it and began to spread throughout the area in the form of bright lightning. Suddenly, a man's leg appeared from the portal. Someone important had arrived in the city. Several men in wide platforms with hoods quickly moved forward. Their faces were serious and without emotion. Sugiku greeted the guests and greeted Elder Fei with a respectful bow. The guy immediately stated that the residence had been attacked and it was an open provocation. It happened on the territory controlled by Elder Su, so he must have known something. Sugiku answered not confidently that he was unable to find out anything because the enemy was like a ghost. Elder Fei doubted this answer and asked again whether nothing had been found out. Sugiku confirmed this again and then thought that the killer had left no traces and therefore could not be tracked down. The guy was nervous and continued to think that he could only deify the killer so that the Hall of the Divine Sword would not blame him. Without receiving any information, Elder Fei decided to go to the residence himself and inspect everything. After this, the guy hurriedly went to investigate, accompanied by his subordinates. 2 days later, the situation with the portal repeated itself, but this time it was surrounded by many people from all sides. An elderly man announced to the public that the Qianlong martial arts competition was starting today. The old man continued to say that they would transfer all the participants in the competition to the magical world. Each person would carry a wooden tablet filled with spiritual power, and if the participant faced an insurmountable danger, he could crush the tablet and get out of there. Further, the elderly man said that when exactly 100 people remained, the test would be over. The competition will last exactly a week, but if at the end of the competition there are more than 100 people left, then the competition will be held in the arena. After this, the old man solemnly invited all participants to enter the portal. Qin Jun and Li Yuanba walked forward cheerfully. Mentor Fei noticed them. The guy immediately remembered that these were the cultivators who received 9 stars. The elder good-naturedly wished our heroes good luck and said that he would keep an eye on them. The third prince thanked him for this. Soon the guys entered the energy portal and moved to the magical world. Sugiku remembered that a few days ago the Divine Sword Hall provoked the main character and quarreled with him. The guy suggested that the prince could have something to do with the recent event. He immediately told Elder Fei about everything, who was very surprised by this. Sugiku added that next to Qin Jun was a mysterious cultivator named Li Bai who was capable of destroying the Divine Sword Hall. Elder Fei said that any possibility could not be ruled out and therefore he would keep a closer eye on the main character. After this, the guy thought that if the main character really was that killer, then he needed to be removed as quickly as possible and not allowed to rise to the top. At this time, having moved to the magical world, Qin Jun found himself somewhere in the thick of the forest. The guy looked around trying to find Li Yuanba and the growling dog. At that moment, the mythical system contacted him and informed him that a secondary mission to sneak away had been launched. The system explained that Fei Yushu, who was the fifth elder of the Divine Sword Hall, suspected the master of attack and murder, so he would watch him during the competition. She also added that in case of successful completion of the mission, a chance for a random lottery will be given, and in case of failure, the entire Hall of the Divine Sword will pursue the owner. Qin Jun thought that the Divine Sword Hall was the main one of the seven sects, and it would be bad if they started pursuing him, so the guy should have acted more restrained. Suddenly, a growling dog approached the main character. The third prince was surprised because he believed that battle pets should be with their owners, but they appeared at different times. Qin Jun immediately informed his subordinate that they should have behaved more restrained, because someone was watching them. After that, the guy deftly jumped onto a small cloud of qi energy in order to go look for Li Yuanba. Flying over a dense green forest, they heard a familiar voice that told His Majesty where their comrade was. Qin Jun felt that such a simple and rude way to show where he was indeed in Li Yuanba's style. The earthly immortal did not yet know where his master was and therefore wandered through the forest and loudly called His Majesty. But because of this, the guy attracted the attention of other competitors who were flying nearby through the sky on their swords. One of them turned to Li Yuanba and called him a stupid boy and asked him to stop shouting. Such rude treatment instantly angered the earthly immortal, and so he rudely asked who the stranger called stupid. The guy said that if he didn't like it, he could come and kill him. After that, the stranger ordered his comrades to attack Li Yuanba because he was only one. The earthly immortal was not worried at all because his opponents were some pathetic golden core cultivators who were just looking for their death. Li Yuanba instantly attacked the leader of the strangers with his hammer, causing him to fall dead. Seeing this, the rest of the opponents were very frightened and thought that they should have fled. An ominous aura formed around Li Yuanba, and he told his opponents that it was too late to escape. In the next moment, the earthly immortal rushed through his opponents with lightning speed, fatally attacking them one after another. Those who were still alive immediately recognized this cruel man as Li Yuanba, who had 9 stars, so they felt that they should stay away from him. They were saved from the wrath of the earthly immortal by the unexpected appearance of Qin Jun, who was noticed by Li Yuanba and immediately forgot about his opponents. The guy asked his master where they would go next. The third prince pointed to the foot of the mountain from which a bright light emanated. After that, the main character examined his weapons and thought that they only had a weak, and it was necessary to eliminate the participants because he did not want to compete in the arena. Suddenly something caught Qin Jun's attention, which surprised the guy. Nearby, the third prince saw a huge whirlwind of ominous qi energy and thought that it could be a dragon, so he invited his friend to go and see what was there. Soon our heroes arrived at the source of ominous energy and quickly looked around. In front of them, they saw a huge water dragon that was raging and growling due to the presence of people. Qin Jun was delighted and suggested that this mythical beast was about to shed its water dragon form. The guy also noticed that there was a dragon pearl in its claws. This pearl was created by condensing the spiritual power of a dragon and was somewhat similar to a golden cultivator pill. The growling dog said that dragons lived for a very long time, and therefore the spiritual power in these pearls was enormous, and after its absorption a connection with the dragon race could arise. Li Yuanba already understood where everything was going and directly asked His Majesty if he needed help in taking possession of this pearl. One of the meeting participants instantly rushed at the water dragon in order to take the pearl. Everyone else followed suit and also attacked the mythical beast using their most powerful skills. Several strong cultivators attacked the water dragon at the same time, but it did not bring any results. Qin Jun thought that there was no need to rush and invited his comrades to just observe. After that, he turned to the system and clarified whether the silver dragon spear could draw out the soul. The main character continued to remember that before the system said that the dormant soul of a dragon was hidden inside the spear, so it would not be possible to fully unlock the potential of the weapon. Suddenly, the third prince seemed to be struck by lightning because he realized that he needed to find a way to make a breakthrough. The mythical system said that this was possible because the silver dragon spear had a stronger destructive effect on dragons, and if you absorbed the dragon soul, you could awaken the ancient soul in the spear. Qin Jun asked if it would be possible to break through the cultivation border by awakening the soul of the ancient dragon. While the third prince was thinking about this, suddenly someone came out of the forest and turned to the main character. It was Qin Yue, who finally found his brother and Li Yuanba. There was also a girl in a red dress with him. Together they cheerfully ran up to our heroes because they were very happy to see them. Qin Jun turned to the girl and asked if she also wanted to take part in the battle with the dragon. After that, the main character advised her to give up because he had had his eye on him for a long time. The girl laughed and said that she knew about it. The third prince said that this water dragon had a lot of treasures and could share them. After that, he ordered Li Yuanba to get down to business. The guy was glad to hear this and immediately began to carry out his master's order. Li Yuanba loudly ordered the rest of the participants to leave and not disturb him. Although even without this, the water dragon gave a serious rebuff to the cultivators who attacked him. In one fell swoop, the mythical beast threw people in different directions, not giving them a chance to win. Suddenly, the water dragon began to sharply wriggle in different directions and growl loudly. It seemed that the beast was going to completely scare people away from itself. The next moment, a gusty wind rose and more stones began to fall from the sky. Qin Yue, very frightened, already began to run away and call his comrades behind him. But Qin Jun was not going to do this. The girl in the red dress asked why he froze in place and did not run away. The third prince replied that when Li Yuanba was nearby, there was no need to run away. Suddenly, the earthly immortal began to concentrate and prepare for a powerful jump. The next moment, the guy jumped high up and approached a huge boulder that was flying straight at our heroes. With one blow of his magical weapon, Li Yuanba managed to smash the huge stone into pieces. The rest of the competition participants were frightened by such a danger and therefore ran away or broke their signs in order to escape. Qin Jun looked at the skill of his faithful subordinate and thought that he was indeed very strong. The main character believed that he needed to train hard in order to one day become the same as Li Yuanba. The earthly immortal returned to his master and thanked him for his trust. After that, Qin Jun put on the imperial armor and thanked the girl for her concern and asked her to leave the rest to him. The next moment, the main character fearlessly rushed into battle with the water dragon. Qin Jun was getting closer and closer to his opponent and therefore put forward the spear of the Soul Punisher. The dragon did not greet the third prince very cordially. A moment later, the protagonist's magical weapon easily pierced the water dragon. Qin Jun did not expect anything else from the sworn enemy of dragons, and was surprised at how easily the spear broke through the dragon scales. But it was too early to rejoice because this attack did not cause serious harm to the mythical creature but only angered him more. In order to fight on equal terms, the main character used the body transformation skill and instantly increased in size. The cultivators who watched everything from the side were very surprised and could not believe that the third prince had such skills. Qin Jun in his new form once again attacked the water dragon with a silver spear, and this time the damage from the blow was much stronger. The mythical beast was immediately thrown into the water and the main character took on his usual form because he still could not control the transformation skill for a long time. Next, Qin Jun decided to once again attack the exhausted dragon and sent a powerful stream of chi energy at it. Finally, the third prince decided to strike the final blow and used the flowering instant skill to do this. But the mythical beast did not even think of giving up, so he opened his mouth wide in order to finish off his opponent. In the next moment, the water dragon and Qin Jun were carried under the water by large splashes, which made it impossible to see the result of this battle. The main character began to rapidly descend to the bottom of the reservoir. The reason for this was the heavy weight of his magical weapons and armor. Qin Jun did not expect such an outcome. Our heroes also did not expect this, and Qin Yue became very nervous and worried about his brother. Li Yuanba was about to rush to the aid of his master, but the growling dog asked everyone not to panic, because he felt that His Majesty's chi was increasing. The rest of the competition participants predicted that the main character lost because the water dragon was at the transformation level while Qin Jun was only a third-level golden core cultivator. After this, a huge wave rose from the reservoir which frightened everyone with its suddenness, and from the depths of the water came the roar of a water dragon. The competition participants could not believe that the mythical beast was still alive because this meant that the main character had definitely lost. Suddenly, a bright light began to shine from the water, and it seemed that something was rising from the bottom. The next moment, a huge white dragon emerged from the water along with an unharmed Qin Jun. A huge white dragon emerged from the water along with an unharmed Qin Jun. Now the two of them confronted the water dragon. The other participants in the competition could not believe that the third prince was still alive and could continue the battle. Qin Jun remembered the saying that one had to sacrifice 1,000 demons in order not to incur the wrath of the gods, and therefore finally decided to send his opponent to hell. Having mounted the white dragon, the main character quickly moved forward in order to complete this duel with one blow. The next moment, a powerful flow of chi energy pierced the water dragon's head. The mythical beast fell dead onto the water and a bright fireball burst out of its mouth. This ball was absorbed by the white dragon, and the mythical system said that the silver spear absorbed the soul of the water dragon of the 9th level of rebirth, and therefore the magic weapon was strengthened. Also, a dragon pearl fell from the defeated enemy, which hovered in the sky and beckoned all the cultivators who saw it. People immediately rushed to her, arguing along the way about who would ultimately own her. But Qin Jun managed to grab the dragon pearl faster than anyone and take it for himself. The main character was angry that other participants in the competition coveted his treasure. The third prince decided to teach the insolent people a lesson and at the same time get rid of their competitors and therefore headed towards them to fight. Seeing this, the people got scared and began to run away. But their path was blocked by Li Yuanba, who also did not like their impudence towards his master. With one powerful throw of his hammer, the earthly immortal managed to destroy several opponents at once. After this, the guy turned to His Highness to receive the next order. Qin Jun turned to his opponents and said that he was giving them time to retreat and there would be no other chance. But people did not take advantage of this mercy. Someone suggested that if they fell on our heroes all together, they would definitely not be able to withstand it because there were only two of them. Realizing that he would have to fight several opponents at once, the main character hit his spear. In return, the guy took out his Gatling of destruction of worlds and said that since people could not be educated in any way, then his cruelty should not be blamed. The next moment, a large number of shots rang out. Energy bullets instantly pierced the bodies of opponents. The cultivators could not understand what kind of terrible weapon it was, and someone broke the wooden sign in order to escape. Qin Jun laughed loudly and continued to shoot in order to teach people a lesson for trying to take away his things. The cultivators fell dead one by one, but the gunshots did not stop. For some time, Qin Jun shot at everything that moved, not giving his enemies any chance of salvation. Finally, the main character calmed down and said that a bunch of monkeys could not cope with a tiger. After that, the third prince hid his weapons and armor and went down to the ground. His brother and Miss Zhu immediately ran up to him. Qin Yue admires his older brother and talks about how strong and handsome he was. Hearing this praise, Qin Jun asked Miss Zhu what she thought of him. The girl was embarrassed and said that she agreed with the prince. Next, Qin Yue asked his brother the cat, and they will go further. The main character said that they would go to where there were a lot of people, and along the way they would look for monsters. Qin Jun thought about the fact that he had already killed the water dragon and other cultivators, but for some reason the mythical system had not yet notified him of the experience points he had received. Miss Zhu asked why they were there where there were a lot of people. The main character explained that he wanted to exclude them from the competition so as not to compete in the arena later. At this time, outside the magical world, with the help of an energy ball, someone was watching our heroes. It was Elder Fei, who considered the protagonist's recent actions too cruel. Sugiku reported that news had come that there was an eyewitness who saw two people with blades near the Hall of the Divine Sword last night. The elders immediately asked whether any of the third prince's subordinates wielded blades. Sugiku always answered with hell that there were no such people. After hearing this, Elder Fei decided that in this case it was possible to exclude Qin Jun from the list of suspects. Sugiku began to think that the enemy's strength must have been higher than the 5th level of the immortal realm, since he was able to brutally deal with the Divine Sword Hall. Elder Fei thought for a moment and said that there were few such people in the entire southern region. On the night of the murder, after everything had already been done, the black and white Yukins sat on the roof of the house and thought about something. White Wuchang praised her partner and said that if it weren't for his technique, the master would have had problems. The spirit replied that the Hall of the Divine Sword was like a mountain on the way for him. Therefore, the ghost decided that they had to spread rumors so that the clan elders would divert suspicion from His Majesty. The mythical system unexpectedly informed the owner that the secondary mission had been completed and now he was getting a chance at a random lottery. Qin Jun was surprised because he did nothing. The third prince decided not to think about it for a long time and was already looking forward to getting a free reward. The system reported that the random lottery had been activated. Suddenly, loud sounds were heard in the depths of the forest, and the trees shook from the shock waves. Our heroes were very surprised by this, while a gusty wind flew at them. Li Yuanba, sensing danger, immediately stepped forward in order to protect his master if something happened. Qin Yue was scared and believed that the cause of the unexpected loud sounds and shaking of the ground was some kind of monster. Suddenly, some frightened man ran out of the forest and saw our heroes and asked them to run away because a certain Zhang Luan had gone mad. Several frightened men ran out of the forest and, seeing our heroes, asked them to run away because their comrade named Zhang Luan had gone crazy. Qin Jun did not pay much attention to this and continued to go about his business in the mythical system. At this time, the system congratulated its owner on winning 10 bombs whose origin was unknown. The description said that it was a highly compressed microbomb filled with spiritual energy and gunpowder. It exploded as soon as it touched the ground, and the explosion range was 100 meters. Qin Jun was very pleased with the winner and believed that he could not be better. At this time, his brother remembered that Zhang Luan was a cultivation genius with the blood of wild monkeys. From the depths of the forest, the wild roar of some beast was again heard. The prince assumed that the genius had now curbed his power. One of the cultivators who ran away from the forest in horror asked why their comrades seemed to have broken free. Running away, the second guy replied that the guy who asked the question was to blame for this because he mocked Zhang Luan and brought him to this state. The next moment, a huge monster that looked like a monkey ran out of the forest. The monster immediately drew attention to our heroes, who stood still and did not even think about running away. The huge monkey raised its fist to attack Qin Jun and his comrades. The third prince was surprised that it was really a wild monkey. Li Yuanba asked his master to be careful. Qin Jun stopped the guy and asks him not to worry because he will figure it out himself. The third prince was already holding the recently received bomb in his hand. The main character was confident of success and therefore, without hesitation, lit the fuse and swung his hand strongly. After that, the guy threw his new spiritual weapon at the aggressive monkey with all his strength. The terrible monster clearly saw that something was flying at him, but did not understand how it could harm him and therefore did not take any action to save himself. The next moment, there was a loud explosion that raised huge pillars of fire. The fiery cloud was also approaching our heroes, which could cause them to suffer. But Li Yuanba reacted in time and using his skills created an energy dome around his comrades that protected them from the blast wave. Seeing the destructive effect of the bomb, Qin Jun was amazed and thought it was very cool. After a while, huge clouds of smoke and dust began to gradually dissipate. Soon a picture of a large area of scorched earth appeared before our heroes, and the aggressive monster was nowhere to be seen. Miss Zhu didn't understand what just happened and why the monster exploded, and Jin Yue couldn't stand on her feet from fear. Li Yuanba asked the gentleman what kind of thing he threw from which an explosion was heard. Qin Jun replied that it was a bomb and it alone was enough to destroy the cultivator. Miss Zhu thought this was terrible and asked if the third prince was only backed by the Qianyue kingdom. Qin Jun smiled slyly and answered the girl that everything was possible. After this, the main character turned to the mythical system and asked where his experience points were. The system replied that the guy participated in the competition and therefore the points would be distributed at the end. Qin Jun also asked whether his experience would increase or decrease. The system replied that of course it would increase because the Qianlong meeting was a very important event. The third prince was pleased with this answer and smiled slyly as if he was planning something. After this, Qin Jun turned to his comrades and said that it was already getting dark and therefore they should look for a place to rest. Night soon fell, but our heroes managed to find a suitable place in time and make a fire. The comrades discussed the events of the past day and Qin Jun was very surprised when he learned that Zhang Luan was the best disciple of the Fumo sect. Miss Zhu explained that extraordinary blood flowed in him. The main character did not bring up why Zhang Luan participated in the Qianlong meeting because he was already a member of the Fumo sect. The girl said that it was of course because of the reward. Zhu also added that most people from the 7 major sects would not give up their status to participate in the competition, so Zhang Luan was a little special. Qin Jun thought that out of the 7 main sects he had already offended 3. After that, the guy asked Miss Zhu which sect she planned to join. The main character thought that no matter which of the 7 sects a person joined, he would immediately become the pride of his clan. The girl replied that any promising sect would suit her. Then the third prince offered her the sect of the Qianyue kingdom and promised to help the girl become stronger. Miss Zhu refused because she did not want to move from one kingdom to another. Qin Jun promised that in 50 years he would turn the Qianyue kingdom into a dynasty. The mythical system immediately activated the main plot task according to which this promise should be fulfilled. For successful completion of the task, in addition to the usual rewards, the guy would receive 1 call to the army of gods and demons. The third prince was interested in this and asked what it meant. The system explained that it was an army from legends and myths. For example, 100,000 heavenly warriors, troops of warriors, 365 shadows of holy spirits, and so on. Hearing about the 100,000 celestial warriors, Qin Jun was wildly delighted because it was an invincible army that could not be resisted. The main character seemed to be maddened by the prospect of summoning an army of gods and demons in the future. But the third prince was inspired by this idea and set himself the goal of making the Qianyue kingdom a reigning dynasty within these 50 years. Suddenly a voice was heard from the dark forest saying that Qin Jun was here and ordered everyone to fall on him and take away the dragon pearls and spiritual artifacts. The next moment something was thrown into the fire, causing a small explosion. Armed people began to run out of the forest and demanded to give them the dragon pearl because this time there were more than 50 of them and this was enough to finish off our heroes. Qin Jun decided that since the opponents were already here, he should fight them back, so the guy began to take out his spiritual weapon. A moment later, the main character was already destroying his opponents with the help of the Gatling Destroyer of Worlds, sparing neither strength nor ammunition. The opponents died one by one, and those who survived were amazed by the terrible power of the weapon and the fact that everything did not go according to their plan, so they hastily retreated. Qin Yue was scared and could not believe that this was really a Qianlong meeting. However, the guy admired his brother and the aura that emanated from him. The opponents continued to run away in horror, calling the main character a monster, but Qin Jun did not think of letting them go, so he chased them deep into the forest. Unexpectedly, the third prince noticed his friends who were also running away but from another danger. Seeing Qin Jun, they asked him for help. Miss Zhu immediately recognized her comrades Yi Xian Zhongyan and Mu Rongshuan and asked what happened to them. The next moment, someone's long and loud howl was heard from the depths of the forest, to which our heroes turned their attention. Yi Xian's story was that it was wolves who were following them on their heels. The guy begged the third prince to help them and promised that he would not remain in debt. Qin Jun was surprised that an evil wolf lived in this forest. Suddenly, the third principal turned around and looked into the depths of the forest. The reason for this was strange sounds from the forest, as if someone was very quickly approaching our heroes. The next moment, a pack of aggressive wolves showed themselves. Their burning eyes and sharp teeth spoke of the bad intentions of evil spirits. Qin Jun agreed to help because all those cultivators had already fled and the guy had time to deal with it. The main character, with a sharp swing, took out his silver spear of the Punisher of Souls and prepared for battle. Immediately, the same dragon appeared behind the third prince. Qin Jun knew that second-level evil wolves were rare, and this was an excellent opportunity to train. The next moment, the main character pushed off strongly from the ground and jumping high headed towards the depths in order to fight the monsters. Li Yuanba decided to help his master and therefore went after him. After a while, Qin Jun was already fighting with the wolves and easily won. He was helped in this by his dragon, who always understood then he should have grabbed his victim. Together they destroyed one wolf after another, but the enemy already outnumbered them many times over. Qin Jun was indignant because his weapon was a little inconvenient and did not hit the area, so the guy realized that he should use it more often. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanba intervened in the battle. Under the surprised gaze of the third prince, the earthly immortal swung his hammers strongly. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard in the depths of the forest, which was visible and heard from afar. Seeing this, Zhong Yan said that this year the Qianlong meeting became the stage for Qin Jun and Li Yuanba. Everyone agreed with this. Half an hour later, all the wolves were exterminated, but the third prince was indignant because his subordinate did not even leave him half. Qin Jun was surprised that the earthly immortal single-handedly dealt with the crowd of these wolves, and if he had not managed in time, the guy would have finished them all off. Soon his comrades came to the main character. Miss Zhu was the most excited. The girl asked if everything was okay with the third prince. Qin Jun, smiling slyly, said that if she was so worried, she could wipe the blood off his face. Miss Zhu blushed with embarrassment and looked into Qin Jun's eyes for a while. The guy thought that since the girl was here, she really was worried about him. Soon Miss Zhu took out a handkerchief and began to wipe Qin Jun's face. The guy's heart began to beat violently and he thought it was strange. Yi Xian watched this silently from the side. The guy clearly didn't like what was happening. He was angry with Qin Jun, which is why he clenched his hand into a fist and unknowingly released his anger in the form of willing energy outward. The growling dog noticed this and thought that this man had a slightly strange aura. At this time, Miss Zhu and Qin Jun were having a casual conversation until the growling dog interrupted them and said that Yi Xian had an evil spirit pill. The third prince seemed to be pierced by lightning. He turned sharply and looked at the guy. The dog said that it was the evil spirit pill of the king of wolves, and it was because of it that the wolves were chasing the guy. Yi Xian didn't know how to respond to this, so he thanked the main character for his help and promised to repay him after the meeting, after which he hurried to leave. The growling dog continued to say that a pill with a strong demonic aura had just been removed from the guy's body, and the guy himself had an unusual aura that was not human. Qin Jun thought that the Wolf King with the evil spirit pill was equal in strength to a gold core level cultivator, and Yi Xian was only at the pinnacle of laying the foundations. The main character assumed that the guy was either hiding his abilities or he was just lucky, but in any case it was worth being careful of him. Qin Yue suggested that his comrades leave here because the smell of blood was simply unbearable. Qin Jun agreed with his brother. Suddenly, he turned to the people he had saved from wolves and offered them his protection. The guys were very surprised. The main character also turned to Miss Zhu and invited her to go with him. The girl hesitated but soon replied that she wanted to rely only on herself. After that, the girl in the red dress turned around and walked away in the opposite direction. Qin Jun did not try to persuade her, and after easily saying goodbye, decided to go about his business. Yi Xian and the others hesitated for a while and could not decide whether to go after the girl or stay with the third prince. Qin Yue asked his brother if he could just leave Miss Zhu and the others. Qin Jun replied that the guy did not understand anything and said that he had his own plans. The main character asked the growling dog what his farthest range of perception was. The pet replied that it was exactly further than that of Yi Xian and the others. Qin Jun heard this and smiled slyly and said that they were returning back. After some time, Miss Zhu and her comrades settled down in a small forest clearing and rested. Suddenly someone came out of the darkness with clearly bad intentions. Yi Xian and the others were scared and asked who it was. A moment later, the faces of several people became visible from whom a willful aura was descending. Yi Xian, seeing them, said that they were all on the border of the Golden Core. Miss Zhu added that the leader had the 6th level of the Golden Core and they would not be able to defeat them. Soon the gang leader ordered his subordinates to kill everyone and leave the girl to him. The leader believed that their opponents were just the rubbish of laying the foundation and they would deal with them in no time. Several scoundrels immediately rushed into battle. They attacked Yi Xian and the others without much difficulty. The guys could not resist because their opponents were much stronger. The villains felt their superiority and were already anticipating a quick victory, calling their opponents bugs and saying that it was time to crush them. Suddenly Yi Xian seemed to change and looked angrily at his offenders. His eyes burned with rage and ominous energy flew around him. The guy decided that now it was his turn to attack and rushed at the enemy. Yi Xian stood up. His eyes glowed with rage and ominous energy flew around him. The guy looked at his offenders with a crazy look and said that now it was his turn to attack. The fear of the leader of the scoundrels seemed to pierce like lightning. He demanded not to approach him. After that, he grabbed the girl and said that he was a student of the constellation, and if the guy decided to kill him, then the entire sect would come for his head. Yi Xian replied that in the great battle with the demons, the entire sect of the leader of the scoundrels was hiding behind the front line, and therefore they were just a bunch of cowards. That is why the distraught guy believed that the scoundrel should have died in agony. The next moment, Yi Xian attacked the guy with his willful energy, causing him fatal injuries. Miss Zhu, seeing this, was very frightened because she did not even suspect that her axe had such enormous and terrible power. Zhong Yan was also scared and asked what was happening to Yi Xian. The guy turned to his comrades and asked if they knew how dark and ugly Yi Xian really was. Now it became clear that a complete stranger was standing in front of them. The entity that took possession of the guy's body said that deep down he never considered any of them brothers and was even despised without marketability. Frightened, Miss Zhu turned to the entity and asked what it wanted. Yi Xian walked towards the girl and said that of course he wanted to give the guy something that he didn't have the courage to do. Unexpectedly, the voice of Qin Jun was heard from the forest ordering Li Yuanba to crush the enemy with hammers. The girl was very surprised to hear this. The earthly immortal happily obeyed the order and immediately rushed into battle. The entity that took possession of Yi Xian's body thought that now he was no match for Li Yuanba and therefore he should run away to take revenge when he gained strength. But the earthly immortal did not plan to let his opponent go and therefore threw one of his hammers at him. Yi Xian, although with difficulty, managed to dodge this attack. The hammer flew into the rock with great speed, causing a huge explosion. The entity, seeing such power, thought that even though this body had seen the power of Li Yuanba, the guy still exceeded all expectations. Yi Xian was sure that the blood of the ancients definitely flowed in his opponent's body and therefore asked who he was. Li Yuanba briefly replied that he was his executioner and then attacked his opponent again, but Yi Xian managed to dodge. Qin Jun watched the battle from the side and thought about what happened to Yi Xian because his aura had become too powerful. The growling dog replied that the guy contained a possessed soul that controlled his body. It was the soul of a lost cultivator or a demon. Qin Jun did not understand what the difference was between the minis. The dog said that demons appeared even before the birth of humanity, and some cultivators imitated their cruelty and the ferocity of demons by setting out on a vicious path. Lost cultivators improved faster than ordinary cultivators, but they very easily lost their minds and turned into monsters capable only of killing. The growling dog was worried that over time Yi Xian's soul would be consumed by the demon spirit, and then he could no longer be saved. Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Xian and Li Yuanban continued. The earthly immortal was already enraged by the fact that he could not defeat Yi Xian, so he decided to take extreme measures. The next moment, fiery wings appeared behind his back. Seeing this, Qin Jun immediately realized that his subordinate wanted to awaken the true body of the golden bird Peng, and this greatly surprised the prince. Yi Xian looked at his opponent and thought that his qi breath terrified him, and therefore he should run away now, otherwise he could die. Suddenly the guy opened a portal or enter it in order to escape from his opponent. Li Yuanba was unhappy with this and decided to stop the guy despite the fact that Qin Jun asked him to calm down and go back. The main character himself wanted to see the true body of the golden bird Peng, but assumed that if the elder of the Divine Sword Hall found out, they would suspect him again and the Qianlong meeting would be over. Unexpectedly, the mythical system announced the opening of a side quest, according to which it was necessary to destroy the demons inside Yi Xian. Li Yuanba immediately turned to the prince and asked what happened. Qin Jun replied that it didn't matter anymore, and said that he felt that they would meet Yi Xian again. After this, the main character turned to the girl and scolded her for not following him because she wanted to rely only on herself but found herself in a dangerous situation. Miss Zhu snatched the handkerchief from the third prince's hands and blushed with embarrassment. Qin Jun took the girl by the hand and said that he was not angry with her but asked her to follow him. After this, the main character invited his comrades to leave because it was dirty here. Suddenly, the wounded leader of the scoundrels turned to our heroes and asked to save him. Qin Jun smiled slyly because he already knew what he would do to this guy. The next moment, a shot rang out and the lifeless body of the scoundrel fell to the ground. Now that all the work was done, our heroes could continue on their way. But not everyone agreed to go further than Zhong Yan, and Mu Rongshuan silently looked at their comrades. After that, the guys looked at their wooden signs with regret and felt that they should have practiced more. Meanwhile, outside, the magical world dawn had already arrived. The rays of the early sun illuminated the roof of a large estate. Elder Fei was all in the garden and was thinking about how many participants Qin Jun and Li Yuanba had already eliminated. Suddenly, something attracted the elder's attention and alerted him. He sensed danger. The next moment, a willful energy began to emanate from the lamp that stood on the table. A portal opened in front of the elder from which Yi Xian began to emerge. The guy was very surprised when he saw the demon cultivator. Elder Fei assumed that the massacre in the branch of the Divine Sword Hall was caused by this demon. The guy decided to immediately stop this cultivator, but Yi Xian jumped into the portal again and disappeared. The elder suggested that since this demon cultivator could harness the power of space, his level was at least above the celestial realm. The guy decided to report as soon as possible that a demon cultivator of the level of the heavenly realm of celestial beings had appeared in the city of Luoyang. People in the square already doubted that by the end of the competition there would be at least 100 people left, and Qin Jun and Li Yuanba were to blame for this. The next moment, Elder Fei announced that the time had come and the competition was over. The portal began to open, which was accompanied by large bursts of energy. Cultivators began to be thrown out of the portal. They were happy that it was finally all over. Qin Jun was annoyed that just a little more and he would have finished off his opponents. His comrades also came out with him. The elder asked the participants to stand in line for registration and added that everyone could bring one servant with them, so they should carefully select a candidate. Qin Jun thought that this was wonderful and that upon his return, he should discuss with all his subordinates who exactly he should take with him. It was the turn of the main character. He cheerfully approached the registration table. The clerk carefully entered the information of the third prince into the list of participants who passed the competition. After this, the mythical system announced the completion of the test and that the scoring had begun. A moment later, the system reported that its owner received 904,111 experience points during the competition. Immediately, the main character was enveloped in qi energy and the transition to the 5th level of the golden core began. Qin Jun was very happy about this and called his comrades to the hotel. Along the way, the guy thought that he needed to quickly return and find out information about the demon cultivators from Taibai before Yi Xian attacked again. At this time, Elder Fei was surrounded by some people on all sides. They talked about the fact that several participants had still not returned from the magical world and asked to hand over the one who killed them. The elder said that the meeting participants told him that these missing people were killed by a demon-possessed cultivator. Sugiku was very indignant because of this demon and promised to catch him and skin him. After some time, our heroes reached the hotel and told their comrades about everything. Taibai Jinxing assumed that since this demon had the power to move in space, his cultivation was no lower than the borders of the immortal realm. The old man asked the gentleman to be careful because even though Yi Xian's body was occupied, after some time his soul could merge with the demon soul, and this could cause problems. The heavenly immortal continued to say that if a demon took possession of a cultivator's body, his level would skyrocket and then he would reach the very top. Qin Jun suggested that as soon as the time comes, this demon cultivator might actually come for him. But the main character still doesn't believe that Yi Xian can kill him so easily. After this, the third prince decided to go train and harden his body, while thinking that he should have given an order to the black and white Wuchang to help investigate the case of the demon cultivator. As Qin Jun was leaving, he remembered something and turned to Tai Bai Jinxing again. The guy said that he needed to choose a person who would follow him to the imperial capital, and therefore asked the old man to discuss this with the others. Opening the door to the room, the third prince saw Master Gu, who was just looking for his highness. The man handed the ring to the guy and said that these were the natural treasures that the prince asked to collect. Qin Jun was very happy about this because now he could finally begin training the second level of the immortal body and steel bones. The main character spent the rest of the day in training and at night lay in a hot bath. He looked at the water that was filled with energy and thought that the training of steel bones was very difficult. He did not even imagine how difficult the third level of training would be. Suddenly Daji entered the room and turned to her master, who was holding a large bowl in her hands. She said that she had brought liquid medicine from fiery flowers but warned that it was very powerful and asked whether the guy would definitely be able to withstand it. At first Qin Jun sighed lightly and smiled as if he didn't care, but after this the guy looked serious on her face and ordered her to pour the medicine into the water. The werfox immediately repaired it and began pouring out the contents of the bowl without hesitation. The main character immediately felt the effect of the medicine from fiery flowers. He was very hot, but the guy continued to endure. Daji, in order to distract the gentleman from the pain, asked if he wanted to look at the updated rating lists. Qin Jun replied categorically that if he was not in first place, then he did not want to look at the list. The girl said that he was currently ranked 673rd, and this was an outstanding result for a righteous path cultivator under 50 years of age within the southern region. Having heard about the righteous path, the main character asked if those who took the path of vice were also in the ranking. Daji replied that naturally they were on the list because the size of the Fate Pavilion was unimaginable and could not be closely compared to the 7 major sects of the reigning Manhwa dynasty. Qin Jun could not say anything more because he was trying with all his might to endure the unimaginable pain. Daji, although she didn't show it, was amazed at her master's stamina and tenacity. 7 days have already passed since these events. The sun was already rising above the hotel in which our heroes lived. Qin Jun abruptly rose to his feet and shouted loudly that the second level of the immortal body and steel bones was already ready. The main character asked the mythical system to show a list of his attributes. For a while, the third prince carefully studied all his characteristics. He was very happy that the 8th level of the golden core was getting closer and closer, but he needed to wait a little longer. Qin Jun believed that he could rise in the rankings in the final competition even without relying on Li Yuanba's skills. Suddenly his brother knocked on the main character's room and called him to breakfast. Qin Jun replied that he was already leaving. After some time, the third principal appeared before his subordinates and asked if they had been waiting for him. All our heroes unanimously congratulated His Majesty on his progress in cultivation. Mentor Gu reminded the guy that the day after tomorrow he was going to the imperial capital and asked him not to forget about it. Qin Jun was cheerful and asked his subordinate not to worry, because he would not forget this. Suddenly the guy created a voice inside himself that said that after a while they would meet in the suburbs because his subordinates had to tell him something important. Hearing this voice, the main character immediately realized that the black and white Yukins were addressing him in this way. The guy assumed that they had news about a demon cultivator. Qin Jun told his subordinates that he had urgent matters and therefore he was leaving. As he was leaving the hotel, several people stopped him and greeted him and showed him respect. Soon the main character continued his journey and people began to spy on him. Qin Jun immediately understood this and thought that they had a lot of courage. After some time, the guy went out of the city. It was then that these people attacked him and wanted the guy to die. But the third prince was able to confront several armed strangers at once without any problems. After that, the main character threw the opponents aside, after which you could no longer continue the battle. Suddenly, another armed man jumped on Qin Jun and wanted to take revenge on him for the death of his son. The main character attacked the enemy by releasing a stream of qi energy at him. The man was able to dodge the blow, but he did not give up the desire to kill Qin Jun. The next moment, a shadow appeared appeared behind the man and his face grimaced in pain. The reason for this was Black Wuchang, who pierced the stranger with his hand and said that anyone who attempted to kill His Majesty had no place even in the underworld. Seeing this, Qin Jun thought it was cruel and was glad that the spirit was on his side. After that, he heard someone scream behind him. The guy turned around and saw how White Wuchang was dealing with the rest of the opponents. An ominous aura wafted from the spirit. The main character asked the ghosts if they were looking for him. Black Wuchang replied that they wanted to convey information about the demon cultivator to the third prince as the guy ordered them. Qin Jun asked what they learned. The ghost replied that the demon cultivator had already left Luoyang City. Suddenly Black Wuchang fell silent and became wary because he felt something. The spirit began to listen carefully to the silence. After this, the ghost put his hand on the main character's shoulder and said that now they will go to the afterlife because someone was heading here. Qin Jun was very surprised because he never expected that he would have the opportunity to visit the afterlife. In the next moment, Black and White Wuchang along with the third prince literally disappeared from this world. They made it on time because within a minute a man ran out into the clearing and quickly looked around. Seeing the corpses, the man realized that he was late and was indignant that Qin Jun did not avoid him. The man's face was heavily scarred. He angrily asked the main character not to let himself be caught because he wanted to do this personally. Qin Jun was very surprised when he saw the afterlife because he didn't think that there was a moon here. The spirits asked His Majesty to follow them. Local residents, seeing the third prince, began to try to scare him by making terrible sounds and constantly reminding them that they were dead. The system congratulated the owner on his arrival in the afterlife for the first time, for which he received a summoning ticket. Jun asked if he could use it after arriving in the capital. The mythical system replied that the owner was too naive because most likely it was that the summoned demon would not be allowed into the capital. The main character came to terms with this and ordered the call to begin. The system immediately showed the silhouette of a new demon, but its characteristics were not yet available. Qin Jun thought that he should have waited until the summoned demon arrived. Meanwhile, the spirits reported that they had already arrived. Black Wuchang turned to a girl named Yun Qing. The main character was surprised that there was such a beauty in the afterlife. Yun Qing turned to our heroes, and now it was clear that she was a tall girl with silver hair and pale skin. Seeing our heroes, she respectfully greeted them and asked what they needed. Black Wuchang said that the girl was the daughter of a demon cultivator, and after death she was not reborn and became a ghostly messenger in the afterlife. After that, he asked her to tell about her father. Yun Qing said that her father was a cultivator of the righteous path, but after his defeat, he suddenly became dim, and he began to cultivate the path of vice and then mercilessly killed her and her mother. The girl continued to say that after another defeat, her father began to cultivate the demonic path, and after being mortally wounded, his soul escaped, and after several thousand years moved into Yixian. Qin Jun said that her father hated him, and that's why the guy asked Yun Qing for help. The girl agreed, and handing the main character a small piece of paper said that if he meets a demon he should tear this talisman, and then she will immediately come to the rescue. Also, the girl who wanted revenge for her death said that if the third principal helps her kill her father, then she will repay him. Qin Jun asked the girl to leave it to him. Yun Qing also offered to tell the guy about the fighting style and signs of her father. This conversation lasted another half an hour. Soon White Wuchang told the main character that it was time for them to return because a living person should not have stayed in the afterlife for long. Yun Qing thanked the guy for fulfilling her cherished wish. The third prince also thanked the girl. After some time, the main character was already in the hotel where the question of who would go with him to the capital was being decided. Shaoli showed a very great desire. The girl took the guy by the hand and asked several times if she could go with Qin Jun. Li Yuanba argued that he alone would be enough, but Tai Bai Jinxing objected to this and said that although the guy was strong, it was safer to take another person with him. Qin Jun asked his comrades not to make noise because he still wanted to take someone else and ordered the rest of his subordinates to stay here. Everyone was very surprised because they didn't understand who their master meant. At that moment, the mythical system liked its master with the call of a demon. Qin Jun thought that he would take with him a hero who had a powerful life force from birth. He wandered all over the world and was known throughout the world. Suddenly, a tall man with a bushy beard entered the hotel. He was holding a strange melee weapon in his hands. Li Yuanba immediately blocked his path and ordered him to stop. After this, the earthly immortal asked where he was going. The man ignored the guy and approached the main character, bowed to him, and said that he had arrived to pay tribute. Daji couldn't believe that her master had once again subdued some strong cultivator. Qin Jun said that the man's name was Sha Wujing and he was already waiting for him. Li Yuanba turned to the man and asked why he joined the third prince. Sha Wujing said that the ancestors of His Highness's mother helped him when he was still a mortal. Qin Jun thought that the system was cool because it had come up with a whole story. After that, the guy said that Sha Wujing would definitely go with him to the capital. Tai Bai Jinxing, as the oldest and wisest, suggested deciding who else would accompany the main character. The Heavenly Immortal said that Daji Li Bai and Sha Wujing would head to the capital together. The old man further said that the identity of the Shaoli dragon race was very remarkable, and if it was revealed it would arouse the interest of some cultivators, so she could not go. The girl agreed with this. Shaoli turned to the main character and said that she would wait for him here and added that he definitely had to take first place. Qin Jun stroked the girl on the head while thinking about the fact that the trip promised to be interesting. Soon our heroes again came to the square where there were already many people. The magic portal was working with all its might and sparkling with lightning. Qin Jun, along with his comrades, dutifully waited for them to be sent to the capital. The elders announced that after arriving in the capital, they would settle all the participants together. They also warned that if the cultivators dropped out, they had to wait until the end of the competition because everyone would be sent back together, otherwise it would be impossible to leave the capital. Next, Elder Fei took the magic ball in his hands and told the participants to come forward and take turns checking their identification and entering the portal. After some time, it was his turn, and Sha Wujing accompanied him to Qin Jun. The main character carefully entered the portal as if for the first time. He closed his eyes but felt that he was moving. These few seconds, the guy thought about what the capital would be like. Suddenly, the main character opened his eyes. He was immediately blinded by the bright light of the sun. The guy saw in front of him a huge square and many large and beautiful buildings. This was the capital of the reigning Manhwa dynasty, which was located so high in the mountains that it reached the clouds. Soon an elder emerged from the portal and ordered the participants to follow him. Qin Jun asked Sha Wujing if he felt someone stronger than himself in the capital. The man replied that in the capital there were only two cultivators of the immortal realm. One had the first level and the second had the third. Qin Jun was happy that he was able to summon Sha Wujing, because if the matter of the Divine Sword Sect had surfaced, it would have been very difficult for Tai Bai Jinxing to take him out of the capital. The main character believed that now that Tai Bai Jinxing and Sha Wujing were next to him, he could safely leave the capital in case of unforeseen circumstances. Residents in the capital, seeing the participants, said that the 10 most inveterate villains had gathered in one place and therefore this year's Qianlong competition would be memorable. Qin Jun continued to think that if Yu Fenghuang found out about his current achievements, then the task could be considered completed. Finally, the participants came to the hotel. The elders said that they would live here until the end of the competition, and on weekdays they could walk around the city. After this, Elder Fei turned to Qin Jun and Li Yuanba and asked them to follow him. Fei Yushu decided not to bother him and get straight to the point. He said that he wanted the guys to become his students and join the Divine Sword Sect. Qin Jun would respectfully respond that the control in the Divine Sword section was too strict, and after the end of the competition he had to return to the kingdom and become the emperor. Fei Yushu asked the guy not to worry because he would not be an errand student. The main character thought about why the elder did not hear his tactful refusal and continued to insist on his own. Suddenly, the third prince saw a large bright bird fly past. Tai Bai Jinxing said that he did not expect that there was a Zhuke bird in the Nanjua dynasty. Qin Jun believed that it was a fiction and therefore asked whether Qinglong Baihu and Xuanwu existed. Elder Fei said that the capital had its own mythical animals and decided to give the guys time to think about their application. He further said that he had business to do and then left our heroes alone. Qin Jun thought about whether mythical animals were needed to raise his state. Sha Wujing said that that bird was the 6th level of the realm of immortals. The main character assumed that something was planned in the capital and believed that the Qianlong competition this time would not take place peacefully, and therefore it was necessary to be more careful. High in the mountains, there was another settlement that trained cultivators. In the largest of the houses was the elder of this sect. The man using a magic ball was closely observed by the competition participants. Suddenly, a servant turned to him and said that the Dark Knight Palace had sent a messenger. Hearing about this, the man asked the Killer Clan to let him in. Immediately behind the servant, an ominous shadow with eyes appeared and greeted Master Li and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The elder immediately recognized him because he had never failed a mission and made the reputation of the Palace of the Dark Knight. The man asked why the shadow was looking for him. The messenger said that he came to the master because of their common enemy and said that Li Yuanba was just a pawn in the wrong hands. The ominous shadow continued to say that Qin Jun was behind the guy. Therefore, if you only kill Li Yuanba, you will not be able to take full revenge. Master Li, hearing the name of the main character, thought for a moment and his face expressed contempt. Yellowin continued to say that Qin Jun killed his brother and mentor and therefore he had to die, so the shadow suggested that the man act together in order to prevent the guy from rising. Master Li suggested that if the third prince grew up, he might be number 1 in the ranking, so the man asked why he had to let the shadow kill him. Yellowin replied that there were many geniuses in the world who regretted something. Moreover, if Qin Jun rises, he can compare with Master Li and then a skirmish will not be avoided. The man agreed with these words and invited the ominous shadows to cooperate. Li Bai was resting while sitting on a tree and drinking something from his flask. The guy asked his master if he wanted to accept Fei Yushu's invitation. Qin Jun replied that he refused, but most of all the guy was interested in whether the reigning dynasty had to have a mythical animal. Li Bai will answer that the reigning dynasty was strong because it had luck with which the divine power was more intense, so things turned out well for them and they had no troubles. Tai Bai Jinxing decided to share his wisdom and said that luck was the fate of one person. The old man continued to say that mythical animals were born with the luck of heaven and earth and commanded the reigning dynasty, which made it stronger, but the prince should not bother himself with this. Qin Jun replied that now he only wants to take part in the Qianlong competition, in which more than 100,000 cultivators will participate. The main character continued to say that out of 100,000, only 1,000 would remain and the pressure was very high. After that, he invited his comrades to take a walk. Our heroes were walking through the local market. Announcements were heard everywhere about the sale of mysterious goods, such as ritual vessels, restoration elixirs, and so on. Qin Jun, of course, paid attention to the foreign snake woman who was able to please any man. Daji pulled her master so that he would quickly pass by. The main character made an excuse that he was just watching and did not intend to play with such a thing. But the girl did not believe it, and her face said that she condemned the third prince for his behavior. Suddenly Qin Jun heard someone asking the girl to leave him alone, otherwise he would destroy her on the spot. Looking ahead, the main character saw Yu Fenghuang, who stood up for some poor fellow and thought about what she was doing here. A guy named Luo Han asked the abbess if she also wanted to lend a helping hand. Yu Fenghuang asked him to be lenient because if he bullies people they might come for him too. Luo Han laughed at this and said that no one in the capital would dare to do anything to him because the emperor himself was behind him. After that, an ominous aura appeared around him and he said that he did not want to create problems for the guy and therefore would switch to the girl. Yu Fenghuang was indignant and said that the capital was not at the disposal of the Divine Sword Hall. The guy replied that their hall always served the emperor, after which he tried to grab the girl, saying that she should not be afraid because he would not hurt her. Suddenly Luo Han was struck by lightning as he heard the announcement that His Majesty had arrived. The guy immediately fell to the ground and bowed respectfully while greeting His Majesty the Emperor. Yu Fenghuang was surprised. She recognized Qin Jun and was glad that he kept his promise and really came. The main character turned to Luo Han, who fell at his feet, and asked him to get up because His Majesty had some business to do and he came back. Luo Han did not appreciate this joke and became very angry with the third prince. After that, he rudely asked how he dared joke about him and tried to grab the main character. Li Yuanba did not allow the guy to do this and immediately attacked him with a precise kick with his foot. The blow hit the target. Luo Han grimaced in pain and blood began to flow from his mouth. The attack was so powerful that it threw the guy far back. He flew some distance until he hit a stone wall. Qin Jun turned to Yu Fenghuang and greeted the girl and said that they had met again. The abbess was embarrassed and timidly thanked His Majesty for his help. Qin Jun remembered that she hoped that the guy would show you well in the Qianlong competition. After that, he asked if the fact that he saved her was considered a good show. Yu Fenghuang replied that it did not count and asked the third prince to first break into the top 100 cultivators. Qin Jun was upset when he heard this. Suddenly, the voice of Luo Han was heard threatening to kill our heroes. The guy was enveloped in ominous energy and he himself was very angry. Qin Jun was surprised that this guy was also on the demonic path and his cultivation was growing rapidly. Luo Han decided to immediately attack his enemy and therefore pushed hard against the ground. The next moment, the guy shrouded in demonic energy quickly walked towards Qin Jun. The main character clearly saw that an enemy was approaching him who most of all wanted his death, but did not make any attempts to save himself. There was no need to do this because Li Yuanba was always on the alert and was always ready to protect his benefactor. The earthly immortal threw one of his hammers at the scoundrel, causing him to fly back with great speed. Soon Luo Han's lifeless body fell to the ground and Li Yuanba returned to his master with a sense of accomplishment. The servants immediately surrounded Luo Han's body and began to shout that the guy had died and loudly called for the elder. Yu Fenghuang, frightened by the elder of the Hall of the Divine Sword, grabbed the hand of the main character and asked him to leave here. Qin Jun replied that this could not be done because they would be found anyway. The next moment, a furious man appeared out of nowhere asking who killed his disciple. It was the 8th elder of the Divine Sword Hall named Luo Taosha. The man was very strong because as soon as he landed, the ground beneath him shook and a strong wind rose around him. The servants immediately turned to the elder and, pointing to Qin Jun and his comrades, said that they were responsible for the death of Luo Han. Luo Taosha threatened that he would bury the guy along with his beloved student, after which a huge energy hand formed behind the elder's back which was ready to destroy any enemy. A huge energy hand formed behind Luo Taosha's back and was ready to destroy any enemy. Li Yuanba did not decide to attack the enemy. The opponents exchanged blows to find out what each of them was capable of. Luo Taosha was thrown back by the shock wave, but managed to maintain his balance and land on the ground without harm. Qin Jun asked if the elder was always so wild in battle. Luo Taosha replied that the 3rd prince killed his beloved disciple and therefore the man could not leave the guy alive. The elder wanted to bring justice. The main character noticed that the man defended him so stubbornly and assumed that the dead guy was the illegitimate son of an elder. Luo Taosha was not going to let his enemies go and, concentrating enough energy, decided to rush into the attack with renewed vigor. Qin Jun understands that it will not be possible to reach an agreement and ordered Li Yuanba to deal with the elder. The earthly immortal was glad to hear this order and rushed into battle with great enthusiasm. The guy directed a stream of energy into a large clawed hand, trying to begin by depriving his opponent of his main weapon. But this did not give much result. Luo Taosha was confident in himself and believed that the guy overestimated his strength. All enveloped in ominous energy, the elder decided that it was his turn to attack. Li Yuanba looked at his opponent and began to cry. The guy could not allow him to escape. A moment later, the fight moved to the sky where explosions now sounded and bright sparks rained down. Yu Fenghuang, watching this, thought that Li Yuanba was strong and wondered how Qin Jun lured such a strong cultivator to himself. Li Bai asked if his help was needed. The 3rd principal said that he should not underestimate Li Yuanba because if he gets angry, no one will stop him. Unexpectedly, Qin Jun was approached by a guy whom he had recently saved and thanked for his help. His name was Bai Menghu and he promised to repay for his kindness. The main character was about to say that he didn't need anything, but Li Bai interrupted him and said that the guy had other than a mythical animal. Qin Jun immediately thought that if he awakened the blood of a mythical animal in Bai Menghu, he could be raised and used to establish a state. The main character turned to the guy and said that his gratitude was useless and suggested that it would be better to follow him. Yu Fenghuang was unhappy with this and said that he already belonged to her sex. Qin Jun doubted that the girl would be able to protect him from the Divine Sword Hall without his help. The main character again turned to Bai Menghu and said that as long as he served him, he would be able to provide protection. The guy happily agreed as long as nothing threatened him. Meanwhile, the fight in the sky was still going on, but Luo Taosha could no longer fight on equal terms. The elder held back Li Yuanba's onslaught with the last of her strength and thought about where this guy got so much strength. The next moment, the earthly immortal attacked the enemy with his hammer and nailed him to the ground. Despite his injuries, Luo Taosha still intended to continue the battle and deliver his justice. Suddenly, a man in a red cloak stood between the opponents and ordered them to stop. It was a Manhwa general named Zhou Liang. The man asked why they fought in the imperial capital. Luo Taosha turned to the general and said that Li Yuanba had killed his student and now wanted to finish him off too. The people around were very surprised because they knew that General Zhou was the 3rd most powerful person in the capital and believed that now Li Yuanba would definitely not be able to do anything. Qin Jun immediately asked what level of cultivation General Taibai Jinxing had replied that he had the 8th level of the immortal realm. Yu Fenghuang and Bai Menghu were very surprised to hear this because if I reached such a level I could bypass the entire southern region. The girl was also amazed that this old man saw the level of cultivation of Zhouliang, which means that they were equal in strength. The girl was interested in who was behind Qin Jun. Zhou Liang said that Li Yuanba deserved to die for encroaching on someone else's life in the capital and then rushed into battle to attack the guy. The earthly immortal did not take his opponent seriously and attacking him with his hammers ordered him to leave. But Zhou Liang was able to easily dodge this blow and within a moment found himself behind Li Yuanba. Having chosen the right moment, the general immediately attacked his opponent, causing Li Yuanba to fly down with great speed. The next moment, the earthly immortal hit the ground with a roar, causing a loud explosion. Qin Jun was surprised that the general was so strong. Sha Wujing asked if his help was needed. The main character replied that there was no need for it yet. Unexpectedly, Luo Taosha turned to Zhou Liang and pointing to the third prince said that it was he who ordered the death of his disciple. The general looked at Qin Jun sternly and asked if this was true. The main character was unhappy that the elder had brought Zhou Liang's wrath upon him. The next moment, the third prince loudly declared that the elder's son oppressed the people and took away other people's daughters, and therefore he had to stop the guy, but he wanted to kill him. Qin Jun continued to say that the scoundrel did what he wanted under the name of the emperor, and unlike him, the prince did not have the support of the divine sword hall, which is why he was scared. Zhou Liang was momentarily taken aback by how the main characters skillfully portrayed the oppressed victim. In the next moment, the elder asked the general not to believe the guy because he was a dishonest native of the kingdom and was telling a lie. People hearing this were indignant that the elder called those who came from the kingdom unworthy, and were unhappy that he belittled them even though they were all the same. But the general no longer paid attention to this because he saw something that greatly alarmed him. The reason for this was Li Yuanba, who was burning with rage and was ready to fight again. An incredible amount of energy emanated from the guy and he threatened to tear his opponents to shreds. Li Yuanba, full of strength and confidence, immediately rushed at the general in order to avenge his recent loss. Zhou Liang tried to block this attack with his staff, and it seemed that he even succeeded. But the next moment, the earthly immortal attacked the general with his second hammer and hit the target directly. The guy's blow was so powerful that it threw Zhou Liang far back. Qin Jun was very surprised at the abilities of his subordinate because he had never seen anything like this before. Luo Taosha was also surprised and did not bring up how Li Yuanba's cultivation suddenly increased so much. The next target of the earthly immortal was the elder himself. The guy instantly appeared in front of him and swung his hammer. A moment later, Luo Taosha, who was unable to defend himself, flew back with great speed. The elder flew into a building located nearby with a roar. After that, the excited Yu Fenghuang took the main character by the hand and suggested running away from here. The girl explained that if they made a fuss again, they could really die because they were uneven cultivators of the Manhwa dynasty. Qin Jun silently looked at the girl and thought about what was the right thing to do. Nevertheless, the third principal turned to Sha Wujing and asked him to help bring Li Yuanba back. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard again nearby from Qin Jun, as if lightning had struck him in surprise because the guy thought that everything was already over. The reason for this was General Zhou Liang, who, having recovered from a recent attack, was ready to fight his enemy again. The man was very angry and said that although our heroes suffered, they too must be punished. The next moment, Zhou Liang rushed at Li Yuanba in order to attack him. The guy was amused by this and he believed that it was not bad. The earthly immortal decided not to wait to be hit and attacked back. Two opponents clashed in equal combat. Bright light and powerful streams of energy emanated from them in different directions. Still, Li Yuanba's skills were not enough to compare with the general, and therefore the guy lost this battle. Zhou Liang decided to finish off his opponent and therefore rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. Charged with chi energy, the general's magical weapon was getting closer and closer to the head of the earthly immortal, who understood that things were bad. Zhou Liang's surprise attack was easily reversed by Sha Wujing, who firmly grabbed the general's weapon. The man was very surprised at how much strength Sha Wujing had because he couldn't even move. Sha Wujing looked menacingly at the generals and asked him to know the world and stop this battle. But Zhou Liang did not intend to do this. Now his opponent was Sha Wujing and the man intended to deal with him first. The generator tried to attack, but Sha Wujing was able to easily block his blow by putting his hand forward. This was enough to throw Zhou Liang far back with great speed. After this, the general could no longer continue the battle. After this, Sha Wujing turned to the earthly immortal and said that Qin Jun ordered them to retreat. Li Yuanba was so amazed by the man's skills that he could not answer but only silently obeyed the order. Soon Li Yuanba and Sha Wujing returned to their master. At this time, Luo Taosha was recovering from a recent defeat and suddenly noticed his acquaintance. The man asked how long he would stand there. A man deftly jumped onto a high wooden pole when he realized that his presence had been revealed. It was the head of the Zongyun sect named Ao Wujian. He turned to the elder and said that the Shin family still wanted him to restore order. Luo Taosha was indignant and said that he and the Zhongyun sect were on the same side and were subordinate to the reigning dynasty. But Ao Wujin replied that it was nonsense and asked the elder to go to hell and not piss him off. Luo Taosha was very angry and wanted to punish the sect leader for the insults, but did not have time since Ao Wujin had already left. At this time, Qin Jun thought that everything was already behind him and ordered his subordinates to leave. Suddenly, Ao Wujin stood in front of the main character and, blocking the way, asked where they were going. Qin Jun suggested that if they didn't leave now, the man would capture them and torture them in the heavenly prison. Ao Wujin laughed at this guess and reminded him that the guy wanted to attend the Qianlong meeting, and it would be a pity to miss such a chance. After this, the head of the sect suggested that if the main character promises not to create any more problems, then his Zhongyun sect can intercede for him. Qin Jun was skeptical about these words, but Tai Bai Jinxing advised his master to agree and not miss such a chance because it would greatly help him in the competition. The main character assumed that the man would now ask him to become his student, but Ao Wujin did not need this because he was not even equal to the man who stood behind the prince. General Zhou Liang immediately showed up and asked the man if he was sure of what he was doing. Ao Wujin replied that he had enough strength to protect one person and asked if the general thought that the other sects were worse than the Divine Sword Hall. Qin Jun, watching this conversation, realized that Ao Wujin treated Zhou Liang poorly but got along well with him, and there was some reason for this. After this, the main character turned to the head of the sect and asked if they could leave because tomorrow was the beginning of the meeting. The man replied that of course they could go. Zhou Liang also left and finally threatened that today's situation would quickly reach the ears of the emperor, and therefore Ao Wujiang should look around more often. Our heroes were returning to the hotel along an empty street. All the people had long fled because of what happened in the square. Suddenly, our heroes seemed to be pierced by lightning. They felt something which made them dumbfounded and stood in place. Qin Jun assumed that they were being spied on and therefore quickly looked around, anticipating new problems. Sha Wujing felt that the imperial palace had already turned its attention to them. The main character could not believe that the recent frightening feeling was the divine perception of the emperor. Suddenly, the system announced the launch of a secondary mission, which was to elude the emperor of the reigning dynasty, who would send an assassin for Qin Jun's head